The dumped Ye Feng awakened a hundredfold cashback system. He buys a bottle of mineral water for 2 yuan and receives 200 yuan cashback. When he buys Huazi cigarettes for 50 yuan, he gets 5,000 yuan in return. Chapter 1: The Hundredfold Cashback System. In Magic City, a vibrant and opportunity-filled place, towering skyscrapers stand tall, and busy streets are filled with people hustling for their dreams and for a living. Ye Feng, a senior student at Magic City University, is the campus heartthrob. At 185 centimeters tall, with broad shoulders, defined muscles, and a handsome, sunny face, he attracts the attention of everyone around him. Today marks the 3rd anniversary of his relationship with his girlfriend, Meng Yu, and Ye Feng has just received his first month's internship salary, 5,000 yuan. He has taken a 2-hour break from work and carefully chosen a gift to surprise Meng Yu. Ye Feng rides his electric scooter and arrives at the building where Meng Yu is interning, waiting for her to finish work. As he watches people leaving the office, Ye Feng scans the crowd, not wanting to miss her. In the distance, a girl dressed in a white t-shirt and a black knee-length skirt appears in his sight. Her long hair flows in the breeze as she looks around. Ye Feng's heart races as he sees Meng Yu. Just as he is about to approach her, a black Audi A6 pulls up next to Meng Yu. A man in his 30s steps out, and Meng Yu, with a shy expression, hugs him. For a moment, Ye Feng stands frozen in place. Suppressing the urge to lash out, he rushes over to confront them. Meng Yu, who is this? Startled, Meng Yu quickly releases the man from her embrace. She looks at Ye Feng, whose eyes are red from anger, and fearfully clings to the man's arm. The man in the Audi also reacts, patting Meng Yu on the back to reassure her. You must be Yu's boyfriend, right? No, I should say, ex-boyfriend. I'm her boyfriend now. Please don't bother her again, or there will be serious consequences. The Audi man sneers. Yu, didn't we agree to work hard and get married after graduation? Have you forgotten the promises we made? Ye Feng pleads, desperation in his voice. Ye Feng, since you saw us today, let me make it clear. We're breaking up. You can't give me the life I want. Love can't fill your stomach, and love needs material support. But you're just a broke loser. Don't ever disturb me again, or my boyfriend will get angry. Kid, hurry up and leave. You're not good enough for Yu. The Audi man says, then grabs a handful of her backside. Be a good girl and wait in the car for me. I've booked a hotel. Tonight, you'll beg me for mercy. Watching them flirt right in front of him, Ye Feng's heart shatters. He watches the car drive away, people gossiping around him. He closes his eyes, letting the tears flow. He stands there for a long time, as though bidding farewell to his youth, as though mourning the death of his love. Images of their time together flash in his mind. There were laughs, tears, and moments of joy. Perhaps he never truly understood her. 3 years of love could not compare to the lure of material wealth. A sharp pain strikes his head. Congratulations, host. You have awakened the hundredfold cashback system. Any amount spent by the host will yield a hundredfold cashback. The cashback is obtained through normal channels, so there is no need to worry about being scammed. To ensure you aren't limited in spending, a supreme black card from Global Bank has been granted to their host. All cashback will be deposited into this card. It has now been added to your backpack. Ye Feng is startled by the voice in his head. He quickly opens his backpack and finds a black, glowing card lying inside. This isn't an illusion, he has really been chosen by the system. As a fan of online novels, Ye Feng is no stranger to systems. He had often fantasized about being chosen by one and rising to the top of the world. He never imagined that after his breakup, the system would actually come. Excited, Ye Feng picks up his fallen electric scooter and heads to a nearby convenience store. Boss, give me a bottle of mineral water. After scanning to pay, the pleasant voice sounds again. Congratulations, host. You spent 2 yuan, and 200 yuan has been refunded to your supreme black card ending in 8888. Boss, give me a pack of Huazi cigarettes too. Young man, can you please pay for everything at once? You're making an old man run back and forth. Don't worry, old man. I'm on it. Congratulations, host. You spent 50 yuan, and 5,000 yuan has been refunded to your supreme black card ending in 8888. After leaving the convenience store, Ye Feng returns to his small rental apartment. Looking around at the cramped space, he makes up his mind to keep earning cashback. Ding ding ding, a ringtone interrupts his thoughts. He picks up his phone and sees it's Yang Chen, the leader of his dorm at Magic City University. There were 4 people in their dorm: the leader, Yang Chen second in command, Cheng Wen third, Wang Chao and fourth, Ye Feng. The 4 of them had been roommates since freshman year and had a strong bond. "Boss, what's up?" Fourth, me, second, and third are at Old Sichuan Hot Pot near the school gate. "Hurry up, you're the last one." "Okay, boss. I'll be right there." Old Sichuan Hot Pot is popular among students because it's close to the school and offers great food at affordable prices. It's often packed with customers. At the Hot Pot restaurant, Yang Chen is instructing Cheng Wen and Wang Chao. "When fourth gets here, don't bring up the breakup. Let him drink and vent. You know, fourth might seem careless, but he's very stubborn." "Right, boss." Meng Yu is really something. Ye Feng has been so into her, and today she posted a kissing photo on her social media, with the background in a budget hotel. How shameless. Yeah, fourth and she were together for years, and they just held hands and hugged. But as soon as they broke up, she went to a hotel with this guy. What a bitch. It's a shame for fourth. Ye Feng has already arrived at the restaurant by taxi, and another wave of cashback has been credited. He walks into Old Sichuan Hot Pot and sees Yang Chen and the others sitting in a corner, and immediately goes over. "Boss, second, third, how come you guys are all free today? How's the internship going?" "My internship salary came through today, so no one is fighting me for the bill I'm paying today." With that, Ye Feng sits down, opens a beer, and pours himself a glass. The 3 look at each other in surprise. Didn't he fourth see the social media posts? Doesn't he know yet? The 4 clink glasses. Yang Chen says, "Fourth, we didn't order too much food. If you want more, let us know." Ye Feng calls the waiter and adds a portion of tripe, duck intestines, and 2 or 3 servings of lamb. "We're not far from graduation. What are you guys planning to do?" Ye Feng asks, raising his glass again. Yang Chen clinks his glass and says, "My family has arranged everything. After graduation, I'll work at a company in our family." Cheng Wen adjusts his glasses and says, "I'm planning to go back home and take the civil service exam. My parents are getting older, and I'm their only son, so I want to go back." Here's the English translation of the provided text. Chapter 2, Fired. After Cheng Wen finished speaking, the atmosphere became a little somber, and Wang Chao spoke up, "Don't worry, I'm not leaving. I still plan to buy a house in Tongchenipin in the future." Everyone laughed at Wang Chao's antics and teased him, "Get lost. You think you can buy a house in Tongchenipin? You couldn't even afford a bathroom if we sold you." As time passed, more and more bottles of alcohol piled up on the table, and their faces started turning red. At this moment, Wang Chao looked at Ye Feng and slowly said, "Old four, did you break up?" "Yeah, we just broke up today." "Then why do you look so calm?" "Well, what can I do about it? I'm actually relieved to see her true face." "Breaking up is for the best, it's a timely stop-loss," Ye Feng said slowly. "Come on, drink up. Let us drink to the moment today as troubles can wait until tomorrow." As the alcohol began to take effect, Ye Feng excused himself to go to the bathroom. He returned to the front desk and ordered another case of wine, settling the bill. Congratulations to their host, you have spent 650 renminbi, and a cashback of 65,000 renminbi has been credited to your Supreme Black card ending in 8888. Returning to the table, Ye Feng handed a bottle of alcohol to each person, and they began chatting about the past. Their 4 years of shared experiences were soon coming to an end, and they were all feeling nostalgic about the passing of time. The 4 friends continued to drink and sing songs, "A Friend for Life," walking together through the days that will never come again, "A Word for Life," "A Life of Love with a Cup of Wine." By the time they returned to the rented apartment, it was already past 11 p.m. Ye Feng washed his face quickly, then lay on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, the alarm clock woke Ye Feng from his slumber. Rubbing his groggy head, he drank a large glass of water and struggled to get up and wash up. After changing clothes, Ye Feng rode his small electric scooter and headed to the company. He greeted the receptionist at the front desk and then went to his workstation. Another intern, Zhang Dao, approached him and said, "Ye Feng, have you heard? Our batch of interns performed well on the last project, and there's a chance for one of us to be promoted early. I overheard the team leader saying that the spot should be yours. Really? Me? Yes, you're the most capable intern here. If it's not you, then who? Alright, if I get promoted, I'll treat you to a meal, Ye Feng said. Although he wasn't really interested in being promoted after receiving the system, he was still pleased to have his abilities recognized. At that moment, Supervisor Wang Gang stepped out of his office and into the work area. Everyone, stop what you're doing. I have 2 announcements to make. As everyone stopped working and looked toward him, Wang Gang nodded in satisfaction. The first announcement is that the company has decided to promote one intern early, and that person is Wang Ziqiang. Murmurs of surprise erupted in the crowd. Wang Ziqiang, who lacked ability and social skills, was assumed to be the first one to be cut. Everyone wondered how he managed to get promoted early. Was the rumor true that Wang Gang was actually Wang Ziqiang's uncle? Wang Gang cleared his throat and said, "Quiet down. Now for the second announcement. Ye Feng has offended one of our clients, which has caused significant dissatisfaction. The company has decided to end his internship early. Ye Feng, you can pack up and leave now." Ye Feng stood up. "Wang Gang, everyone has been saying that this useless Wang Ziqiang is your relative. Now it looks like it's true. A useless guy with no skills, and he is the first one to get promoted. Do you think we're all blind? Whatever, you say I offended the client. Where did I even meet the client? I've been here a month and haven't seen any clients. I'm not taking the blame for this. Pack up your stuff and get out now. Don't you dare defy me," Wang Gang said angrily. Ye Feng quickly gathered his things and said to Wang Gang, "I was already planning to leave. You old fool, wait and see, your bad luck is coming." With everyone looking on regretfully, Ye Feng walked out. It's such a shame, Ye Feng was so responsible and capable. How did he get fired? I think Wang Gang just wanted to make room for Wang Ziqiang. I heard they are going to create a new team, and it's likely that Wang Ziqiang will be the leader. Did you see Wang Ziqiang's smug face? It's disgusting. Alright, stop talking. Don't let them hear you. They might make things difficult for us. After leaving the company, Ye Feng threw his belongings into a trash bin. With the system, he no longer needed to work for anyone. It was time to start enjoying life. Riding his small electric scooter, Ye Feng decided to buy a new phone. The one he was using was extremely slow. He had been reluctant to change it before, saving money to buy gifts for Meng Yu. But now, it was time to treat himself better. Seeing a Huawei flagship store by the side of the road, he walked in. As soon as he entered, a sales assistant greeted him warmly. "Hello, sir. Are you looking to buy a phone or a tablet?" "Yes, I'd like to buy a phone. Do you have any recommendations? If you're not sure about the model, you can try out some of the phones in our experience zone to help you choose." In the experience zone, Ye Feng tried out several phones and pointed to the Huawei Mate 60 Pro. "I'll take this one." At that moment, a mocking voice rang out. Well. Isn't he this Ye Feng, our big talent and campus heartthrob from Magic City University? I heard you got dumped by Meng Yu. Har, just look at yourself looking poor and shabby, how could you ever be good enough for her? Honestly, she should have dumped you a long time ago." Ye Feng turned toward the voice and saw Meng Yu's best friend, who had often spoken ill of him to Meng Yu. She was the typical gold digger. "Meng, your mouth is still as foul as ever. Remember to brush your teeth before going out next time." Ye Feng didn't hold back and retorted. You have no manners. Got dumped and now you're here to leech off the WI fee. I bet you can't even afford a Huawei phone." "Hey, how do you know I can't afford one? I'm here to buy a phone." "Hey, just keep talking. With your stingy look, would you really buy a Huawei? By the way, do you know Meng Yu's new boyfriend? I introduced him to her. How's that feel?" Meng continued to mock him. "Well, I should thank you. Otherwise, how would I have seen her true face?" With that, Ye Feng turned to the sales assistant and said, "Let us go ahead and pay." At the counter, after adding accessories and other products, Ye Feng paid a total of 11,000 renminbi. Congratulations to their host, you have spent 11,000 renminbi, and a cashback of 1.1 million renminbi has been credited to your Supreme Black Card ending in 8888. Chapter 3, Crazy Spending. After changing the SIM card and holding the shopping bag, Ye Feng was about to leave. Zhang Meng, who had been watching, looked astonished. How could Ye Feng afford such an expensive phone? She quickly approached him, pointing and saying, "So, you've been pretending to be poor to deceive you. You truly are a scumbag, no wonder she dumped you. Are you done talking? If you're done, move aside and stop blocking my way," Ye Feng said coldly. Feeling a chill, Zhang Meng instinctively stepped aside. Ye Feng walked off without looking back. Once Zhang Meng realized what had happened, she felt humiliated. How could she let him pass? Furious, she stormed out and started cursing at Ye Feng's retreating figure. Riding his little electric scooter, Ye Feng leisurely wandered down the street. Checking his balance, the cashback on his black card had already reached 1.2 million yuan. The feeling of making a fortune every day was simply exhilarating. Arriving at Wonder Plaza, Ye Feng entered his spending spree mode. He went into an Armani store, where a few salespeople were sitting leisurely. They didn't even stand up when they saw him enter and continued chatting among themselves. Frowning, Ye Feng didn't pay them any attention and started browsing. After a quick round, he picked 2 casual outfits. He then said to one of the salespeople, "Please bring me these 2 outfits, I want to try them on." The salesperson, somewhat reluctantly, walked over, forcing a fake smile. "Sir, these 2 outfits total 350,000 yuan. Are you sure you want to try them on? Are you afraid I can't afford it?" Ye Feng replied coldly. "No, sir, I'm just concerned about potential damage and unnecessary trouble. If you insist, I'll go get them for you," the salesperson said, clearly doubting his ability to pay. "Go ahead and bring them," Ye Feng said coldly. After a while, the salesperson returned with the clothes, and Ye Feng changed into them. Looking in the mirror, he nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, clothes make the man. The quality of his appearance immediately went up a notch. He took out his black card and handed it to the salesperson. "Please charge it." The salesperson was startled. She had expected him to actually pay with the card, as she had prepared herself for nothing to come of it. "All right, sir," she replied. As she swiped the card, she was in awe. She didn't know exactly what the global bank's supreme black card meant, but from the materials and the bank's reputation, she could tell that anyone possessing such a card must be someone extraordinary. After the payment was processed, the salesperson respectfully handed the card back to Ye Feng. "Congratulations, host. You spent 350,000 yuan, and a cashback of 35 million yuan has been credited to your black card ending in 8888. Seeing the increase in his wealth, Ye Feng couldn't help but smile. He didn't let the earlier unpleasantness affect him and left, ready for more spending. Next stop, Patek Philippe. He entered the store, and the staff greeted him warmly, perhaps because of his high-end outfit. After careful consideration, Ye Feng picked out a Patek Philippe Phantom watch worth 7 million yuan. He also bought an Hermes belt and a men's leather bag. By the time he left Wonder Plaza, his cashback had skyrocketed to an astonishing 1 billion yuan. Standing at the entrance, feeling the warmth of the sunlight, Ye Feng yelled out, "So satisfying." The people around him stared at him with strange looks. Riding his electric scooter to his next destination, the Mercedes-Benz for S store. As Ye Feng arrived, the security guards outside were stunned. A handsome young man dressed in expensive clothes, riding an electric scooter? Was this the new trend among the rich? Inside the store, Ye Feng headed straight for the G-Class. He had loved that car for a long time and once dreamed of driving it on a trip with his beloved girl. Standing in front of the display, looking at his dream car, his excitement was obvious. Suddenly, an unpleasant voice broke the moment. Isn't he that your poor ex-boyfriend? Look at the creepy smile on his face. He must be eyeing the car, har har. Brother Wang, stop mentioning him. You only has eyes for you now. This poor guy is probably just here to mooch off the free food. Unlike you, with your strength, you can afford a Mercedes. Seeing this shameless couple, Ye Feng sighed. Today really wasn't his day. He ran into these 2 annoying people. "Saleswoman, does this G-Class have stock?" Ye Feng ignored them and asked the salesperson beside him. "Yes, sir, we have a fully equipped G-Class in stock. If you buy it, you can pick it up this afternoon," said the salesperson, Linny. She had heard their mockery and was amused. These 2 were fools. Judging by Ye Feng's entire outfit, especially the Patek Philippe. What she noticed earlier, this man must be worth at least hundreds of millions. Har har, Ye Feng, you're asking if they're stock. Are you here to make us laugh? You probably have less than 5,000 yuan left after losing your internship, right? And you still have the nerve to say you want a G-class. Do you really think you can afford it? Wang Yong mocked. Ye Feng stared coldly at him and said, so, you're the one behind it. What is your relationship with Wang Gang? Har har, you just realized it's me. Wang Gang is my cousin. Let me tell you, if you offend me, Wang Yong, you won't survive in this city. You'd better go back to your hometown. Wang Yong sneered. You think you can hurt me like this? You underestimate me. Without the system, Ye Feng might have been intimidated, but now, he wasn't afraid of anyone. Underestimate you? Har har, I've never thought highly of you. Do you dare to bet with me? If I can buy this G-class, you'll kneel and bark like a dog 3 times. Just you? You can't even afford the wheels of this G-class. Har har, I accept. If you buy it, you can bark 100 times, but do you have the strength to buy it? Yeah, look at you, how can you compare to Brother Wang? You're just a poor loser, Meng Yu also mocked. Hearing Wang Yong agree, Ye Feng took out his black card and said to the salesperson, let us go ahead and process the contract. I'll pay with the card. Lin Yi respectfully took the card. Mr. Yi, please wait a moment, I'll prepare everything right away. 10 minutes later, Lin Yi returned with the contract. Mr. Yi, the contract is ready. You can pick up the car once you sign. After signing, the system's cashback notification appeared. Congratulations, host. You spent 2.1 million yuan, and a cashback of 210 million yuan has been credited to your black card ending in 8888. Wang Yong and Meng Yu were stunned, unable to believe it. How is this possible? How can you afford it? You and the salesperson must be in on this. You two are just trying to trick me. Chapter 4, My First Car. Lin Yi, seeing the two obviously trying to avoid responsibility, couldn't help but show disdain on her face. Sir, Mr. Yi indeed bought the Mercedes-Benz G-Class in full payment. I guarantee this with the credibility of our Mercedes-Benz brand, which has been around for over a century. Moreover, given Mr. Yi's net worth, buying a 2.1 million car is a piece of cake for him. Do you see Mr. Yi's watch? It's a Patek Philippe Phantom, priced at 7 million. Looking at the two of them, who were rooted to the spot, Ye Feng coldly said, now, honor your bet. Kneel and bark like a dog. This is impossible, how could you afford it? Were you just lying to me? You've been so rich all along, yet you acted poor. Otherwise, why would I have left you? At this moment, Meng Yu's heart was full of mixed emotions. She had liked Ye Feng a lot. He was handsome, strong, capable, and an enviable presence wherever he went. But all of that didn't matter when it came to living a better life. Listening to her best friend Zhang Meng, she had abandoned Ye Feng and chosen Wang Yong. Now, everything seemed so ridiculous. She had discarded a gem. Beside her, Wang Yong, his face flushed, slapped Meng Yu harshly. Shut up. Come with me. He was not going to kneel and bark like a dog. He needed to get out of this humiliating place. Kid, don't think that just because you have some money, you can challenge me. We'll see about that. Wang Yong made a sharp remark, pulling Meng Yu out of the store in haste. Watching the two leave, Ye Feng felt a wave of disappointment. It wasn't disappointment in Meng Yu, but rather in his past self. Was he blind back then to choose such a gold digger as his girlfriend? Mr. Yi, you're really just going to let them go? Lin Yi asked, her tone filled with disdain. In her view, these two deserved a good humiliating revenge to satisfy her anger. Let them go. While Shanghai isn't too small, it isn't that big either. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future, Ye Feng replied, his expression calm. Driving his beloved G-Class, Ye Feng left the dealership. As he admired the sights of Shanghai, he couldn't help but comment, not having to work is damn awesome. Har har, not working and still making money is even damn more awesome. Just then, his phone rang. Ye Feng picked it up, pressing the accept button, and a pleasant voice came through. Brother, guess who I am? Ye Feng smiled, listening to their voice on the other end. It was his younger sister, Yi Lin. Since childhood, they had been very close, and she was very dependent on him. Let me guess, is it our family's little pig, Lin? Oh, annoying. Stinky brother, always teasing me. By the way, brother, I have some good news and some bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Let us hear the bad news first. Oh, bro Tilder, why didn't you follow the usual pattern? There's no bad news. The good news is my acceptance letter came. Guess which university I got into? Could it be Beijing University? Har, looks like our family has a great talent. Nope, brother, you're so silly. I got into Shanghai University. Soon I'll be able to see you. Aren't you looking forward to seeing your lovely sister? Not looking forward to it. You little rascal, always so full of energy. When you come, I don't know how you're going to torture me. Annoying. Brother, in a few days, our parents are holding a celebration dinner for my university admission. Do you have time to come? Yeah, our little princess's admission dinner? I'll definitely be there. Yay! You're the best, brother. Gotta go, mom is calling me to eat. Don't forget to eat too, okay? Ye Feng hung up with a smile on his face. He was very fond of his sister. Whenever Yi Lin got into trouble, she would always run to Ye Feng's side, proudly sticking her tongue out at their mom. Because of this, Ye Feng often got caught up in trouble. On the other side, Yi Lin ran out of her room after finishing the call. You girl, you're so reckless even though you're so grown up, you don't have any grace. Come eat now. Their mother, having laid out the meal, scolded playfully. Old Yi, come wash your hands and eat. You spend all your time messing with your plants, but you never help me with anything. Their father complained as he walked into the room. I'm coming. Honey, you're so capable, if I help, I'll just make a mess. Ye Feng's father responded with a grin. Mom, Dad, I just called my brother, and he said he'll come to my celebration dinner. You little brat, your brother's still doing his internship in Shanghai. How is he going to make it back? He's just trying to make you happy. When school starts, you'll also be in Shanghai, so stop troubling your brother, their mother said with concern. She felt bad for her son, being all alone in a big city without anyone to rely on. As parents, all they could do was not add any more trouble. HMPH, my brother will definitely come. He never lies to me. You girl, they always say daughters are closer to their fathers, but for you, you're all about your brother. Poor old dad here, heartbroken, Ye Feng's father joked. On the other hand, Ye Feng began to miss home. After his internship in his senior year, he hadn't returned home for more than half a year. This time, he was determined to stay for a few days for his sister's celebration dinner. Since his sister would be attending Shanghai University, Ye Feng thought it was about time he bought a house. After all, he still had 1.2 billion in his account, and buying a house in Shanghai would be more than enough. Plus, there was the cashback from the system. He couldn't wait to go house hunting tomorrow. Suddenly, his stomach rumbled, reminding him he hadn't eaten all day. He'd been so excited about shopping that he'd forgotten to eat. Pulling out his phone, Ye Feng saw a highly rated traditional Chinese restaurant nearby. The reviews were mostly positive, so he decided to go there. He opened the navigation app and set off to Fengming Pavilion. 10 minutes later, Ye Feng arrived at his destination, parked his car, and approached the entrance of the restaurant. The building had an elegant Chinese style with intricate carvings on the door. 2 golden door rings swayed, producing a pleasant sound. Inside, there were antique tables and chairs, carved screens, delicate lanterns, and paintings of landscapes and calligraphy on the walls. It felt like he had stepped back into the prosperous Tang dynasty. The noisy city outside contrasted sharply with the tranquil ambience inside, leaving Ye Feng deeply impressed. As expected, the reputation was well deserved. Since it was still early, there weren't many people around, so Ye Feng was seated quickly. Sir, what would you like to eat? A waiter asked, addressing him as guest. Ye Feng was momentarily stunned. Sir, at Fengming Pavilion, we not only have a traditional decor but also address customers in an ancient style. If you need assistance, just call for a little servant. Ye Feng had never encountered such a thing before. It was quite novel, but he soon adjusted to the unique experience. Chapter 5, Junior Li Xiana. Waiter, bring me a few of your signature dishes, and a pot of tea. Please wait a moment, I'll have the kitchen prepare your order right away. After ordering, Yi Chen quietly watched a graceful woman in traditional attire playing the guzheng in a corner. She wore a pale green sheer dress, with a white veil, exuding both delicacy and mystery. Pouring a cup of tea, he listened to the beautiful melody and felt truly at peace. No wonder ancient people often yearned for the winds, flowers, snow, and moon, poetry, books, wine, and tea. Gradually, the restaurant began to fill, and a long line had formed outside. "Senior Ye Feng, over here." A voice caught his attention. Turning toward the direction of the sound, he saw a sweet-looking girl in a white t-shirt and blue jeans waving at him. After thinking for a while, he still couldn't recall her. When the girl saw him looking, she pulled a slightly chubby girl with glasses to his table. "Senior Ye Feng, I'm Li Xiana, a sophomore from Modu University, and this is my roommate Shannan, he. When we first entered the school, you gave a speech to the new students. Your passionate speech made many of us idolize you." Li Xiana looked at Ye Feng nervously. She had been attracted to him by his charm and eloquence at that time, but after hearing he had a girlfriend, she hid her feelings. However, after learning he had broken up recently, her feelings couldn't be controlled, though she had searched the school for a while without finding him. "Oh, two junior sisters, what can I do for you?" "Senior Ye Feng, we arrived a bit late, and it'll take a long time to get a table. Would you mind sharing your table with us?" Li Xianar looked at him with an expectant gaze, her expression pleading as if to say, "If you don't agree, I might cry." "Don't stand there, sit down. Today, I'll treat you to a meal." Ye Feng smiled. He saw a resemblance to his younger sister Yi Lin in Li Xiana, both lively and mischievous. Li Xiana happily pulled Shannan to sit down. "Waiter, please bring 2 more sets of utensils." "Hey, why isn't anyone responding to me?" Ye Feng chuckled and explained, "This is an ancient-themed restaurant, so we use the old-fashioned way of speaking." Li Xiana thought for a moment and then said, "Waiter, bring 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks." "Certainly, honored guest." "Senior Ye Feng, this restaurant is so interesting, I really like it." The 3 of them enjoyed their meal happily. Ye Feng especially liked the relaxed and comfortable atmosphere. "Senior Ye Feng, I know some questions might not be appropriate, but I still want to ask. Did you break up with your senior sister?" Li Xianar clenched her fists tightly, staring at Ye Feng. She was nervous, hopeful, and fearful, worried that Ye Feng might get angry, but also hoping for an answer, afraid the opportunity would slip away again. Those who leave cannot be kept, and what has passed cannot be held onto. The people who trouble my heart, the days are full of worries. Those who leave can't be held, and those who come, you can't avoid. Ye Feng sighed. Over 3 years of a relationship can't just be let go. However, he couldn't accept betrayal. If you don't love someone, you should say so instead of betraying them. Love starts with an unknown origin, deep and lasting. Hate ends without knowing the reason, but a smile erases it all. Senior, this is something everyone must experience in life. Don't be too upset, time is the best medicine. It can help you forget and allow you to meet new people. Li Xiana spoke softly, understanding Ye Feng's pain. People suffer thousands of illnesses, but longing cannot be cured. Ye Feng muttered. 9-leaf and winter cicada pupae, boiled with snow from the next year, can cure the pain of longing, Li Xiana argued. 9-leaf and winter cicada pupae? Where does it say that? How can it cure longing? Summer withers, and the 9-leaf grows digging 3 feet deep uncovers cicadas. New Year's Eve snow, falling into the next year only after parting can longing be eased. Well, if longing hasn't rooted deep, how can it be cured? This medicine can't be compared to longing itself. How can it cure the poison of longing? You 2 big talents, how did we go from talking about breakups to longing? Let us get back on topic. Can't you talk about something a little more understandable for a girl like me? Consider how a struggling student like me feels. Shannan quickly interrupted, realizing the topic was drifting too far. This Li Xiana really worried her, clearly liking Ye Feng but insisting on talking about longing. What a silly girl. Har, was I being too sentimental just now? The past is gone. I'm not that fragile anymore, no need to comfort me, Junior. Ye Feng laughed heartily, shaking off the gloom. He hadn't expected to talk so much with a junior he just met today. Senior, can I add you on WeChat? Not only did I take your seat today, but I also made you pay for the meal. Next time, I'll treat you. Li Xiana said, laughing joyfully. She could split the bill, but having senior pay meant next time, she could ask him out one-on-one. Just the thought made her happy. Ye Feng opened his WeChat QR code, and after they added each other, they paid the bill. After receiving the cash back, Ye Feng looked at the time and said, "Junior sisters, are you going shopping, or heading back to school?" After a brief discussion, they replied, "We'll go back to school, senior. It's getting late." "Then I'll give you a ride back," Ye Feng said, leading the way out of the restaurant. At the G class, Li Xiana stared in surprise at Ye Feng. "Senior, is this your car?" "Yes, I just picked it up today." "I heard." "Yes, I got dumped because I was poor." "Har har, maybe this is fate." In the car, the three of them were silent. Li Xiana looked at Ye Feng's profile through the reflection in the window. For a moment, she was in a daze, her thoughts drifting back to when they first met. That boy, always smiling, full of youthful energy, had such a sunny presence, like a refreshing spring breeze. Now, he had lost that smile, his face growing more determined. Perhaps this was what growth meant. At the school gate, the three of them said their goodbyes. Ye Feng didn't leave but returned to the dormitory, a place he hadn't been to in a long time. "Old four, what brings you back? Got something on your mind? Come talk to your big brother, let me cheer you up." Wang Chao teased when he saw Ye Feng, who hadn't returned to the dorm in a while. Chang Wen also sat up and looked at Ye Feng. "Wait a second, old four, did you hit the jackpot? You're wearing all designer clothes. That's not cheap." Wang Chao then noticed something unusual and scanned Ye Feng, his eyes locking on his wrist. "Whoa, is that a Patek Philippe? Old four, you've really made it. Tell me, did some rich woman take a liking to you? Introduce her to me." Wang Chao joked. "Get lost, what rich woman? I just happened to walk into this fortune." "Har har. Hey, Dad, you've learned some bad habits. I just checked, your Patek Philippe costs 7 million. Tell us the story. If you don't, my sword will drink blood." Wang Chao teased again. Chapter 6 Regret. Ye Feng looked at the two people who were excited, and he didn't know how to explain. The secret of the system must not be revealed. After thinking for a while, he said, "After the breakup, I was packing up my things in the rental house and found a hard drive from a long time ago. There were 200 bitcoins in it. I just sold it yesterday." "Old four, you have accomplished such a small goal. It's true that if you compare yourself to others, you will die, and if you compare goods, you will throw them away. You have to treat us," Wang Chao said excitedly. There was no jealousy in his eyes, but a little envy and happiness. "A blessing in disguise, Lao Sai. Your sudden wealth after the breakup proves that your destiny has not arrived yet and Meng Yu is not the one for you. At the same time, you must keep your original heart and not squander money just because you are rich and ruin your good fortune." Chang Wen patted Ye Feng on the shoulder and gave him earnest advice. "Second brother, I think you shouldn't go back to your hometown to take the civil service exam. You should stay in school and become a teacher. You keep talking about big principles every day, just like a preacher. If I had a small goal, I would definitely enjoy life and experience the life of rich people." Wang Chao disagreed with Chang Wen's words. He felt that after becoming financially independent, one should enjoy life, otherwise there would be no point in working hard. "Okay, second and third brother, don't worry, I have my own plans. I'll go to the school supermarket later to buy some food and have a couple of drinks." Ye Feng first ordered some barbecue with his mobile phone, then went downstairs to the supermarket. The supermarket was not far away and only took a few minutes to walk. "Isn't this Ye Feng? I haven't seen you for a long time. How are you doing recently? Is your internship going well?" Supermarket owner Zhao Li greeted Ye Feng with a smile. The two were fellow townsmen from Tianjin. Since people from Tianjin tend to be homesick and very few of them wander around, they were particularly friendly to each other and became friends over time. "Brother Li, long time no see. My internship ended early and I went back to school today. Are you alone today? Your sister-in-law didn't come to help." "Hey, the little guy is sick, your sister-in-law is taking care of him at home. What do you want to eat? Brother Li will give you a discount." "Okay, I'll go pick out some food first." Soon Ye Feng came back with a bunch of snacks. "Brother Li, how much would you like for another case of beer?" 158, give me 150, kid, drink less. If you don't have time to come to Brother Li's seat, you will have fewer chances to meet him after you graduate. Well, don't worry, Brother Lee. I can come to see you after I graduate. Hee, let's go. My roommates are still waiting for me. Let's talk later. After picking up the barbecue, Ye Feng returned to the dormitory and put the things on the table. 3 young men sat around the table, each holding a bottle of beer in their hands. The moonlight outside the window fell on their youthful faces. As time went by, the 3 people, slightly tipsy due to the alcohol, began to tell their stories. Old 3, old 4, I actually didn't want to leave Shanghai, but my parents had a child when they were old, and I was the only one at home. In order to support my studies, my parents had to go out to work. I remember one time, my father cut his hand at a construction site, and in order to save money, he had to give up a finger. When I saw it, he was still comforting me and told me not to worry. At that moment, my heart felt like it was going to break into pieces. I hated that I grew up too slowly and that I had become a burden to the family. Since then, I have worked hard to study. I know. Only in this way can you change your destiny. Sometimes you tease me, saying how can I, a big man from Shandong province, be as stingy as a rich man from Shaanxi province? I just know the importance of money. It was earned by my father with his fingers, and I can't waste a single cent. Now, I'm about to graduate, and I want to do my part for this family. I want to go home and take over my father's burden, let him take a break, and let him know that his son has grown up and can be his support and shelter him from the wind and rain. Looking at Cheng Wen with tears streaming down his face, Ye Feng didn't know how to comfort him. Most of the things in the world are not satisfactory, but they can be told to others. He raised his glass and said to Cheng Wen, "Come on, second brother, I respect you. You are worthy of being a man from Lu province. You are responsible. Let's do it. Second brother, fourth brother, you usually see me laughing and joking, don't you think I'm very free and easy? That's just a disguise. My parents divorced when I was young, and after they established a family, I have been living with my grandparents. Since I was a child, my classmates have laughed at me for being a child without a father and a mother. Har, it's true that they have never appeared in my life for so many years. There is only a cold support fee, which my grandfather went to ask for. With parents like that, I am no different from an orphan. Later, whoever laughed at me, I would hit them hard, and little by little they didn't dare to gossip about me anymore, but I also had no friends. After that, after my grandparents passed away, I gradually became indifferent. Without expectations, there will be no disappointment. Without worries, I can live as I please. But who knows, on that rainy night, a little boy screamed loudly, but couldn't call back the despair of the departing back. The 3 of them raised their glasses and drank heartily. Drink today and be drunk today, and worry about tomorrow when tomorrow comes. Cheng Wen and Wang Chao put down their wine glasses and stared at Ye Feng, as if to say, we have already told you, but you still haven't said anything. Putting down the wine glass, Ye Feng also fell into memories. My father is an ordinary worker, my mother is a housewife, and I have a sister who is 4 years younger than me. My parents usually quarrel, but they are very loving, my sister is also very cute, and our family is still very happy. If I have to say regrets, there may be one thing. My best friend was naughty when he was a child. He always went to a suspension bridge not far from my home to play. It was a hot summer, and he wanted to go to the river to take a bath. Since I couldn't swim, I just watched on the shore. Maybe the water was too cold, his legs cramped, and he kept floundering in the water, shouting my name loudly. I was anxious on the shore, but there was nothing I could do. I shouted everywhere, and it took a long time before someone found him and rescued him. Although his life was saved, the long-term drowning caused serious brain damage, and his intelligence will always remain at the age of 7. After that, I practiced swimming hard, and now my swimming level is very good, but I can't go back to the past and bring him out from the age of 7. The 3 of them drank cup after cup and talked to each other. At that moment, they forgot about time and sorrow and enjoyed the happy time together. The moonlight outside the window mixed with scattered raindrops hit the window, as if to wash away the makeup, transforming and growing, and also witnessing the friendship between the 3. Looking at the drunken Ye Feng and Wang Chao, Cheng Wen shook his head, helped them back to bed one by one, and murmured, I am so lucky to meet you. I wonder if we can see each other again after graduation. Chapter 7, Buying a House. In the early morning, a ray of sunlight shone through the curtains onto Ye Feng's face. He felt a headache and struggled to get up. He saw the scattered wine bottles and leftover food on the table. He rubbed his head and thought he drank too much yesterday. He rummaged around and found a cup. He poured a glass of water and drank it in big gulps. The water flowed down his throat into his stomach and he felt a little better. Looking at Cheng Wen and Wang Chao who were still sleeping, he walked to the window and opened it a little to let the fresh air in. He dragged his tired body back to the table, put the scattered wine bottles back into the box, put the remaining food into the garbage bag, found a rag to wipe the table, and when he saw that he was almost done, he carried the garbage and left the dormitory. He threw away the garbage and went straight to the cafeteria. When I walked into the cafeteria, I went straight to a window and said, "Auntie, give me a bowl of millet porridge." The cafeteria aunt served the porridge. Ye Feng took out his mobile phone to pay, but he looked down and found that his phone was out of battery. It turned out that he drank too much yesterday and forgot to charge it. Just when he was feeling awkward, the sound of successful payment broke the awkwardness. "Senior Ye Feng, good morning. I didn't expect to see you again so soon." He. Ye Feng looked up and saw a pretty smiling face in front of him. It turned out to be his junior high school classmate Li Xiana. "Good morning, junior high school girl. My phone is out of battery. I'm glad I met you, otherwise I would be so embarrassed. It turns out that your phone is out of battery. I was wondering why you didn't reply to my message yesterday. I thought you didn't want to pay attention to me, which made me sad for a long time. Senior, let's not stand here anymore. Let's go to that table, otherwise the porridge will get cold soon." The two came to the dining table. Ye Feng drank a mouthful of millet porridge and felt a warm current spread throughout his body. His physical strength also recovered a little. Looking at Li Xiana who was staring at him with her chin supported by her hands, she said, "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" Li Xiana blushed and stammered. No, senior, I just like your handsome face. It would be a pity if you don't become a star. Although I think I'm a bit handsome, it's too exaggerated to be a star. By the way, why didn't you go to class today? You learned bad things from your junior high school sister." Ye Feng joked as he looked at her red face. "Senior, you are too modest. You don't know how many junior girls regard you as their dream lover. We don't have classes in the morning today, and we only have a Taoism class in the afternoon. I am a good student, why would I skip class? Senior, you can call me Xiana, senior. Calling me junior is too polite. Hey, can I call you Brother Feng?" Seeing Li Xiana looking at him expectantly, Ye Feng nodded and agreed. "Brother Feng, Brother Feng." Li Xiana shouted happily. "Brother Feng, there's a new movie coming out tonight, can you go watch it with me, please?" Ye Feng thought about it and since he had nothing to do in the evening, he nodded and agreed. "Great. If my roommates knew that the hunk from our Shanghai University went to the movies with me, they would be so envious," Li Xiana said with a silly smile on her face. Ye Feng looked at the excited Li Xiana with amusement and said goodbye. "Xiao, I have something to do later, so I won't talk to you for now. You chat, I'll pick you up in the evening." "Well, Brother Feng, don't forget." After the two separated, Ye Feng went to the car, found a power bank, and charged his mobile phone. In modern society, it is really difficult to move forward without a mobile phone. After restarting his phone, Ye Feng found the phone number of the agent who rented the house to him before and called him. Liu Wei had helped a lot in the previous rental. "Brother Xiaowei, I'm Ye Feng. Do you have any houses for sale in Thompson Epine?" "Ye Feng, how did you get rich? Are you going to buy a house?" "Yes, I have 2 large flats in Thompson 1, but the price is a bit expensive, after all, it's famous." "Brother Xiaowei, let's meet at the entrance of Thompson first class in half an hour." "Ye Feng, are you serious? That house is worth over 100 million yuan. Are you kidding me?" "Don't worry, Brother Xiaowei, I'll give you a big order today." After hanging up the phone, Ye Feng started the car and drove straight away. Arriving at the gate of Thompson Epine and watching the sunlight shining through the clouds onto every inch of land in the community, Ye Feng felt very excited. He would soon become a part of this place. At this time, Liu Wei also arrived and saw Ye Feng next to the Mercedes-Benz G. He hurried over. "Ye Feng, you've hidden it well enough that you can even drive a G class. It seems that you rented the house to experience life before. You really know how to have fun." Come on, I'll take you to see the house. Walking into the community, the lush trees and the carefully trimmed lawns complement each other, and everything seems so harmonious. In the center of the community is a wide square. In the center of the square is a fountain. The water columns are dancing to the beat of the music, making pleasant sounds. The facilities in the community are also very complete. There are various entertainment facilities such as gyms, swimming pools, children's playgrounds, etc., which meet the needs of residents of different ages. In addition, the community also has a 24-hour security system to ensure the safety of residents. Under the guidance of Liu Wei, the two arrived at the door of their destination. When they opened the door, they saw a salesperson introducing a middle-aged couple. He was also surprised to see Ye Feng and Liu Wei opening the door and coming in. The middle-aged man dressed ostentatiously, wearing designer clothes from head to toe. The exaggerated large gold chain around his neck showed that he was a nouveau riche. The middle-aged woman was the same. Her clothes were luxurious, expensive but not coordinated. Her hands were covered with rings and her face was covered with thick makeup, but it still couldn't hide the traces of the passing of time. The middle-aged woman saw them coming and said sarcastically, "You guys are doing something interesting. You think we can't afford it? And you arranged for someone to come and look at the house. I'm sorry, I don't think I have ever doubted your abilities. I'll ask what's going on now." Salesman Chen Hai said flatteringly. "Liu Wei, what do you mean? Are you deliberately trying to ruin my client's business?" "Chen Hai, you can bring clients here, but I can't." "Har har, Liu Wei, you are too good at pretending. You brought a young boy to look at the house. What a joke. And he is wearing all these famous brands, but they are all fake." Looking at the aggressive Chen Hai, Ye Feng said coldly, "How do you know I can't afford it? I asked brother Xiao Wei to bring me here today just to buy a house. Boy, you are young but you talk so arrogantly. Do you know how much this house in Thompson Epine costs? You'd better go back and work hard for a few decades to save up for a down payment." The middle-aged man looked at Ye Feng and ridiculed him. "Mr. Huang, you are so right. Young people nowadays are so ambitious at such a young age. I think he just came here to take some photos to show off. Unlike you, you look rich and powerful and have the ability to buy this house." Chen Hai flattered the middle-aged man like a lackey. Chapter 8, Slap the Upstart. Seeing Chen Hai flattering the powerful and bullying the weak, Liu Wei was so angry that his face turned red. He pointed at Chen Hai and cursed, "You bootlicker, you lackey, if you say something about my friend again, I will break your lackey's legs." Seeing that Liu Wei was getting too excited, Ye Feng quickly grabbed him. "Brother Xiao Wei, you don't need to be angry with these nouveau riche and lackeys. It's more satisfying to slap them in the face." The middle-aged woman jumped up immediately after hearing Ye Feng's words. Ever since she became rich, she was often ridiculed behind her back because of her lack of knowledge and aesthetic taste, which made her hate being called a nouveau riche the most. "You little bastard, who are you calling a nouveau riche? Believe it or not, I will tear your mouth to pieces." Brother Xiao Wei, see. This reveals her true nature. She is not only a nouveau riche, but also a shrew. Looking at Ye Feng and the other two who were laughing, the middle-aged man Huang Yue said coldly, "Boy, you are so arrogant. If you have the ability, you can buy this house. Do you have the ability? Are you so sure that I can't buy it? If I buy it, I want you to bow and apologize to me and my friends." "Well, if you can't buy it, you won't be able to bear the consequences." Liu Wei called the company and explained the situation. Soon the company manager came into the room with financial information and the house purchase contract. "This must be Mr. Yi, really a promising young man. I am the company manager Sun Ming, it's a great honor to meet you. I have brought the contract, if there is no problem, we can sign the contract." Manager Sun Ming said enthusiastically. As a senior real estate manager, Sun Ming's greatest advantage is his ability to judge people. He did not look down on Ye Feng because of his age. Instead, he could tell that Ye Feng was extraordinary from his clothing, accessories, conversation and temperament. Ye Feng took the contract and looked at it. He signed it after finding no problem. Then he said to Sun Ming, "Manager Sun, do you want me to transfer the money or pay by credit card?" Wang Yue and his wife laughed and said sarcastically, "You used a credit card?" I am dying of laughter. This apartment is worth at least 120 million yuan. I don't know what card you have that has such a large limit. Boy, you are too much of a show-off, har har. After looking at the two of them coldly, Ye Feng took out the supreme black card from his pocket. It's true that you're a nouveau riche. You're a frog in a well, but you dare to talk about the world. Manager Sun, swipe your card and let them learn something new. When Sun Ming saw this card, his body shook violently, as if he had been electrocuted. He had the good fortune to have seen this black card once on a super rich man. This was by no means a simple card, it represented status and identity. Sun Ming took the card with trembling hands and asked the finance department to input the amount. The card was swiped successfully. Congratulations to their host. You spent 120 million yuan and got a cashback of 12 billion yuan. It has been deposited into the supreme black card with the last number 8888. Sun Ming returned the card to Ye Feng with trembling hands. Mr. Yi, if it's inconvenient for you to go through all the formalities, we can take care of it for you. If you have any needs, you can contact me directly. I'm very happy to serve you. This is my business card. Please accept it. Huang Yue and his wife were in disbelief and said angrily, "This is impossible. I have never seen a card that can be used to swipe such a large amount. It must be you. They teamed up to deceive me." Before Ye Feng could speak, Sun Ming stood up. "How dare you talk to Mr. Yi like that? Mr. Yi was right when he said you were a frog in a well. Do you know this card? This is the supreme black card of Global Bank. There are definitely no more than 10 of them in the whole of China. Do you know how difficult it is to apply for this card? This card is only accepted by member invitations, not voluntary applications, and the invitee must have a minimum cash flow of 10 billion Chinese yuan. Listen carefully, it's cash flow. This card is not only for huge transfers, it is also a symbol of identity and status. With Mr. Yi's ability, crushing you is like crushing an ant, and you dare to be so presumptuous." Huang Yue and his wife collapsed to the ground. It was not known whether they were intimidated by Sun Ming's aura or frightened by Ye Feng's identity as a black card owner. The two of them knelt on the ground and begged Ye Feng for mercy. "Get out of here and don't dirty my place." Seeing that the two of them had given in like this, Ye Feng had no interest in punishing them. "Manager Sun, do you have any villas for sale?" "Mr. Yi, you can just call me Xiao Sunday. With your status and position, ordinary villas are not suitable for you. Now there is a more suitable option. The Shen family in Magic City has had some problems with its capital chain recently and is interested in selling Cloud Villa number 6. If you are interested, I will help you contact them. Cloud Villa, designed by top international masters, is not only a simple residence, but also a symbol of status. It is located in the prime location of the new district of Shanghai, enjoying a unique geographical location and beautiful scenery. Ye Feng nodded with satisfaction, "Then let me know when you've made the contact." "That's all right. We won't bother Mr. Yi anymore. Goodbye." After Sun Ming and the others left, Ye Feng admired his new home. Their high ceiling was hung with exquisite crystal chandeliers, emitting soft light and illuminating the entire space. A whole wall of French windows provided an unparalleled view. Famous paintings were hung on the walls, and every stroke showed the charm of art. In the center of the living room was a set of custom-made leather sofas, which were soft and comfortable, and had an excellent sitting feel. Next to the sofa was an exquisite tea table with a set of high-end tea sets on it, so that one could enjoy tea while appreciating the beautiful scenery of the city. Walking from the living room to the inside, there is a spacious dining room. There is a large dining table in the dining room, which can accommodate 10 people. A gorgeous chandelier hangs above the dining table, adding a romantic atmosphere to the dining. The walls of the dining room are decorated with exquisite murals, adding a sense of art to the dining environment. Next to the dining room is a modern kitchen equipped with top-notch kitchenware and equipment to facilitate cooking. The design of the kitchen is both practical and beautiful, allowing people to enjoy the fun while cooking. Looking at his new home with satisfaction, Ye Feng looked forward to the arrival of his younger sister Yi Lin. She must like it here very much. According to the time, Ye Feng should go back to attend Yi Lin's graduation banquet, and also spend some time with his parents. Looking at the time, it was almost time for Li Xiaonar to finish class, so Ye Feng drove from Thompson 1 and headed for Magic City University. When he arrived at the school gate and saw that Li Xiaonar had not arrived yet, Ye Feng went to the milk tea shop next door and bought 2 cups of milk tea. Most girls should like these. When walking back, he saw Li Xiaonar standing by the car looking around. Ye Feng trotted over to the car. "Brother Feng, tell me quickly, did you run out to see some beautiful girls? Li Xiana said playfully, blinking her big eyes. Chapter 9. Watching a movie. Looking at Li Xiana's cute appearance, Ye Feng couldn't help but rub her head with his hands, and Li Xiana's face turned red. Feeling that his behavior had crossed the line, Ye Feng apologized immediately. I'm sorry, Xiana, I didn't mean to do that. I saw you weren't here yet, so I went to buy 2 cups of milk tea. I didn't know if you liked it. Thank you, Brother Feng. How did you know that I like to drink milk tea? I wasn't angry just now. I don't know how many people will be envious of me when the famous campus hunk from our Shanghai University patted me on the head. At this moment, Li Xiana secretly regretted why her face turned red. She made Brother Feng so embarrassed. If only she could take a photo, she could preserve this moment forever. Brother Feng, I've already bought the tickets. They are at Wonder Cinemas. Let's go. Ye Feng opened the car door and the two got in. They drove at high speed and soon arrived at their destination. Ye Feng took the opportunity to go to the snack area while Li Xiana was getting the tickets. The salesperson's eyes lit up when he saw Ye Feng coming, and he immediately said enthusiastically, "Handsome little brother, what do you want to buy? Give me a bucket of popcorn, please." A big bucket. The salesperson filled a bottle of popcorn and handed it to Ye Feng. He looked at Ye Feng with a smile and said, "Are you alone, little brother? I get off work at 9 o'clock. If you don't mind, we can have a drink." Ye Feng shuddered. "Sister, don't you look in the mirror before you go out." He took the popcorn and ran away. Li Xiana saw Ye Feng running over with a bucket of popcorn and asked in confusion, "Brother Feng, why are you running? You're sweating so much. Here's some paper. Wipe yourself quickly." Ye Feng took the paper and wiped the sweat off his forehead. He couldn't say that he ran away because he was harassed by an older woman. That would be too embarrassing, so he had to make up a white lie. "Xiao Na, I was afraid of delaying the movie, so I ran back quickly." Seeing that Li Xiana had no doubts, he quickly wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, "Boys should learn to protect themselves when going out." After queuing up to check their tickets, the two walked into the dim cinema and found their seats in the dim light. They could hear other audience members talking in low voices around them. As the lights in the screening room gradually dimmed and the picture on the screen began to flicker, the two became immersed in the movie. The story is about a love between students. They work hard together and strive to be admitted to the same university. When they are about to get married, the heroine dies unexpectedly. The hero insists on completing the wedding and ends up dying alone and depressed. After watching the movie, Li Xiana cried her heart out. She grabbed Ye Feng's arm and kept wiping her tears, and Ye Feng kept comforting her. "Xiao Na, let's go eat. My stomach is starting to protest. You should eat something too, or you won't have the energy to keep crying." Li Xiana burst into laughter. How could you persuade people like that? She didn't expect Brother Feng to be a straight man. The two of them didn't go too far and just found a barbecue restaurant in Wonder and started eating. The charcoal fire burned slowly in the oven, making crackling sounds. As the meat slices kept rolling in the oven, the aroma soon filled the air. Li Xiana picked up a piece of beef and placed it on the lettuce, evenly brushed it with the dipping sauce, paired it with a few slices of garlic, and rolled it up skillfully. And handed it to Ye Feng. "Brother Feng, thank you for watching the movie with me today. To show my gratitude, I rolled a barbecue for you myself. Come and try it. Most people can't have it." Ye Feng took the rolled barbecue and started to taste it. Looking at Li Xiana, who was smiling with her eyes narrowed, he nodded seriously and praised her. "Xiao Na, it's delicious. The tender and juicy beef, the refreshing vegetables, and the garlic slices are really enjoyable. Most girls don't put garlic slices in it. Why do you like to put garlic slices in it?" Seeing Ye Feng finish eating, Li Xiana said happily, "I also saw it on the internet. There is a saying that goes, if you eat meat without garlic, the flavor will be half as good. Later I tried it and it was really true. However, after eating it, the taste in my mouth was quite strong." The two of them slowly savored the food, during which time Li Xiana also told many interesting stories about life. Ye Feng listened quietly, and occasionally interjected a few words. "Xiao Na, you eat first. I'm going to the bathroom and will be back soon," Ye Feng said. Just as he stood up and was about to leave, Li Xiana called him. "Brother Feng, wait a moment." Li Xiana rummaged through her bag, took out a pack of tissues and handed it to Ye Feng. Looking at the tissue handed over, Ye Feng was confused. What does this mean? I'm just going to the bathroom, why do you give me a tissue? After standing there for 3 seconds, the two reacted. Ye Feng looked at Li Xiana with a strange expression, whose face was as red as an apple due to embarrassment. He took the tissue and said thank you. Brother Feng, please don't misunderstand me. I just thought that you might wipe your hands after washing them. I don't mean anything else. Don't think too much about it. Li Xiana wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. It was so embarrassing. How could she do such a stupid thing? If her roommates knew about this, she would be laughed at to death by them. It was so embarrassing. Looking at Li Xiana's explanation, which was trying to cover up the truth, Ye Feng smiled and turned to go to the bathroom. This junior school girl was so adorable. Ye Feng tidied his clothes in the bathroom, then went to the cashier to pay. He successfully got the cash back. When he walked back, he found a woman with a delicate face and fashionable dress standing next to Li Xiana, and the two seemed to have had an argument. Ye Feng hurried over, looked at the angry Li Xiana and asked, "Xiana, what happened?" Li Xiana explained what happened with a feeling of grievance. It turns out that this woman is Li Xiana's high school classmate Mu Tong. In high school, Mu Tong fell in love with a boy named Jing Buyan, but Jing Buyan confessed his love to Li Xiana, but Li Xiana did not accept him. Mu Tong found Jing Buyan to express her feelings, but was rejected. Mu Tong felt insulted and has been slandering Li Xiana ever since. Today, I came here to find fault because I saw the location of Li Xiana's circle of friends. After listening to Li Xiana's explanation, Ye Feng looked at Mu Tong strangely. This girl was very pretty, but her train of thought was really peculiar. Hey, Li Xiana, this is your lover, right? I don't think she's that good, far inferior to Brother Buyan. Brother Buyan is not only handsome, but also the heir to Jing Group. Your vision is still as bad as before. Seeing Ye Feng coming, Mu Tong made sarcastic remarks, but she was very jealous in her heart. Why did every handsome guy like this little bitch Li Xiana? How is she worse than her? Hearing Mu Tong's harsh words, Ye Feng's face darkened. He really wanted to slap this woman, but his education did not allow him to hit a woman. Chapter 10: Li Xiana's Confession. Li Xiana was immediately furious when she heard Mu Tong mocking Ye Feng. She rushed up and retorted, "You can say I am okay, but you are not allowed to say my brother Feng. In my heart, Brother Feng is the best, no one can compare to him." Oh. You're still protecting me, Li Xiana, you're really good at pretending to be cute and pitiful every day, aren't you tired? Empress Hua said it well, bitches are just hypocritical. You'd better apologize to Xiana. Otherwise you will regret it. Ye Feng said coldly. I apologize? What a joke. You are not a good thing either to be with a bitch like Li Xiana. You two dogs and bitches are really a perfect match together. Har har. Mu Tong's jealousy grew stronger when she saw Ye Feng defending Li Xiana. With a slap landed on Mu Tong's face. Mu Tong covered her face with her hands, looking incredulous. Li Xiana, this bitch, actually dared to hit her. After she came to her senses, she rushed towards Li Xiana like a madman. You little bitch, you dare to hit me, I will fight you. Ye Feng was stunned by the scene just now. He didn't expect that Li Xiana had such a tough side. Seeing Mu Tong rushing towards Li Xiana, Ye Feng hurriedly stood in front of her and stopped the crazy Mu Tong. At this time, the security of the mall also arrived and pulled a few people apart. Looking at the onlookers, Li Xiana looked at Ye Feng apologetically, and Ye Feng gave her a reassuring look in return. When Mu Tong saw the security guard coming, he knew that it was impossible to avenge the slap today, so he said something harsh and ran away in shame. Ye Feng compensated for the damaged items and left with Li Xiana. Li Xiana lowered her head and followed Ye Feng all their way to the car. She felt that she had left a bad impression on Ye Feng today and was worried that Ye Feng would ignore her in the future. Looking at Li Xiana, whose head was almost buried under the car seat, Ye Feng laughed. You were so heroic just now, why are you like a quail now? Brother Feng, should I have done something wrong? But I really couldn't help it. It doesn't matter what she says about me. But when she says about you, it's not okay. Brother Feng, in my heart, you are the best. Maybe you will ignore me in the future, but I still want to tell you that I like you since the first time we met. At that time, I wanted to confess my love to you, but later I learned that you had a girlfriend, so I backed off. I could only watch you silently from a distance and suppress this feeling in my heart. When I learned that you broke up, I couldn't help but want to get close to you and find various opportunities to contact you, hoping that you would notice my existence. I am really sorry for today. I have caused you trouble." After saying that, Li Xiana stood up and got out of the car. Ye Feng pulled Li Xiana back. He had already seen through the thoughts of this lovely junior high school girl. He was not a fool, so how could he not know her little thoughts? Ye Feng did not refuse to get along with Li Xiana and accompanied her to the movies, which shows that he also likes her. However, after experiencing betrayal once, he dared not easily start a relationship again. But now Li Xiana is so proactive, if he pretends not to know, he will really lose this person. "You're leaving like this without even hearing my answer." Li Xiana returned to her seat and stared at Ye Feng nervously. She wanted to say something but didn't dare to open her mouth for fear of getting a negative answer. "I can see that you like me, but I'll be the one to confess my feelings. Xiana, will you be my girlfriend?" Ye Feng looked at Li Xiana and said seriously. An excited look emerged on Li Xiana's face. She jumped from the passenger seat to Ye Feng and kissed him hard. She had been waiting for this kiss for 2 years and looking forward to it for 2 years. At this moment, it seemed as if time had stopped and she felt a sweetness she had never felt before. After a long time, their lips parted, their eyes met, and they smiled at each other. "Brother Feng, please take me back to school." Li Xiana looked at Ye Feng sweetly. From now on, this handsome guy would be her boyfriend. She felt happy just thinking about it. Not long after, the two returned to Shanghai University. They walked hand in hand on the campus path. The moonlight sprinkled on the quiet trees around them, as if they were covered with a silver dress. Li Xiana kept circling beside Ye Feng, and her cheerful steps told of her joy like a dance. Li Xiana took Ye Feng to every corner of the campus, as if making up for the regrets of the past 2 years. "Xiao Na, Senior Ye Feng, you too." Shannan, who was passing by, saw the two holding hands and walking, and her mouth opened in shock. She knew that Li Xiao Na liked Ye Feng, but it had only been a few days. Could it be so successful so soon? No wonder they say that it takes a mountain for a man to pursue a woman, but it takes a layer of gauze for a woman to pursue a man. Shannan covered her eyes with her hands and said jokingly, "I didn't see anything, Xiana, I really didn't see you and Senior Ye Feng walking hand in hand." "Nan, you are so annoying. You actually made fun of me. Look at my scratching dragon claw hand." Li Xiana let go of Ye Feng's hand and rushed forward to play with Shannan. Seeing that Li Ji's supermarket was not far away, Ye Feng said to the two of them, "Xiao Na, Shannan, let's go to the supermarket to buy some things." After hearing Ye Feng's words, the two stopped fighting, came to Ye Feng, and went to the supermarket together. "Brother Li, I'm busy. How's my nephew? Is he feeling better?" When Zhao Li saw that it was Ye Feng who brought two beauties over, his eyes lit up and he said happily, "Your nephew is much better. Why did you bring two beauties here today? Which one is your girlfriend?" Ye Feng pointed at Li Xiana and said, "This is my girlfriend, Li Xiana, and this is her roommate Shannan. Brother Li, I brought your friend here today, so you have to give me a discount." "You kid, I've never given you a discount before. Go and take your girlfriend to choose something to eat." Ye Feng took the two girls to choose snacks, taking a few of this and a few of that, and soon the shopping cart was full. The three of them pushed the shopping cart to the front desk to check out. Zhao Li looked at the full car and joked, "Ye Feng, you really bought a lot. You are very good to your girlfriend." "Brother Li, it's not that we don't know what Xiana likes to eat, so just bring a few more. Besides, there are 4 people in their dormitory, so it wouldn't be appropriate if we don't buy more." After paying the bill, Ye Feng took Li Xiana back to the dormitory with several bags of snacks. At the dormitory door, Heather took the bag very tactfully and went upstairs first, leaving the two of them some time alone. Li Xiana looked at Ye Feng affectionately, hugged him and whispered, "Brother Feng, thank you, I am so happy today, and your embrace is so warm." After that, she ran back to the dormitory. Ye Feng smiled as he looked at Li Xiana's back. Sweet love is so good. Before, he and Meng Yu could not be called in love at all. It was only one-sided giving by him. He was a pure bootlicker who just had the reputation of a boyfriend. Chapter 11 Cloud Villa obtained. Li Xiana ran back to the dormitory and opened the door, only to see the 3 girls staring at her with smiles on their faces. Among them, Sun Jingjing and Li Bingbing were acting out the scene that had just happened downstairs. Li Xianar blushed immediately and ran to the bed and covered her face with the quilt. The three girls were not willing to let her go so easily, and they pulled her up together. Xiao Na, tell me quickly, how did you trick our school idol, Senior Ye Feng, into getting his hands on you? That's right, tell me quickly, that's my dream girl, and you actually tricked her into getting her. No way, I'm so cute, why can't Brother Feng like me? You are just jealous of my talent and beauty, hee hee. The three girls looked at the boastful Li Xiana and rushed up to her and started scratching her. Have mercy, three ladies, I will speak. Isn't it enough for me to speak? Then he told what happened today. It seems that your classmate Mu Tong not only failed to hurt you today, but also helped you a lot. Hee hee, it's really a case of losing the rice while trying to steal the chicken. Li Bingbing sighed. Yes, Xiana, you are really a fool with good fortune. If Mu Tong knew about this, she would be so mad that she would die, har har. Sun Jingjing also laughed. Our Xiana has finally seen the light at the end of the tunnel. You two may not know this, but she has been in love with Senior Ye Feng since she first entered the school. At that time, she even asked me to help her find out about the senior. Now she has finally got what she wanted. Shannan revealed the little secret to the two. Hee hee, so many delicious foods can't fill your mouths, so I won't give you any more. After saying that, Li Xiana was about to grab the snacks, and then a new round of fighting started. In Tianjin, Yilin's mouth twitched as she watched Yi's father and mother sitting on the sofa watching TV. This old couple quarreled every day over watching TV, and after the quarrel, they showed their affection in front of her as if nothing had happened. It was really speechless. Yilin picked up her phone and sent a message to Ye Feng. Brother, when will you come back? I haven't seen you for a long time. Your poor sister can't stand watching your parents show their affection every day. It's too much for me as a single dog. On the other side, Ye Feng had just returned to Thompson Epine and was lying on his soft big bed, grinning foolishly. When his cell phone rang, he thought it was a message from Li Xiana, but when he opened it, it turned out to be a message from Yilin. Little girl, I will be back in 2 days. Don't worry, I won't miss your graduation party. Just pretend that mom and dad didn't see it. I was your brother too. Hee hee, as long as they are happy, that's all. At this time, a phone call came in. Ye Feng looked at the number and saw that it was Sun Ming's call, so he pressed the answer button. Mr. Yi, I'm so sorry to bother you so late. I have already contacted the Shen family about the Cloud Villa I mentioned last time. The head of the Shen family wants to invite you to the Cloud Villa tomorrow morning to discuss in detail. I wonder if it is convenient for you. Ye Feng thought about it, and since he had nothing to do tomorrow, he agreed. After agreeing on a time, he hung up the phone. I hope the Cloud Villa can be raised a little higher tomorrow, hee hee, then the cashback will be very considerable. After Ye Feng washed up, he returned to bed, chatted with Yilin and Li Xiana for a while, and then fell asleep. The sunlight poured in through the floor-to-ceiling windows and shone onto Ye Feng's face. Feeling the warmth, Ye Feng gradually woke up. He felt so lucky. It was another day to be alive. He opened the curtains and looked at the busy people outside, who were constantly running for a living. He felt emotional. He was once one of them. Since the arrival of the system, his life has undergone earth-shaking changes. He has unimaginable wealth and a sweet love. So money is a good thing. It can solve 99% of the troubles in the world. Ye Feng washed up, changed his clothes, and came to the mirror. Looking at the spirited young man in the mirror, he said narcissistically, "He's so handsome." After taking a look at the time, Ye Feng went downstairs and prepared to leave. He had an appointment with the head of the Shen family today, and it would not be good to be late. Get in the car, turn on the navigation, and set off for the Cloud Villa. Since we avoided the morning rush hour, the journey was relatively smooth and we arrived at our destination quickly. Sun Ming, who was standing at the door, saw Ye Feng coming and trotted over to help Ye Feng open the car door. He said enthusiastically, "Mr. Yi, you are here. Please wait a moment. I will contact them right away." Sun Ming went to the security room outside the gate and explained his purpose. The security guard verified the situation with the head of the Shen family and let him pass. Under the guidance of Sun Ming, Ye Feng came to the gate number 6 of Yunduan Villa, parked the car, and Sun Ming pressed the doorbell. Soon the door was opened, and a little girl about 10 years old poked her head out, looking at Ye Feng and the others curiously with her big eyes. Big brother, you are so beautiful. Mia likes you so much. Can you play with me? A figure also appeared in front of the door, with a tall figure, handsome face, and a pair of deep and wise eyes looking at the little girl with loving care, but the fatigue on his face could not be concealed. Meow, this is Dad's friend. Go play with him for a while. Dad wants to talk about some work. Dad will play with you later. Okay? Shinruomia looked at Ye Feng aggrievedly, nodded slowly, and left reluctantly. Shinharan was very surprised to see such a young Ye Feng. This villa is worth 1 billion Chinese yuan. It seems that Ye Feng's identity is not simple. Then he adjusted his state and said, "This must be Mr. Yi, I am Shinharan. I didn't expect Mr. Yi to be so young. He is really promising at a young age. My daughter is naughty, please don't mind. Mr. Shin is very polite. Your daughter is very cute and I like her very much." Ye Feng was also surprised when he saw Shinharan, who was in his early 30s. He originally thought that as the head of the family, he must be over 50 years old. It seemed that he had a lot of stories. Shinharan invited the two into his study, served them 2 cups of tea, and then got down to business. "Mr. Yi, I heard from Sun Ming that you are interested in buying this villa. I wonder if you have heard of it. This cloud villa is the best in the entire Magic City. When the family bought it, it cost 800 million Chinese yuan. With the appreciation of the land, the price is now over 1 billion Chinese yuan. If Mr. Yi is willing to buy it, I am willing to sell it to you for 800 million Chinese yuan." Ye Feng couldn't let him sell it at a low price, this was a huge cashback, so he quickly said, "Master Shin, Ye Feng, I'm not a person who takes advantage of others, so let's make a deal at 1 billion Chinese yuan. Afterwards, Ye Feng asked Shinharan for his account number and transferred 1 billion Chinese yuan to him. Congratulations to their host, you spent 1 billion Chinese yuan and got a cashback of 100 billion Chinese yuan, which has been deposited into the Supreme Black Card with the last number 8888. Ye Feng was very excited when he saw the long string of numbers in his global bank account. In the whole of China, there might be many people with a net worth of hundreds of billions, but there are only a few who have a cash flow of hundreds of billions. Chapter 12: Investing in Shins. Shinharan, who was standing by, was also very surprised when he saw the arrival information, because he saw that it was transferred from a personal account of Global Bank. Such a large personal transfer amount could only mean that Ye Feng was the owner of the Global Bank's Supreme Black Card. This mysterious Mr. Yi must have a deep background. Ye Feng also handed over the transfer matters to Sun Ming. He was very satisfied with Sun Ming. He thought Sun Ming was capable, but too flattering to him. "Master Shin, I heard from Sun Ming that the Shin family has encountered problems with its capital chain. Could you please tell me about it? Maybe I can help." Ye Feng now has a large amount of funds in his hands, and he also wants to own some industries. Besides, he cannot let go of such a good opportunity to take advantage of the system. Shinharan's eyes lit up. He knew that Ye Feng had terrifying cash flow and was willing to use his strength to save the Shin family. "Mr. Yi, I am a few years older than you, so I am arrogant and call you Brother Yi. This is a long story. My Shin family has developed smoothly in the past few years, and its size has reached 50 billion Chinese yuan. All the credit goes to my sister, Shin Haiyue. She has a unique vision and a high talent for business. She doubled the market value of the company in just 2 years. After seeing my sister's talent, the Fang family, one of the 4 major families in Magic City, planned to let their youngest son Fang Jiping, who was uneducated and unskilled, marry into my Shin family. My father strongly opposed it at the time, and when Fang Jiping was entangled with my sister, he was kicked in the lower body and could not move from then on. My Shin family suffered crazy revenge from the Fang family, and various industries were madly suppressed. My father also died of a sudden heart attack because of this. It can be said that my Shin family and the Fang family have a deep hatred. Brother Yi, if you help my Shin family, the Fang family will definitely hold a grudge against you, so you have to think carefully." Seeing Shinharan's frankness, Ye Feng no longer had any worries. He was also very curious about the talented girl Shin Haiyue. He was not afraid of being hated by the Fang family. He had a system. How could he be worthy of the system if he was afraid of this and that? "Brother Shin, I have decided to invest in the Shin family. How much money do you think it will take?" Shinharan was shocked. After he finished speaking, he no longer held out hope that Ye Feng would invest. It would be very unwise for the Shen family to go against the giant Feng family. Brother Yi, thank you so much. The current market value of the Shen family is about 35 billion Chinese yuan. If you invest 10 billion Chinese yuan, I am willing to give you 35% of the shares. Brother Shen, let the legal department draft the contract. My investment will be credited to your account at any time. Shen Haoran hurriedly contacted the legal department to draft an equity transfer contract and sent it to the Cloud Villa. Ye Feng took a look and found no problem, so he signed his name and then transferred 10 billion Chinese yuan. Brother Yi, thank you so much. Don't worry, I will never let you down. Ye Feng was very confused at this time. 10 billion Chinese yuan had been spent, but why was there no response from the system? System, why is there no cashback? Host, the system provides cashback for consumption. Investment in shares does not fall within the scope of consumption, so you will not receive cashback. Why didn't you say so earlier? Host, you didn't ask. You rebellious son. Tell me, how can investment and acquisition be considered consumption? Host, the cumulative cashback has reached 10 trillion. After the system upgrade. Only then will all your spending be counted towards the cashback, which will be distributed in the form of points. For every 100 million Chinese yuan spent, 1 point will be awarded. At the same time, the points mall will be opened. Please continue to work hard. After finishing the conversation with the system, the three of them left the study. Seeing Ye Feng appear, Shen Ruomia rushed over and hugged him. Big brother, have you finished talking to Dad about work? Can you play with me now? Shen Haoran looked at his daughter and said, Meow meow, Dad has sold this house to Uncle Ye Feng. We need to pack up our things and move to another home. Big brother, can I still come here to play in the future? Looking at Shen Ruomia, who was full of expectation, Ye Feng squatted down, stroked her head and said, Meow meow can come anytime, brother always welcomes you. Brother Shen, don't worry, you can pack slowly, I won't come to live here for a while. Big brother, you are so nice. Shen Ruomia kissed Ye Feng on the face. After playing with Xia Ruomia for a while, Ye Feng said goodbye and left. Ye Feng returned to the car, opened his mobile phone, looked at the air tickets from Shanghai to Tianjin, and after some consideration, he chose a first-class ticket for 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thinking that he would soon meet his parents and younger sister whom he hadn't seen for a long time, Ye Feng felt excited and decided to pick out some gifts. I drove to Wonder Plaza and arrived at Patek Philippe, which was familiar to me. When the clerk Mo Qingqing saw Ye Feng coming, she greeted him enthusiastically, because Ye Feng left such a deep impression on her. The last time he bought her a Patek Philippe Phantom worth 7 million, and he was so handsome. It would be great if something could happen between her and such a handsome boy. Hello, Mr. Yi. I am the shop assistant Mo Qingqing. Welcome to visit us again. Ye Feng looked at her and felt that she was familiar. It should be Mo Qingqing who received him last time. He walked up to her and said, Please recommend 2 watches for me, one for middle-aged men and one for young girls. Mo Qingqing thought for a moment and then took Ye Feng to the display case. Mr. Yi, this Patek Philippe time is very suitable for your requirements. This men's watch is designed to be stable and elegant, yet very low-key. It uses the highest quality materials. It is not only extremely accurate, but also has drop-proof and waterproof features. The price is 3.5 million Chinese yuan. I want this one. Can you recommend a women's watch? Mr. Yi, please move over here. This beating youth watch is specially designed for young girls. The pink appearance makes it look more youthful and energetic. And the reputation of Patek Philippe is the best guarantee of quality. The price of this watch is 2.8 million Chinese yuan. Ye Feng carefully observed the beating piece of youth. It really matched Yi Lin and Li Xiana. Thinking that he had never given a gift to Li Xiana, Ye Feng decided to buy 2 pieces. I like this dancing youth very much. I want 2 pieces. Please pack them separately for me. Okay, Mr. Yi, please wait a moment, I will pack it for you. Mo Qingqing quickly brought over 3 gift boxes. The men's watch was in a blue gift box and the women's watch was in a pink gift box. Ye Feng paid with his card and left. Mo Qingqing was dazed as she watched Ye Feng's leaving back. Qingqing, stop looking. Mr. Yi has already gone far away. A young and wealthy man like him would not look down on us. Sister Zhang, I don't. I just fantasize that Mr. Yi is my boyfriend. I never get tired of looking at that charming face of his, especially since he is so rich. Har har, yes, who wouldn't like a handsome and rich boy? Chapter 13, Choosing a Gift. Ye Feng did not walk far after leaving. At this time, he was thinking about what gift to give to his mother. He was strolling around casually and saw a jewelry store not far away. Ye Feng walked over and came into the store. "Welcome to Dafu Jewelry, sir. If you need anything, you can tell me. You can also take a look for yourself first," the salesperson said enthusiastically as he looked at Ye Feng, who walked into the store. It was also Ye Feng's first time to come to a jewelry store. He was not familiar with the place, so he responded, "I want to buy a jade bracelet for my mother. Can you take me to have a look?" "Yes, sir, please follow me." I followed the salesperson to the booth and looked at the dazzling array of bracelets, but I didn't know how to choose for a moment. Seeing Ye Feng like this, the salesperson introduced at the right time, "Sir, look at this pair of Xingyang green bracelets, which are very suitable for middle-aged ladies to wear." Following the salesperson's introduction, Ye Feng had a simple understanding of jadeite. After looking around, he found that the prices ranged from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. Thinking of how his mother would get mad if she knew that he bought a 3.5 million watch for his father and a bracelet worth hundreds of thousands for her, Ye Feng shuddered and hurriedly told the salesperson, "Do you have any bracelets of better quality? The price is probably over 3.5 million. Sir, please wait a moment. I have an icy jade bracelet that meets your requirements. I will go to the store manager to apply for it." Soon after, the salesperson and the store manager came carefully holding a brocade box. The store manager carefully placed the brocade box in the center of the table, fearing that it would break by accident. "Hello, sir. This is the icy jadeite bracelet you wanted to see." Ye Feng observed it carefully. The texture of this jade bracelet was delicate and smooth, and it sparkled with a soft luster under the light. It was extremely transparent and the internal texture could be clearly seen. At this time, a woman with a fat face rushed over, grabbed the bracelet and started trying it on. This gentleman saw the bracelet first," the salesperson said hurriedly. "HMPH, so what if he saw it? He didn't pay for it. It's mine once I put it on my hand. Tell me how much it is. I'll buy it," the woman said arrogantly. "Baby, only you are worthy of this bracelet," a handsome man in his early 20s said flatteringly. Ye Feng tried hard to suppress his nausea when he saw this scene. He could really call her baby. It seemed that she was a little puppy being kept. "Give this bracelet to this lady. I don't really want it anymore." Ye Feng felt sick when he saw the fat woman. Why would he want something that she had touched? But then something even more disgusting happened. "Little brother, you are sensible. Are you interested in following me? As long as you have good physical strength, I guarantee that I will buy you a car in a year and a house in 5 years. Please think about it." After the middle-aged woman said this, she threw a coquettish glance at Ye Feng. Ye Feng couldn't stand it anymore and started to dry heave into the trash can. Then he pointed at the middle-aged woman and cursed, "You fat bitch, you look like a pig. You're making me sick to death. Get out." The middle-aged woman was instantly furious. What she hated most in her life was people calling her fat and calling her a pig. She immediately rushed towards Ye Feng. Ye Feng dodged to the side, only to see the middle-aged woman hit the wall heavily. The young man ran away immediately. He went up to her and helped her up with great effort. "Baby, are you okay? I'm so worried. Let me see if you're hurt." The middle-aged woman raised her hand and slapped the man, angrily saying, "Come on, beat him so hard that his mother won't recognize him." As soon as the man rushed forward, Ye Feng kicked him to the ground. Seeing this, the middle-aged woman became obedient and dared not move forward again. "You are so cruel, boy. Sooner or later you will fall into my hands." "Oh. It seems that you are quite powerful. What do you do? How could this person fall into your hands?" Ye Feng asked her with a smile. "Kid, I work in the funeral industry. Are you scared?" "Humph." Yi Chen immediately jumped aside. This was so damn unlucky. The middle-aged woman kicked the young man who was lying on the ground pretending to be dead twice. "Stop pretending to be dead and follow me." Upon hearing this, the young man immediately stood up and followed the middle-aged woman to leave. At this time, the store manager immediately came over and stopped him. Madam, this bracelet costs 3.8 million Chinese yuan. Would you like to pay by credit card? Or transfer money? What? Why is it so expensive? Hearing this, the store manager gave a look and several salesmen gathered around. The middle-aged woman had no choice but to swipe her card and ran away in shame. Ye Feng looked at the store manager and asked, "Manager, do you have any bracelets of this quality or higher?" The store manager thought for a moment and said, "Indeed, there is one, but it's not in the store. There's an imperial green bracelet at the Magic City main store, but the price is 100 million Chinese yuan. If you need it, I can contact the main store to send it to you, but I need to verify the capital, so please forgive me." Ye Feng didn't care and opened his phone to show it to the store manager. When the store manager saw the long string of numbers, he stood there in shock. After he came to his senses, he quickly invited Ye Feng to the VIP room. Half an hour later, a team of security personnel escorted an exquisite box to the Dafu Jewelry Wonder store. In the VIP room, a mature, steady, middle-aged man with bright eyes opened the box skillfully. "Mr. Yi, I am Zhu Mingjie, the person in charge of Dafu Jewelry in Shanghai. Thank you for choosing Dafu Jewelry. This is a glass-type imperial green bracelet. Please appreciate it." Ye Feng walked forward and saw that the imperial green bracelet had an almost transparent texture, exuding a rich green color, and its surface was as smooth as a mirror. It lay quietly in the box like a work of art. Ye Feng decided at first sight that he wanted him. He turned around and said to Zhu Mingjie, "Mr. Zhu, I want this bracelet. I'll just pay with my credit card. This bracelet is simply perfect." Ye Feng took out the black card, threw it to Zhu Mingjie, and continued to look at the bracelet. "Congratulations to their host, you spent 100 million Chinese yuan and got a cashback of 10 billion Chinese yuan, which has been deposited into the supreme black card with the last number 8888. Ye Feng took the black card handed over by Zhu Mingjie, took the bracelet, and left. Returning to the car, he carefully packed up the gifts he had purchased today, leaving only a pink gift box on the passenger seat, and drove to Magic City University. When he arrived at the dormitory door, Ye Feng sent a message to Li Xiana. After a while, Li Xiana ran out happily and rushed into Ye Feng's arms. "Brother Feng, I miss you so much." He. After a long time, the two separated and Ye Feng handed the gift to Li Xiana. "Guess what's in there?" I won't guess. I like whatever Brother Feng gives me." The two of them held hands and walked around the campus, enjoying the leisure time. Passing by a supermarket, Ye Feng bought 2 bottles of lemonade, and then the two sat down on a nearby bench. Chapter 14 Returning Home. "Xiao Na, I have a flight tomorrow morning and will be home for a few days. Brother Feng, I won't be able to see you for several days. Remember to think of me when you go home, and don't fail to reply to my messages." Ye Feng looked at Li Xiana and touched her head lovingly. It felt so good to be cared for by someone. "Don't worry, how could I not reply to your message? You're so cute, I don't think you're enough." Li Xiana nodded with a smile, leaning on Ye Feng's shoulder, her face full of happiness. "Brother Feng, it would be great if I were older. If I were the same age as you, I would have met you earlier and married you earlier." Ye Feng hugged her waist tightly. "This silly girl. Don't worry, I see all living things as grass and trees, but I see you as a green mountain. No matter what happens in this life, I will never give up on you." The two of them just snuggled up to each other quietly. Silence was better than words at this moment. Two hearts close to each other were better than 1,000 words. The sky gradually darkened, and the two smiled at each other and said at the same time, "Let's go eat." They both laughed at the same time. Some people have known each other for a long time, but they are worlds apart. Some people have just met, but it seems like they have known each other for 1,000 years. "Brother Feng, you have to catch a flight tomorrow, so I'll treat you to the cafeteria today." I once fantasized about eating in the cafeteria with Brother Feng. "Hey, I have a big appetite, you're going to spend money today." The two walked hand in hand towards the cafeteria. Along the way, people kept exclaiming, saying that they were a handsome man and a beautiful woman, a match made in heaven. "Brother Feng, what do you want to eat?" Ye Feng thought for a while and said, "I'll order some steamed dumplings and a bowl of egg soup." "Then please wait a moment, sir. The waiter will be back soon." After saying that, he skipped away. What a lively girl. Just think about it, my life will be filled with happiness after I marry her. "Sir, your dumplings and egg soup are here. Please enjoy." After saying that, he sat down opposite Ye Feng and started eating together. "Xiao Na, do you like to eat soup dumplings too?" Ye Feng asked in surprise, looking at the same food on the table. "Shouldn't girls like to eat things like snail noodles and rice vermicelli?" He, I want to try the food that Brother Feng likes, but it's a pity that there are no pancakes from Jincheng here, otherwise I would definitely try it." Looking at her serious expression, Ye Feng felt a wave of warmth. After dinner, at Li Xiana's repeated request, Ye Feng had no choice but to send her back to the dormitory, and then he went home obediently to sleep. There was no other way, because he had to catch a flight the next morning. When Li Xiana returned to the dormitory, 3 gossipers immediately surrounded her. "Xiao Na, why don't you share your thoughts on the date? Ye, tell me, did you kiss the senior?" Heather noticed that she was carrying a pink gift box and her eyes immediately lit up. "Xiao Na, is this a gift from Senior Ye Feng? Open it and take a look." Under the coercion of the 3 people, Li Xianar obediently opened the gift box, and an exquisite pink watch appeared in front of everyone. Li Bingbing saw the brand of the watch at a glance and looked at Li Xianar in surprise. "Xiao Na, this is actually a Patek Philippe. The top luxury watch." Sun Jingjing, who was standing by, immediately took out her cell phone to check. "Xiao Na, this is a new Patek Philippe beating youth, the price is 2.8 million Chinese yuan. Xiao Na, I didn't expect that Senior Ye Feng is such a rich guy. He, you have to treat us to delicious food. I want to eat snail noodles with pig's feet." Li Xiana was also shocked. 2.8 million Chinese yuan. Is Brother Feng so arrogant? Bingbing, Heather, Jingjing, I feel that I cannot accept this gift, it is too valuable. I want to return it to Brother Feng. I am not with him for these things. Hearing her words, the 3 nodded and agreed with her idea. At this time, Ye Feng, who was lying on the bed and watching short videos, received a message from Li Xiana. "Brother Feng, the gift you gave me is too valuable. I can't accept it. I want to return it to you." Ye Feng looked at the message and felt distressed. He didn't expect that the first gift he gave to Li Xiana would not be accepted because it was too expensive. After organizing his words, Ye Feng replied, "Xiao Na, I don't know whether you are rejecting the gift or me. When I chose this watch, my first feeling was that it is very suitable for you, not its value. I want to give you all the watches that are suitable for you. This is not about money, but because you are my girlfriend and I want to share with you. Brother Feng, I'm not rejecting you, it's just too expensive. If I accept it, I feel like I'm with you just for your money. Xiao Na, I know your character, so I don't think you're with me just for money. If you don't want it, then you can only give it to someone else. You don't want that to happen, do you?" After Ye Feng's constant persuasion, Li Xiana finally accepted it reluctantly. Women are so hard to understand. I don't want to sleep. The next morning, Ye Feng got up early, packed his things, took a taxi, and went straight to the airport. I passed the security check smoothly and took my seat under the guidance of the flight attendant. Ye Feng took out his mobile phone, adjusted the angle, took a selfie, and sent it to Li Xiana. "Xiao Na, I'm already on board, don't worry." Putting away his phone, Ye Feng lay down in his seat and rested quietly. Not far away, several graceful stewardesses in uniform were chatting. "Lily, I just found a handsome boy in the first-class cabin. His deep eyes and high nose bridge are really attractive. If I didn't have a boyfriend, I would have wanted to chase him. Are you interested? How about we switch classes? Sister Hong, is this true? I'll go check it out later. I love looking at handsome guys the most. I promise you'll be charmed to death. I think the handsome boy is well dressed. He must be a rich boy. Lily, you must seize the opportunity." Soon, I began to feel a sense of weightlessness and the plane took off. As it rose steadily, my vision gradually widened and I could see the scenery on the ground. Ye Feng, who was resting with his eyes closed, heard footsteps approaching. He slowly opened his eyes and a beautiful and charming face appeared in front of him. Her facial features were like a finely crafted work of art. She smiled warmly and said softly, "Hello, sir. Would you like something to drink? We have tea, red wine, orange juice, and cola." Ye Feng looked at this familiar face and asked tentatively, "Molly?" Molly also looked at his face carefully at this time, and said in surprise, "Ye Feng. Ye Feng smiled and looked at Molly and said, "Old classmate, long time no see. Yeah, it's been almost 4 years since we graduated. Look how successful you have become. Wearing a money, you look like a rich man. Stop teasing me. By the way, were you recommended by the school to come here for an internship?" "Yes, I have just completed an internship for 3 months. I will be able to officially start working after graduation. Old classmate, please leave me your contact information. I want to cling to the thighs of the rich." Hee hee. Chapter 15: Buying a car. After exchanging contact information, Molly brought him a glass of orange juice, agreed to let him treat her to a big meal, and then left. Ye Feng also fell into deep thought. He and Molly were classmates and also sat at the same table. During the busy and youthful years of high school, the two became best friends, helping each other and undermining each other. But later, Molly failed to declare her love to Ye Feng, and with her parents' divorce, her personality gradually became withdrawn, and the relationship between the two gradually became unfamiliar. Seeing Molly coming back, Sister Hong stepped forward and asked, "Isn't he handsome?" "Molly, you have to seize the opportunity." Molly smiled bitterly and said, "Love is love, but the water is not. He used to be my desk mate, and I confessed to him, but was rejected. He said he only saw me as a friend. After graduation, we didn't contact each other for 4 years. Now that we meet, I have let it go. It's good to be friends." 2.5 hours later, the plane landed safely at Tianjin Airport. Ye Feng said goodbye to Molly and left. After leaving the airport, I felt that the air of my hometown, although not fresh, was full of nostalgia. Home is the concern of every wanderer. No matter where you are, there is always a feeling of attachment and longing for home in your heart. Adjust your mindset, get in the car and head home. When he arrived at his home, Ye Feng calmed down his excitement and knocked on the door. My mother's nagging voice came from inside the door. "Who is it? It's the middle of the day, and you came at a good time. I just made lunch." When she opened the door and saw Ye Feng standing at the door, Ye's mother was stunned for a moment. After she reacted, she pulled him into their house and complained to her eldest son, whom she hadn't seen for half a year, "You little brat, you didn't even tell me you were coming back. You've grown wings, haven't you? You haven't eaten yet, come on, I just made egg noodles, you eat first, I'll see what I'm making." Seeing my mother was about to go to the kitchen to cook again, I quickly grabbed her. "Mom, no thanks. I haven't had the egg noodles you made for a long time. This will do. Okay, what do you want to eat tonight? Mom will make it for you. If Yilin knew you were coming back today, she would be so happy. You don't know, she keeps nagging about when you will come back, it almost annoys me to death." Mother Yi kept muttering, but her face was always filled with a happy smile. "Mom, you don't have to work so hard. Let's go out for dinner tonight. I'll treat you. I'm your son and I've made a fortune." "Son, aren't you doing an internship? How come you became rich again?" Yi's mother looked at him with confusion. "Mom, I had some bitcoins before, and I sold them because the price was good recently. That's not worth much, just keep it for yourself. Mom has money, I'll treat you tonight." Yi's mother didn't know much about virtual currency and didn't take it seriously. "Mom, where is my little sister? That girl goes out to play every day and doesn't even help me with the chores at home. It seems like she went to the beach with her classmates today." After finishing the egg noodles, Ye Feng lay down on the sofa. This was the bed he had slept on for several years. The house was not big, 90 square meters, with 2 rooms. When he was young, his parents had one room and Ye Feng and Yi Lin had another room. As Yi Lin grew up, Ye Feng moved to the sofa. After all, even siblings had to avoid suspicion. Later, his parents were worried that Ye Feng would not be able to rest well. Okay, so I suggested that he move into his parents' room, but Ye Feng didn't agree. In the end, they replaced it with a sofa bed. When he rested at night, he just pulled the bottom of the sofa and it became a bed. There are more than 100 billion Chinese yuan in the account now. Tomorrow I must take my parents and my younger sister to buy a villa. I also need to buy a car. Oh, it's still early, so Ye Feng plans to go now and buy the car first. Mom, I'm going to go out for a while and will be back before dinner. You kid, you just got home and you go out, be careful. After leaving home, Ye Feng took a taxi to Jincheng Mingchehui, a large luxury car sales company, divided into 2 floors, each floor is about 5,000 square meters. When he walked into the store, there were not many people inside, probably because it was a weekday, so Ye Feng wandered around casually. Ye Feng, are you home? You didn't even contact me when you got home, let's have a drink together. By the way, why are you here? Are you planning to buy a car? I'm a salesperson here. Tell me which one you like and I'll ask my boss to give you a discount. Ye Feng saw someone coming and went over to give him a hug. It turned out to be his childhood friend Wei Liang. I just got home today. I didn't expect to run into you while taking a walk. Come on, let's talk while we walk. I'll even introduce you to the car. Otherwise, the boss will see you and fine you again. Liangzi, what luxury cars do you have? Take me to see them. You know what? There really is a supercar that just arrived. It's the Aston Martin 177, one of the world's top supercars. It's expensive. Let me take you to the second floor to have a look. When he came to the second floor, a silver supercar immediately caught Ye Feng's attention. Wei Liang introduced, this is the Aston Martin 177. It is equipped with a naturally aspirated 7.3 LV12 engine with a maximum power of 760 horsepower and a maximum torque of 750 Nm. It can accelerate from 0 to 100 km/h in 3.5 seconds and has a maximum speed of 354 km/h. Isn't the performance particularly strong? What's even more powerful is its price, 50 million Chinese yuan. I can't make this much money in several lifetimes. Liangzi, do you have the keys? I want to sit in it and take a look. Ye Feng liked this car very much and planned to buy it. Xiao Feng, wait a minute, I'll ask the manager. I don't have the authority to use this car, but I'll try my best. After saying that, Wei Liang quickly walked towards the manager's office. After waiting for a while and seeing that Wei Liang had not come back yet, Ye Feng walked towards the manager's office next door. As soon as I walked to the door, I heard the manager swearing at Wei Liang. Who do you think you are? You're showing it to your friends. Do you know how expensive that car is? I can't even afford to pay for it even if I sell you. How can a nobody like you afford a car like this? Know your place and get out of here. Because of him, Wei Liang suffered such a scolding. Ye Feng could no longer bear the anger and kicked the door open. You bastard, come and curse my brother again, I will destroy you right now. When Wei Liang saw Ye Feng rushing in, he immediately stepped forward to hold him and said, Xiao Feng, don't be impulsive. I'm fine. Come out with me. We can't afford to offend you. Seeing Ye Feng being held back, manager Wu Fei also became bolder. Boy, do you know where this is? If you dare to cause trouble, I think you are tired of living. Also, Wei Liang, you are fired, get out of here immediately. Hearing that Wei Liang was fired, Ye Feng became even more angry. He broke free from Wei Liang and kicked Wu Fei to the ground. Chapter 16, First Encounter with Chen Zhongwen. The quarreling and fighting sounds on the second floor soon attracted many customers to watch. At this time, the security guards of Mingchuhui also arrived. They were also very dissatisfied with the manager Wu Fei, so they waited until Ye Feng finished the fight before arriving. Seeing the security guards coming, Wu Fei pointed at Ye Feng and said fiercely, "Hurry up and beat me up. Otherwise, I will fire all of you one by one." The security guards all looked at each other, and no one stepped forward. The security captain came out and said, "Manager Wu, the conflict is over now. We have no right to beat up customers of Mingchuhui." Wu Fei pointed at the security captain with a grim expression and didn't say a word. A middle-aged man came to the scene with a serious face and asked, "Who can tell me what happened?" Wu Fei rushed over immediately when he saw the person coming and cried, "Boss Chen, this Wei Liang and this kid came to our Mingchuhui to cause trouble and beat me up. Boss Chen, you have to take care of this for me." The man who came was the boss of Mingchuhui, Chen Zhongwen. Although he looked elegant, he was once a well-known figure in the underworld, but later he seized the opportunity to clean himself up. Chen Zhongwen looked at Ye Feng and Wei Liang and said, "Young man, I want an explanation." An invisible pressure pressed down on Ye Feng, stabilizing his body. Ye Feng looked at him and said slowly, "Boss Chen, I have also heard about your past deeds, but today I came to buy a car from a friend, and this Wu Fei insulted me and my friend. This is not appropriate. Indeed, it was my fault for hitting someone, and I am willing to make compensation." Chen Zhongwen looked at Ye Feng with admiration, thinking that such a young man could withstand his pressure and speak with reason and logic. Then he looked at Wu Fei. Seeing Chen Zhongwen's look, he hurriedly explained, "Mr. Chen, this guy wants to see the Aston Martin 177. How can he afford it?" I refused. "My boy, is he right? Mr. Chen, do you also think I can't afford it? I originally wanted to buy it, but now I don't want to buy it anymore." Ye Feng looked at Chen Zhongwen seriously and said, "Young man, are you admitting that you're messing around? Or are you kidding me? Playing tricks on you?" "No, I just want to ask Mr. Chen if you want to sell your luxury car. You name a price and I'll take it." "Young man, this car is worth about 1 billion. Are you sure you want it?" At this moment, Chen Zhongwen was not only admiring but also curious. He didn't know where Ye Feng got the confidence from. "Mr. Chen, I'll buy Mingchehui for 1.5 billion. I wonder if you're satisfied with the price." Chen Zhongwen looked into Ye Feng's eyes. He confirmed that the young man was serious and asked doubtfully, "Little brother, I can see that you don't care about Mingchehui. Why did you buy it?" Ye Feng pointed at Wu Fei and said, "Because of him, I want to drive him away." "Is it worth it?" "Worth." Seeing Ye Feng's affirmative answer, Chen Zhongwen nodded with satisfaction and said, "A bow, break Wu Fei's leg and drive him out of Tianjin." After a scream, Wu Fei was dragged out of the luxury car club. Chen Zhongwen smiled and said, "Now you have no reason to buy it, right? I still welcome you to buy the car. Little brother, are you interested in coming to my office for a cup of tea?" "Mr. Chen, wait a moment, I'll let my brother help first. I bought the car, otherwise I would have been a real troublemaker." He then took out the card and gave it to Wei Liang, asking him to buy a Bentley Bentayga and an Aston Martin 177, and then went to his office with Chen Zhongwen. After pouring a cup of tea for Ye Feng, Chen Zhongwen looked at him and said, "Little brother, I admire you very much. You are very similar to me when I was young, loyal, courageous, and responsible. I know it's unlikely for you to help me, so I want to make friends with you." Ye Feng originally wanted to make friends. After all, he had been in Shanghai for a long time and couldn't deal with any problems his parents had in time, so he just agreed. "Har har, from now on I will call you Brother Yi, and you can just call me Brother Chen. If you have any difficulties in the future, tell me. It may not work in other places, but in Tianjin, I still have some face for you." As a big man who has been in the underworld for more than 10 years, Chen Zhongwen has a very accurate eye for people. People like Ye Feng are definitely not easy to find. If you make friends with them as soon as possible, you will definitely get a lot of rewards in the future. But he didn't know that it was this friendship that saved him from a catastrophe in the future. "Brother Chen, you are also in the real estate industry, do you have any good villas to recommend?" "Brother, I have developed a villa area at the East Lake Resort. Go there tomorrow and take a look at any one you like. I will give it to you." "Brother Chen, I can just buy it directly. It's not much." "That's fine. You don't need this little money. Come on, brother. Let's have a drink tonight. I have a bottle of good wine." "Brother Chen, today is really not possible. I just came back from Shanghai and promised to have dinner with my parents. I'll treat you another day." "Okay, then I'll wait for you, brother." Har har. The two chatted for a while, and then Ye Feng said goodbye. After leaving the office, Wei Liang rushed over and said, "Xiao Feng, you rich guy, when did you get rich? Here, this is your card. I got a lot of money from you today. The commission from these two cars is 1.5 million. Har har, I'll treat you to a big meal someday if you're free. Okay, when I'm done with my work these few days, I'll definitely give you a good meal. Liangzi, you have to perform well. Brother Chen just said that he wants to promote you to sales director, so you have to work hard." "Yes, I will definitely work hard. If you want to be busy, go ahead and do it. I have to tell Xiaohui that this time the betrothal gifts and the house are all settled." Ye Feng asked the staff to help drive the Bentley back home, while he drove the Aston Martin 177 all their way home at full speed. Ye Feng went downstairs and waited for a while before the staff finally arrived and parked the car. Ye Feng scanned a red envelope of 1,000 yuan, and the staff left with many thanks. When he got home, Yi's father had also returned home. He was tending to the flowers and plants on the balcony. Seeing Ye Feng coming in, he immediately came out, patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Stinky boy, you didn't even tell me you were coming back so that I could pick you up. Ye's mother, who was washing clothes, yelled, "You old man, you just finished arranging the flowers and you slapped my son. You're the one who made the clothes dirty." Hearing this, Father Ye went to wash his hands dejectedly, which made Ye Feng laugh. After a while, Yilin opened the door and came back. When she saw Ye Feng, she immediately rushed up and hugged Ye Feng. "Brother, you didn't even tell me you were coming back, otherwise I wouldn't go out to play today. Okay, I brought you a gift, do you want to see it?" Yilin let go of Ye Feng and hurriedly said, "Where is it? Let me see it quickly. He, I know that brother treats me the best." Chapter 17 Gifts for Family. Ye Feng took out the prepared gifts from beside the sofa and placed them on the table. Ye's father and mother also came over at this time. Looking at the 3 exquisite gift boxes, Yilin's eyes lit up. "Brother, is this pink one mine?" I like pink the best." After saying that, he grabbed it. "Mom and Dad, this is your gift." The old couple took the gift and looked at Ye Feng with satisfaction. Their son had grown up and knew how to give back to his parents. Yilin, who was standing by, had already opened the gift box and took out the exquisite watch. She couldn't let it go and took several photos to post on her moments to show off her brother's love for her. "Dad, Mom, open it and take a look at how beautiful my watch is." Father and Mother Ye opened the gift boxes one after another. Father Ye took the watch and put it on. He couldn't hide his happiness. Ye's mother opened the gift box, and an emerald green bracelet appeared in front of the 3 of them. Mother Ye put it on her hand and loved it very much, but she took it off quickly and said, "Xiao Feng, this must be very expensive. Mom is old and doesn't need to wear these. You should give it up. I will keep the money to help you find a wife. And Lao Yi, take it off quickly. You are so old, and you still want things for children." Father Yi also took off his watch reluctantly and put it back into the box. Just as Ye Feng was trying to persuade his parents in pain, Yilin screamed, "Brother! My classmate said that the watch you gave me is a Patek Philippe. It is worth 2.8 million Chinese yuan." Yilin looked at Ye Feng in surprise. "Not only your piece, but also Dad's piece, and the price is higher." Mother Yi looked at Ye Feng nervously and said, "Xiao Feng, we can't do anything illegal. Don't worry, the source of this is absolutely legal. Little sister, please teach Mom about Bitcoin." When Yi's parents learned that the highest price of a Bitcoin was nearly 2 million Chinese yuan, they found it unbelievable. At this time, Yilin came over and asked mysteriously, "Brother, how much is Mom's bracelet?" "A small goal." After saying that, Ye Feng invited his family to go out for dinner. Yilin looked at her mother with eyes full of stars. This is a walking little goal. Coming downstairs, Ye Feng called out to his parents who were walking out. "Mom and Dad, I bought a car for Dad this afternoon. Let's drive there." "Brother, which car is it?" Ye Feng pursed his lips. Looking in the direction of Ye Feng's mouth, Yilin immediately ran over. "Brother, it's a beetle." Looking at his sister who was lying on the beetle and touching her constantly, Ye Feng was furious. He quickly walked over and grabbed her ears, pressed the car key, and then a white Bentley Bentayga next to them lit up. Yilin looked at him aggrievedly and said, "Brother, it hurts so much." "Hey, it's a Bentley. Brother, can you give me one too?" "Okay, when you pass your driver's license test, I'll give you one." "Girl, you want a car at such a young age. Xiaofeng, you've spoiled Linlin too much." Yi's mother blamed. While their mother and daughter were playing, Yi's father drove to Jinhui Restaurant. Jinhui Restaurant is one of the top Chinese restaurants in Tianjin. It specializes in a variety of cuisines. Both Chinese and Western food are outstanding, and the decoration is extremely luxurious. "Come to the front desk. Miss, give us a private room." "Sir, there is a minimum consumption for the private room." "Not many, I still suggest you sit in the lobby," the receptionist said politely. "Let's go to a private room. I want a quiet environment." The 4 of them came to the private room. Ye Feng was too lazy to order dishes and just ordered a set meal for one. Jinhui Restaurant is indeed a top-notch restaurant. The dishes came up one after another in a short while. Looking at the dazzling array of delicious food, Yilin's mouth was watering. Yi's mother looked at Ye Feng with a complaining look, blaming him for spending money recklessly, while Yi's father sat there happily. At the dinner table, Ye Feng kept picking up dishes for his parents. Mom and Dad, eat more. This tastes really good. Try the Wagyu beef. Mom, you can also drink the bird's nest. If you like it, I'll add more for you. Ye Lin, who was standing by, was stabbing the roasted suckling pig with her lobster claws and looking at Ye Feng with a resentful look on her face, as if wondering why he didn't pick up any food for her. Mom and Dad, I plan to go look at a house tomorrow. I've already contacted someone. It's in the East Lake Resort. I'll buy a car so that you can travel more conveniently when you live there in the future. Okay, let's go and have a look tomorrow. It's time to pick out a wedding house for you. Otherwise, if you keep spending money so lavishly, it will all be spent sooner or later. Ye's mother said in deep agreement. Brother, you have a good eye. My classmate lives there. It's really nice. There's a resort, an amusement park, and a hot spring hotel. There are so many fun things. It's only half an hour away from the city. It's very convenient. And I heard from my classmate that a subway has been planned there and construction will start next year. You are quite clear about it, Mom. I will transfer some money to you. You are always reluctant to spend it. Now that your son has money, you can spend it with confidence. I will transfer it to you after you have spent it. After saying that, Ye Feng transferred 20 million Chinese yuan to his mother. It was not that he did not want to transfer more, but he was afraid that his mother would not be able to bear it if he transferred too much. Ye's father on the side tried hard to wink at him. Ye Feng gave him a reassuring look in return, and then transferred 2 million yuan to Ye's father. Seeing Ye Lin looking at him expectantly, Ye Feng couldn't bear it and transferred 500,000 yuan to her. It was not good to keep too much money on a little girl. After the meal, Ye's mother wanted to pack up the food, but was stopped by Ye Feng. He said that he was worth hundreds of billions, so how could he let his mother eat leftovers? When they got home, Ye's father and mother had gone to bed early, and the brother and sister sat on the sofa chatting. Brother, I feel like today is so unreal. I'm a little scared. I'm afraid that when I wake up, it's all a dream and you're still in the magic city. I'm also afraid that this is real and you'll get busier and won't love me anymore. Silly girl, what are you thinking about? How could I not love you? We are blood relatives. If you have any problems in the future, you must tell me. Now I have the ability to help you solve all the difficulties. Hey, thank you, brother. You should go to bed early. I'm going back to my room. Ye Feng smiled helplessly. This little girl was becoming more and more thoughtful. He lay on the sofa and chatted with Li Xiana for a while before falling asleep. He was indeed a little tired today. Ye Feng was woken up by Ye Lin early in the morning. He looked at the time and saw that it was just past 7 o'clock. He said to her helplessly, Sister, it's only 7 o'clock. Keep your voice down. I want to sleep for a while. Hey, brother, we're going to buy a big house soon, I'm so excited. Don't fall asleep, look at me wearing this dress today, isn't it beautiful, Ye Feng replied, beautiful, without even raising his head. At this time, Ye's mother came out and pulled Ye Lin away, who was still muttering. Your brother left the plane yesterday without even taking a rest. Go back to the room and let him get some sleep. Ye Lin stuck out her tongue and went back to their house dejectedly. Chapter 18, Buying a House for Parents. It was past 9 o'clock when Ye Feng woke up finally. At Ye Lin's urging, he quickly washed up. After having breakfast, the family set off. At this time, Ye's father was already waiting in the car. When he saw the three people getting off, he said, Xiao Feng, this car is really nice. I didn't expect that I could drive a Bentley in my lifetime, har har. Look how proud you are, it's all because of your son. Come on, get in the car, let's set off as soon as possible, said Ye's mother. Ye Feng took out another car key and said to his parents, I'll drive the other one. I bought 2 cars yesterday. Seeing Ye Feng coming to the Aston Martin 177, Ye Lin rushed out of the car, came to her side, opened the passenger seat and sat down, and shouted to Ye's father and mother, Mom and Dad, you go first, I'll take my brother's sports car over, he. After getting in the car, Ye Lin looked at the exquisite and luxurious interior and asked Ye Feng, Brother, this car must be very expensive, right? I saw online that sports cars are worth millions. How much did you pay for this car? Looking at his money-loving sister, Ye Feng felt that it was time to give her a good education. This is an Aston Martin 177, worth 50 million Chinese yuan. Don't worry about it, little girl. Don't worry, I'll give you a sports car when you pass your driving test. This will save you from being easily cheated by others in the future. I know my brother loves me the most, hee hee. Donghu Resort is not far from Ye Feng's home, and it takes less than 20 minutes to get there. When he was a child, before the resort was built, he came here to play with his parents and dug a big bucket of clams. Donghu Villa is located beside a tranquil lake, surrounded by lush trees and offering a broad view, allowing people to escape from the hustle and bustle of the city and feel the breath of nature. The four of them came to the sales center and looked at the magnificent decoration. Father and Mother Yi were a little timid, but Yi Lin looked at it excitedly. Since it was a villa sales center, there were not many people. A few salespeople with bright makeup gathered together to chat. When they saw Ye Feng and his family arriving, no one was there to greet them. Brother, come quickly. Look at this villa. It has an excellent location. You can see the entire East Lake from the yard. Let's go and see it in person. Yi Lin said to Ye Feng excitedly. Walking to the sand table and seeing that the location was indeed good, Ye Feng shouted to the salesperson who was chatting nearby, Miss Sales, take us to see this villa in person. Several salespeople looked disgusted. They felt that taking Ye Feng and the others with them was a sheer waste of time. Ye Feng frowned and was about to get angry when a young girl with a youthful face ran over. Sir, if you don't mind, I can take you to see the villa in person, but I just got here not long ago and I'm not very familiar with the business yet. Ye Feng looked at the little girl in front of him. She was not very old and should be a student working during the summer vacation. I looked at the girl's work badge and knew her name was Suyali. Miss Su, please take us to have a look. Ye Feng called his parents and sister to come and follow Suyali to see the house. The salesperson at the side mocked, Yali, stop working. They don't look like they can afford a villa. They must be here to get some free gifts. Suyali ignored them, and he looked at Ye Feng seriously and asked, Sir, what is your name? My last name is Yi. I see that you are about the same age as my sister. You should still be a student. Don't be nervous. Mr. Yi, I'm a student and I'm here to work during the summer vacation. Please wait a moment, I'll go find a sightseeing bus. After saying that, she ran to the door, found a sightseeing bus, and drove it to the door. The four members of the Yi family got in the car and arrived at Building 8 of Donghu Villa. The exterior of the villa adopts a simple and modern design style, and the white walls blend harmoniously with the surrounding natural environment. Mr. Yi, this is the villa you saw on the sand table just now. Please come in. Suyali opened the door of the villa and invited several people in. The interior decoration of the villa is also simple and modern, with high-quality furniture and decoration. The living room is spacious and bright, and the floor-to-ceiling windows fill the room with natural light. The bedroom is warm and comfortable, equipped with soft bedding and exquisite bedside tables. The kitchen is fully equipped, providing convenient cooking conditions for residents. The bathroom is spacious and clean, with high-end sanitary ware and shower facilities. The villa's garden is also carefully designed, with green trees and fragrant flowers. The winding paths guide people to stroll through it. There is a small fountain in the center of the garden, and the sound of water gurgling adds a sense of tranquility and peace to the entire villa. Mr. Yi, this villa number 8 is the largest villa in the entire East Lake, with the best scenery. It is also fully decorated and you can move in at any time. From furniture and appliances to various decoration materials, all are the best. But the price is also very high, otherwise it would not be possible to keep it until now. Yi's father and mother didn't say anything, but their love could be seen from their eyes. Not to mention Yi Lin, who was running around the room at the moment, touching this and looking at that. At this moment, Ye Feng made the decision and said, Miss Su, this is it. Let's go back and sign the contract. Suyali suspected that he had heard it wrong and asked seriously, Mr. Yi, are you saying that you want to buy this villa? Well, I want it. Go back and sign the contract. I'll pay in full. Suyali jumped up excitedly. This was her first order, and it was a big order of 50 million. Now she would not have to worry about tuition fees, and it could also greatly improve her and her mother's lives. Realizing his own gaffe, Suyali blushed and hurriedly explained, Mr. Yi, I'm so sorry, I'm just too happy, this is my first time opening an order. It's okay, let's go. I'm still waiting for you to take us back, but don't get too excited when driving. I don't want to take a bath in the East Lake. Ye Feng joked. The few of them soon returned to the sales center. When they saw Su Yali coming back, the mocking voices of several salesmen were heard again. You came back so soon. I think you must have been shocked by the luxury of villa number 8. That's right. They must have done good deeds in their previous lives to be able to see such a luxurious villa. Sister Zhang, Sister Zhao, no, Mr. Yi has decided to buy number 8, and we are back to sign the contract. Several salesmen looked in disbelief, and then a feeling of jealousy arose. Soon after, Su Yali, who had prepared the contract, and sales manager Wang An came to Ye Feng. Mr. Yi, I'm the sales manager Wang An. The contract is ready. Sorry for the trouble. Let's go to the finance department to sign the contract. Arriving at the finance office, Ye Feng transferred 50 million yuan for the house and signed the contract. Manager Wang, will this sales commission belong to Miss Su? Ye Feng asked when he was about to leave the finance office. Chapter 19 Investment. Wang An looked at Ye Feng and said, Mr. Yi, don't worry, the commission will definitely be given to Ali. Ye Feng was worried that Su Yali was a temporary salesperson and her sales performance would be attributed to Manager Wang. He admired this independent girl, so he reminded her again, Manager Wang, I am always friends with your Qian. I hope you will keep your promise. After Ye Feng left, Wang An immediately called Qian Zhongwen. Boss Qian, today a young man named Ye Feng came to our villa sales center to buy villa number 8. After he paid, I found out that he was your friend. I didn't give him the biggest discount. This is my dereliction of duty. Please punish me. Oh. Brother Yi is really decisive. He just said it yesterday and he went today. Well, this is not your fault. It's okay. He doesn't need this little money. Did he leave? Never mind. I'll call him and tell him. After hanging up the phone, Wang An wiped the sweat from his forehead. He almost offended a great Buddha today. At this moment, the little thoughts in his heart were completely extinguished, and he decided to pay Su Yali the highest commission. On the other side, Ye Feng, who was about to leave, received a call from Qian Zhongwen. Har har, Brother Yi, I heard from my subordinates that you bought the villa number 8 today. It's really an extraordinary move. It's the king of villas. Thank you for your support. Brother Qian, it's too polite of you to say that. I should thank you for leaving such a nice house for me. Brother, do you have time? I'm at the East Lake Golf Course. Are you interested in playing? Okay, Brother Qian, I'll be right there. After hanging up the phone, Ye Feng told his parents that he was going out to meet some friends, and his mother and father drove back. Yi Lin insisted on going with them, so he had no choice but to take her along. Brother, where are we going? Do I know your friend? Yi Lin asked like a curious baby. My friend is at a golf course not far from here. You may not have seen this person, but you may have heard of his name. Ye Feng said with a strange look on his face. I haven't seen him. Who is it? Qian Zhongwen. Brother, is it too late for me to get off the bus now? Har har, you little girls still have time to be afraid. Is it too late? The two arrived at the destination, reported Qian Zhongwen's name, and were directed to the green. When they arrived at the door, the muscular man Bao, who they met at the famous car club before, was guarding the door. Brother Bao, I'm here to look for Brother Qian. Mr. Yi, you can just call me Bao. Brother Qian is inside with some friends. After saying that, Bao knocked on the door. After hearing the reply, he opened the door and invited Ye Feng and the others in. After entering the door, Qian Zhongwen was seen playing ball with a haggard middle-aged man. Seeing Ye Feng and the others, Qian Zhongwen smiled and said, Brother Yi, you came quite quickly. Who is this girl? Brother Qian, this is my sister. She heard that we were going to the golf course, so she came over to take a look. Brother, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Zhang Jiwei from Yuan Investment. Mr. Zhang, this is my younger brother Ye Feng. Don't underestimate him because he is very wealthy. Ye Feng and Zhang Jiwei shook hands, and the two got to know each other. At this time, a weak voice came in the ears of three people. A wronged person. Ye Feng looked at Yi Lin with a frown on his face. How could he say that to this little girl in front of her? Qian Zhongwen on the side burst into laughter. Yuan Investment, you're such a sucker, har har, you're making me laugh to death. Ye Feng, your sister is so cute. Lao Zhang, you've been so unlucky lately, maybe it has something to do with your name. How can you be happy if I call you a sucker every day? Zhang Jiwei nodded in agreement. At his age, he still believed in these things. Little sister, you really enlightened me with your words. I always felt something was a little weird before, but I don't know where it is. It seems that I really need to change the name of the company. Chen Zhongwen asked them to sit down. Yilin felt that they had something to discuss, so he found a golf club and went to play golf far away. Old Chen, I won't waste my time on empty talk. I don't have the energy to buy the land in the free trade zone. Can you give me some investment so we can develop it together? Or I will transfer the money to you directly. Zhang Jiwei said helplessly. He had spent 3 billion Chinese yuan to buy the land in the first place, intending to build a large logistics and trade center. However, things did not go as he wished. Due to the failure of several major company projects, the company suffered from a serious shortage of funds, so he had to find Chen Zhongwen. Mr. Zhang, your project will cost an estimated 10 billion Chinese yuan. I can only allocate 3 billion to maintain the operation of my own project. I think you can only come up with 2 billion, so there is still a funding gap of 5 billion. This is not easy to handle. Thinking back to when Chen Zhongwen was whitewashing his wealth, Zhang Jiwei gave him a lot of help. He also wanted to help Zhang Jiwei very much, but the funding gap was too big and he had no choice. Just when the two were at a loss, Ye Feng spoke up. Brother Chen, Brother Zhang, don't worry. I have invested the 5 billion. If it's not enough, I can add more. The two looked at Ye Feng in surprise. In Chen Zhongwen's opinion, Ye Feng was so young that his net worth was only about 1 billion at most. But this was 5 billion in cash, so his net worth was terrifying. Only then did he realize that he originally wanted to build a good relationship with a rising star in the future, but now he could see clearly that this was not a rising star, but a bright moon. Brother Yi, how much can you add? Zhang Jiwei asked in a low voice. 10 billion, if it's not enough, we'll think of another way. Ye Feng said casually. The two of them looked at each other, not knowing what to say. This was too extravagant. Finally, it was agreed that Zhang Jiwei would invest 2 billion plus land, accounting for 40% of the project, Ye Feng would invest 5 billion, accounting for 35% of the project, and Chen Zhongwen would invest 3 billion, accounting for 25% of the project. Zhang Jiwei would be responsible for the overall project promotion. Brothers, I am only responsible for paying the money. I am not responsible for the project. I am too lazy. I will just take the dividends. Ye Feng will have to go back to the Magic City soon, and he doesn't want to involve too much of his energy. Wouldn't it be better to use that time to enjoy life? Brother Yi, I'm the host tonight, and we won't go home until we're drunk. Old Chen, you always say you have good wine, I have to try it tonight. After the three of them decided to stay at Chen Zhongwen's East Lake Hotel that night, Ye Feng took Yilin and said goodbye. On their way home, Yilin looked at Ye Feng in confusion and asked, Brother, I think Brother Chen is not as scary as the legend says. He looks very elegant, just like a professor. Well, Brother Chen was forced by life in the beginning. If he wasn't ruthless, he would have no way to survive. Now he is the real him. Chapter 20 East Lake Hotel. After returning home, Yilin took her parents by the hand and started to show off her golf skills. Her exaggerated expression made her parents laugh. Mom and Dad, guess who I met today? It's Chen Zhongwen, the legendary boss. Mother Yi looked at Ye Feng and asked nervously, Xiao Feng, the friend you are meeting today is Chen Zhongwen. How do you know him? You must not go astray. Ye Feng gave Yilin a reproachful look and explained, Mom, Brother Chen and I met when we were buying a car. Now he is doing a legitimate business, so don't worry. Yes, Mom, Brother Chen was very kind today. He was as elegant as a professor. He is not as scary as people say. Yilin also helped to explain. Seeing her children say this, Yi's mother realized that she was worrying too much. The children have grown up and have their own ideas. They have to walk their own paths in the future. Seeing that the time was almost up, Ye Feng set off for Donghu Hotel. The journey was smooth. After parking the car, a young man came over and stared at Ye Feng's car with shining eyes. Brother, your car is an Aston Martin 177, right? It's so cool. There are only 5 of these cars in China. Can I take a picture of them? Looking at this outgoing young man, Yi Chen generously threw the key to him. Meeting his fate, get in the car and take some photos, or you can drive around. The young man took the key and thanked the owner repeatedly. After taking a few photos in the car, he started the car and drove around the neighborhood. Brother, aren't you afraid that I might run away with the car? This car's performance is incredible. Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhao Peng, and I'm from Kyoto. Looking at the confidence emanating from Zhao Peng, Ye Feng felt that Zhao Peng must be of extraordinary status. Ye Feng, from Tianjin. Brother Feng, I'll leave first. I'll treat you to a big meal when you have time to come to Kyoto. As Zhao Peng left, Ye Feng also walked into their hotel. Zhang Jiwei in the box saw Yi Chen appear and smiled heartily. Brother Yi, you are late. You have to drink a glass as a punishment. Chen Zhongwen on the side also said, 1 cup is not enough, you have to drink 3 cups. Har har, today I brought 2 bottles of 1976 5-star Moutai. Brother, you have to drink more. Yi Feng didn't want to spoil the fun and agreed directly. After the 3 of them sat down, the waiter started serving the dishes. Yi Feng filled a glass of wine, stood up and said to the 2 of them, brothers, I'm late today, so I'll drink a glass as punishment. I'll drink it first. Okay. Brother Yi is really straightforward. Thank you Lao Chen and Brother Yi today. Otherwise, I will have to sell this piece of land. Without further ado, if I, Zhang Jiwei, can be of use in the future, I will never refuse. Let's do it. After drinking 2 glasses in a row, Yi Feng quickly ate some food to suppress the urge. It was the first time for him to drink so much liquor. Seeing Yi Feng's discomfort, the 2 of them slowed down their drinking. Brother Yi, I heard from Lao Chen that you will be returning to the Magic City soon. I heard that the Fang family, one of the 4 major families in the Magic City, and the Shen family have started a war again recently. This time it's quite a big fight. Do you have any news? When Yi Feng heard Zhang Jiwei's words, he knew that Shen Haoran had started to act, but he didn't say whether the talented girl Shen Haiyue had taken action. Brother Zhang, this time it was the Shen family who launched the attack. In revenge, the Shen family received a sum of money, and with Shen Haiyue, the Fang family will definitely get a big piece of meat bitten off this time. I didn't expect that the Shen family could still raise some money, but the Fang family is powerful. I think if the Shen family can't get any more investment in the future, it is very likely to be swallowed up by the Fang family. Zhang Jiwei has been in the business world for many years and is very familiar with business wars, but he still doesn't think highly of the Shen family. Brother Zhang, don't worry. The Shen family can't lose. At worst, I can inject capital into Shen Haoran. I'm also very curious about how Shen Haiyue can defeat the Fang family. So it was you, Brother Yi, who did this. The Fang family will have a hard time this time, but we still need to be careful about the Fang family's revenge on you. I say, you two, on such a beautiful day, why don't you drink and recite poems instead of discussing the Fang and Shen families? Come on, have a drink, Chen Zhongwen said, then raised his glass and drank it all. The 2 of them drank a glass directly. Yi Feng was also a little drunk at this time. Looking at the 2 brothers with uncertain expressions, he admired them very much. Brother Chen, can you reserve one of the banquet halls at the East Lake Hotel for me the day after tomorrow? My younger sister is going to hold a graduation banquet. Chen Zhongwen smiled and said, it's a small matter. Don't worry, brother. I will definitely arrange it for you. Thank you, Brother Chen. The 3 of them drank for a while, and Yi Feng was completely drunk. Seeing this, Chen Zhongwen arranged for him to stay at the Donghu Hotel. At the table, Zhang Jiwei looked at Chen Zhongwen and asked, Old Chen, this Brother Yi is not simple. Conservative estimates show that his assets are no less than 20 billion Chinese yuan, and that's cash flow. He's just a little immature, but he will definitely be a dragon and phoenix in the future. Yes, that's why I made friends with him. But you got an investment right after we met. Old Chen, I have also investigated Brother Yi. His parents are ordinary people, and he was just an ordinary student before. But in the past half month, he suddenly has astonishing wealth. All this money came in from abroad. Brother Yi's identity is not simple. Chen Zhongwen stared at Zhang Jiwei with a serious expression and said, Old Zhang, let me remind you not to delve too much into other people's secrets, otherwise it will easily bring disaster. You just need to maintain a good relationship with Brother Yi, and don't have any ulterior motives. The purpose of his friendship with us is nothing more than to take care of his family, so just do this well. Old Chen, you see things clearly. I've learned my lesson. I'll drink a glass as a punishment. Zhang Jiwei raised his glass and drank it all. The two chatted for a while and then checked into the Donghu Hotel. The early morning sun shone on Ye Feng's face. He slowly opened his eyes and felt a headache. He felt weak and shook his head helplessly. Ye Feng tried to recall what happened last night, but his memory was as blurry as if it had been washed away by alcohol. I struggled to walk to the bathroom, looked at the pale face in the mirror, couldn't help but smile bitterly, and washed my face with cold water to make myself sober. After drinking a bottle of water, he returned to bed, picked up his phone, talked to Yi's mother, and fell into a deep sleep again. At the Ye family, Yi's mother was complaining about her son, while Yilin was happily packing her things. When she returned home yesterday, she insisted on moving to the East Lake Villa. Yi's father and mother had no choice but to agree, and decided to pack up and move in early this morning. Mom, my graduation party is tomorrow. Have you decided where to go? Little girl, your brother just said that he has booked a hotel for you at the East Lake Hotel. Are you happy now? Your brother just dotes on you too much. Pack quickly. I also need to inform the relatives about the address of tomorrow's graduation banquet. Chapter 21 Moving. Looking at the packed things, Yi's mother felt a headache. She originally thought that there were not many things and she could just let Yi's father drive away. But now there were so many large and small bags, especially Yi's father's pile of flowers and plants, which made Yi's mother want to hit someone. Finally, in order to avoid being affected, Yilin found a moving company on the internet. Soon the moving company arrived and carried the packed boxes down one by one from upstairs, while Yi's mother greeted the neighbors downstairs. My Huan, are you moving? Yes, Ye Feng made some money outside and insisted on buying me a bigger house. No matter how I tried to stop him, I couldn't. Alas, children nowadays are so disobedient that they don't know how to save money to marry a wife. Mother Ye complained, but she couldn't hide the smug expression on her face. Your children are filial, so you should be happy. Your family has cultivated 2 prestigious university students, so you can enjoy your life in the future. As long as the child lives well, that's all. Sister He, let's not talk about it for now. Old Ye is here to ask me to come visit you when you have time. I left the home where I had lived for half my life amid the envious eyes of everyone. When they arrived at the Donghu Villa, Yi's mother directed the movers to put the things in the spacious living room. Yi's father also placed his flowers and plants in the yard, and then sat in the pavilion in the yard, admiring the flowers and plants. It was so comfortable. I want to find some old friends, have a pot of tea, and enjoy the flowers while sipping the tea. Wow, I am looking forward to this day just thinking about it. Yi's mother's shout interrupted his thoughts, and he had no choice but to get up and go back to the villa. Seeing Yi's father coming back, Yi's mother said, Old Yi, move the clothes to the 2nd floor quickly, and then you can make your flowers after you are done. Yilin chose a room on the 3rd floor, put the dolls she brought on the bed, and placed her own photos at the head of the bed. After finishing her work, she lay on the soft bed, laughing from time to time. Near noon, Ye Feng woke up again. Feeling a little better, he got up and washed up. When driving out of Donghu Hotel and passing by a residential area, Ye Feng's eyes lit up when he found a breakfast cart. He hadn't eaten pancakes for a long time and was indeed a little craving for them. I got off the bus and walked to the dining car. I said to a woman in her 40s, Sister, give me a set of pancakes and a bag of breakfast milk. The elder sister spread the pancakes skillfully. After a while, Ye Feng took the finished pancake, scanned the code, paid 10 yuan, and returned to the car. Smelling the familiar flavor, I took a bite with enjoyment on my face. It was good, just like the taste I remembered. After being away for so long, I still wanted to have a taste of this. After finishing his meal quickly, Ye Feng drove to the East Lake Villa. He didn't know whether his parents had finished packing. Arriving at the villa, Yi's father was working on his flowers. Seeing this, Ye Feng joked, Dad, how about I buy you a piece of land so you can build a flower base for fun? Confucius once said, those who know are not as good as those who like it, and those who like it are not as good as those who enjoy it. Dad, you can definitely do it well. Father Yi's eyes lit up, then dimmed again. I'm old now, I don't want to bother with this anymore, I'll just grow some flowers in the yard. Looking at the change in his father's expression, Ye Feng knew that he was moved, and it seemed that he had to prepare a surprise for his father. Yi's mother is watching TV in the living room. Seeing Ye Feng coming back, he quickly called him over. Xiao Feng, when you're out, I don't object to you drinking, but you must drink in moderation, otherwise it will be bad if something goes wrong. And you must not drive after drinking. Don't worry, Mom. I know the severity of the situation. Mom, I want to hire 2 nannies, one to clean up and one to cook. What do you think? Mother Yi knew that her son was worried about her, but she felt that she was in good health, so she refused. Son, I'm still in good health, so I don't need a nanny for now. I'll find one when I'm old and can't work anymore. You're about to graduate, so hurry up and find a wife and give me a grandson as soon as possible. The figure of Li Xianar appeared in Ye Feng's mind. His mother would definitely like her when she saw her. Yi Lin would probably become her best friend. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but smile. Yi's mother also gave him an expression that said, as expected. Before she could ask any questions, Ye Feng ran away. Yi Lin opened the door as soon as she heard footsteps, and saw him rushing up to the 3rd floor. She asked with a puzzled look on her face, "Brother, what's wrong with you? Is Mom going to hit you?" "No, if she's going to hit you, she'll hit me." Hearing Yi Lin's question, Ye Feng said unhappily, "What nonsense? How could my mother hit someone? I'll buy you some clothes for the graduation banquet tomorrow." Hearing his words, Yi Lin flattered him and urged them to set off quickly. The brother and sister drove to Yangsha town. Unlike ordinary shopping malls, each brand has an independent European-style store. Each store is connected like a miniature town. Each area here is clearly divided, and you can go to the area you need. In addition, there are seats everywhere, which is really a blessing for male compatriots. Ye Feng directly pulled Yi Lin to the clothing area. He didn't want to accompany his sister to visit the whole town. "Girl, do you have a favorite brand? I don't want to go in and look at all of them." Yi Lin thought for a moment and said coquettishly, "Brother, I don't know which brand to choose, so just accompany me to take a look." Helplessly, Ye Feng could only be a tool to accompany him. The two came to Prater. The clerk was not very enthusiastic when he saw Yi Lin at first, but when he saw Ye Feng who came in later, he immediately greeted him warmly. As a clerk in a luxury store, he had a good eye and could tell at a glance that Ye Feng's Armani suit was very expensive. "Mr. and Ms., welcome to Prater. If you need anything, please tell me. I will serve you wholeheartedly." Ye Feng pointed at Yi Lin and said, "Let's buy her some clothes." After that, he found a place to sit down. Yi Lin was also dazzled by the selection. She felt that every piece was very beautiful. Just when she didn't know how to choose, the clerk introduced, "Miss, this is exactly this year's new spring outfit. This outfit suits you very well. It is youthful and energetic. Especially with your fair skin, it must be a perfect match. You can try it and see how it works." In a short while, Yi Lin tried on 3 sets of clothes, and he liked all 3 of them. When he didn't know how to choose, a woman who looked like a student came into the store and was surprised to see Yi Lin there. "Yi Lin, why are you here?" Looking at the person who came, Yi Lin frowned. The person was her classmate Jin Guogua. The two of them did not have a good relationship. Yi Lin was also very confused. Why did Jin Guogua always compete with her, whether in studying, dressing up, or even making friends? If she couldn't beat her, she would spread rumors to slander her. Chapter 22 Buying Clothes for Yi Lin. "My brother and I are here to buy clothes, is that not okay?" Yi Lin said unhappily. "Brother? My beloved brother, right? I heard that your brother hasn't graduated yet. Can he afford to buy you a Prada watch? I heard that you were showing off your Patek Philippe watch on your WeChat moments a few days ago. I thought you got the picture from somewhere. Now it seems that this beloved brother also gave it to you. I didn't expect that Yi Lin, who is excellent in both character and study in our class, would also be kept by someone." Hearing that Yi Lin was slandered like this, Ye Feng slapped Jin Guobua in the face, looked at her coldly and said, "Apologize." Covering her swollen and painful face, Jin Guobua was full of disbelief. She was actually beaten. Even her parents had never beaten her since she was a child. Today, she was slapped because of Yi Lin. She looked at Ye Feng with jealousy and said, "How dare you hit me? Do you know who my godfather is? Just wait for me." She just picked up her phone, made a call and started crying. Yi Lin looked at Ye Feng with some worry and said, "Brother, why don't we go and not bother with this crazy woman?" Ye Feng shook his head. He knew that if he didn't teach Jin Guobua a lesson today, she would definitely take revenge on Yi Lin in the future. He couldn't stay with Ye Lin forever. If she was hurt, he would blame himself for the rest of his life. Not long after, a middle-aged man with a big belly came to Jin Guogua and said a few words of comfort, then shouted, "Who dares to hit my goddaughter, Chen Tai? If you have the guts, stand up." Ye Feng walked up to Chen Tai and said coldly, "I hit him, is there any problem?" "My God! Mr. Yi? Why are you here?" After seeing the appearance of the person, Chen Tai broke out in a cold sweat. How could this bitch Jin Guogua offend this gentleman? This guy is a close friend of Mr. Chen. "Do you know me?" Yi Chen asked doubtfully. He had never seen the person in front of him before. "Mr. Yi, I'm the general manager of Donghu Hotel. You had dinner with Mr. Chen yesterday and got drunk. I took you to rest. Don't you remember anything?" Chen Tai said cautiously, fearing to offend Ye Feng. He drank too much yesterday and had no recollection of how he went to rest afterwards. "Tell me, how should this problem be solved?" Although Chen Tai knew him, he still wanted to teach Jin Guogua a lesson. "Jin Guogua, come here and kowtow to Master Yi to apologize." Chen Tai didn't dare to defend this goddaughter anymore. He didn't want to die with her. Jin Guogua was so frightened at this time. He knew who Mr. Chen Tai was talking about, so he knelt down and apologized. "Mr. Yi, Lin, I was wrong. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have slandered you. I'm not a thing. I'm not a human being." Jin Guogua apologized while slapping himself. Seeing Jin Guogua begging for mercy, Ye Feng lost interest. He waved his hand and let Chen Tai take her away. Chen Tairu was pardoned and left in disgrace with Jin Guogua. At this time, the shop assistants were also looking at Ye Feng nervously, fearing that something they did would make him dissatisfied. After all, he was Mr. Chen's friend and they couldn't afford to offend him. Seeing this, Ye Feng lost interest in shopping and asked the clerk to pick out 2 of the latest bags and pack them together with the 3 sets of clothes that Yi Lin had tried on before. After paying, he took Yi Lin away. "Brother, I just felt so relieved. Jin Guogua always picks on me at school. Let's see if she dares to spread rumors again in the future." Looking at the proud Yi Lin, Ye Feng rubbed her head and said, "Okay, she won't dare to do it again. Remember to tell me if you have any problems in the future. I will take care of it for you." On the other side, Chen Tai stared at Jin Guogua fiercely, as if he wanted to eat her up. This idiot almost made him offend Ye Feng. She was more of a hindrance than a help. "Jin Guogua, if you want to die, don't drag me into it. If you dare to offend Master Yi and Miss Yi again, I will sell you to Burma." Jin Guogua was also scared at this time. She couldn't understand why Yi Lin, an ordinary person, and Ye Feng, a student, could be so close to a big shot like Chen Yi. She felt that she had offended Yi Lin so much before, so would she be retaliated against? Fear filled her whole body. After leaving Prader and preparing to go home, the brother and sister saw a dessert cart. "Brother, I want to eat egg waffles, can you buy them for me?" "Girl, if you want to eat, just go buy it. You have money on you." No, what my brother bought for me is delicious, hee hee," Yi Lin said coquettishly. After hearing what his sister said, Ye Feng had no choice but to take her to the dessert cart. "Boss, I'd like a strawberry-flavored egg waffle, a serving of octopus balls, and 2 cups of lemon black tea." "Okay, little girl, there are 2 more egg waffles in front. You can take a rest on the table and chair next to you. I'll call you when they're ready." There were 4 sets of simple plastic tables and chairs next to the dessert cart. The 2 found an empty seat and sat down. "Brother, how are you and your girlfriend Meng Yu doing?" "We've broken up." Broke up? Brother, don't be sad. I think you should have broken up a long time ago. Although I haven't met her in person, from your photos and the way you get along, I don't think she likes you. She just treats you as a backup, the kind that can be discarded at any time." Ye Feng sighed. Even his sister could see it. He wondered how he could have been so blind to take the indifference as a test. "Brother, stop sighing. You're so handsome. I'll introduce you to some girls later. Your sister has several beautiful girlfriends. Your stuff is ready, little girl." After hearing what the boss said, Ye Feng quickly got up to get it. He didn't want to listen to his sister anymore. After scanning the code to pay, he took the item and put it on the table. Seeing that Yilin wanted to say more, Ye Feng quickly said, "Stop, don't say any more. I have a new girlfriend." Hearing this, Yilin's eyes became brighter and brighter. When she was about to continue asking questions, a weak voice interrupted her. A cute little girl, about 6 or 7 years old, stood beside her and said, "Big sister, I want to eat egg waffles." Seeing the cute little girl, Yilin immediately felt sympathetic and imagined a bunch of scenes of abandoned children. Then she handed the egg waffles to the little girl and told her to eat slowly and she would buy her more if she didn't have enough. Yilin turned her head and whispered, "Brother, do you think this little girl has been abandoned? She is so pitiful, why don't we take her home?" Ye Feng looked at her as if she was a fool. Her imagination was too rich. Look at the little girl's clothes. Although they are not from a famous brand, they are very clean and tidy. It can be seen that her parents love her very much. Look at the way she eats. She eats in small bites, which shows that she has good family education and does not look like she has not eaten for a long time. She must have been separated from her parents not long ago. Chapter 23: The Lost Girl. Yilin nodded in agreement and smiled awkwardly. "Brother, you are observing carefully. I didn't notice it." He turned to look at the little girl, showing what he thought was a gentle expression, and said, "Little sister, what's your name? Why are you here alone?" The little girl also stopped and looked at Yilin, as if to confirm whether she was a bad person. She then glanced at the egg waffle in her hand, as if she had made a great decision. "Sister, my name is Nyo. I came here with my dad today. He just received a phone call. I was playing nearby while waiting for him. Then I saw the Agets here and came over." When Nyo said this, she seemed to react and burst into tears. "I lost my dad. Woohoo, I lost my dad. How can I explain this to Da Huang when I get home? Da Huang loves his dad the most." Yilin asked in confusion, "Nyo, who is Da Huang? Is he your grandfather?" "No, Da Huang is my dog, he's super cute," Nyo said seriously. Yilin couldn't hold back her laughter any longer. The way children think is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. "Nyo, can I help you find your dad?" "Well, thank you, sister. You are so beautiful and kind. Da Huang and I will thank you." "Oh, Nyo is such an honest child. I like you so much." Listening to the conversation between the two, Ye Feng forced himself to hold back his smile. His sister was just like a child, a big live treasure. "Nyo, where did you and your father get lost?" Ye Feng asked gently. Nyo lowered her head and thought for a while. "Big brother, I just know there is a big Mickey Mouse and a big drum next to it. I was playing over there at the time and there was a brother beating the drum. I got scared and ran away, and then I couldn't find my way back." Ye Feng thought about it for a while but had no impression, so he came to the floor plan of the nearby Yangsha town and took a careful look. It should be in the square between the clothing area and the food area. Besides, the town service center was also there, so he could ask the staff for help. "Little sister, let's go to the square to help Nyo find her dad. Nyo must have gotten lost there." Yilin held Nyo's hand and followed Ye Feng towards the small square. "Sister, this is it. This is the Mickey Mouse. I was playing here just now." The three of them began to search nearby, from the nearby shops to the toilets, but they did not find Nyo's father. Nyo's eyes gradually began to turn red, and tears welled up in her eye sockets, almost ready to fall out. Her expression made the brother and sister feel very distressed. "Don't cry, Nyo. I still have a solution. Big brother, what else can you do? Daddy is missing, will he be hungry? Will he be angry with Nyo? Nyo shouldn't run around, woo tilde. Don't cry, Nyo. Let's get more people to help you find your dad, okay?" Seeing Nyo gradually stop crying, the brother and sister took her to the service center of Yangsha town, found the staff and explained the situation. The staff also took it seriously, comforted Nyo for a few words, and then contacted the town's broadcasting system with the intercom. The staff told Nyo that they would use the radio to find her father. "Dad," soon the news of looking for Nyo's dad spread throughout the town. Not long after, a man in his 35s wearing a blue shirt and black trousers came running over in a hurry. When he saw Nyo, an expression of relief appeared on his face. He quickly walked to Nyo and hugged her tightly. "Nyo, I'm sorry. It's Daddy's fault for not noticing you were missing. I deserve to die. Can you please forgive Daddy? Nyo Nyo was also very excited. In her heart, which was different from that of a normal child, she was surrounded by love. Maybe it was deliberate love, maybe it was real love, but it didn't matter. Dad, Nyo Nyo lost you. Don't cry, Dad. Nyo Nyo has found you. If Dad had lost you, not only Nyo Nyo would be sad, but Da Wang would also be sad. Seeing Nyo Nyo's father hugging her tightly, Ye Feng felt a little touched. A man in his 30s, with white hair appearing on his temples like mushrooms after rain, perhaps this is also a man with a story. Dad, it was my big brother and pretty sister who helped me find you. They are so nice to Nyo Nyo. Not only did they feed her egg waffles, they also helped her find her dad. Nyo Nyo loves them so much. The man came in front of the brother and sister, bowed deeply, and said solemnly, "Thank you both for helping me find Nyo Nyo. Yi Wuhan has no way to repay you. Please accept my greeting." Seeing Yi Wuhan was so serious, Ye Feng stopped his sister who was about to stop him and accepted the greeting. "Brother Yi, I am Ye Feng, and I cannot accept such a great gift. Nyo Nyo and I get along well with each other, and today is also fate. I wonder if Brother Yi has time. I will find a place for us to chat for a while. I have no way to repay your kindness today. I will leave everything to Brother Yi." Ye Feng and his four companions arrived at the Donghu Hotel. When the hotel manager Chen Tai saw Ye Feng arriving, he immediately went to greet him. "Young Master Yi, you are here. I apologize for offending you today. Please do as you please today. I will make the arrangements. This will be my apology to you." Seeing that he was so humble, I knew that if I didn't accept it today, he would definitely be uneasy. After all, he was Brother Chen's subordinate, so there was no need to hold on to every little thing. So I said, "Manager Chen, today's matter is over. My friend and I will have a simple meal today. Just arrange a private room for us." When Chen Tai heard Ye Feng's words, he felt relieved. He was afraid that Ye Feng would not accept it. "Don't worry, Master Yi. I, Old Chen, will make sure everything is arranged for today." The four of them came to the private room, and soon after they sat down, the dishes came up one after another. Nyo Nyo's eyes lit up when she saw the various top-quality dishes on the table. She had never seen many of the ingredients before. Seeing this, Yi Wuhan looked embarrassed, and Yi Lin tactfully came to Nyo Nyo's side, and the two of them enjoyed the meal very much. Looking at the reserved Yi Wuhan, Ye Feng said, "Brother Yi, shall we have a drink? I don't drink alcohol, but today I am grateful to you, my brother, and I will sacrifice my life to accompany you." As they were toasting each other and getting drunk, Ye Feng asked the question in his mind. "Brother Yi, I have two questions that I don't know whether I should ask or not." Yi Wuhan paused while picking up the food, and said slowly, "Brother, you want to ask why Nyo Nyo's mother spoke to me in an ancient style?" Ye Feng nodded. He hadn't heard Nyo Nyo mention her mother since he met her today. She had only been talking about her father and Da Huang. Besides, a man in his 30s like Yi Wuhan shouldn't speak like the ancients. Although he didn't speak in a fancy way, he sounded like someone who had walked out of history. Chapter 24, First Encounter with a Warrior. Yi Wuhan was silent for a long time before he said, "I wonder if Brother Yi has ever heard of a warrior." Ye Feng shook his head, but at this moment, a storm surged in his heart, as if a door had been opened, and the things inside the door were subverting his worldview of the past 20 years. "Brother Yi, do warriors really exist? Why have I never heard of them?" "Just because you haven't heard of it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Aristocratic families that have been passed down for hundreds of years usually have warriors, but they are unknown to the public. Just like hundreds of years later, parrots and tigers became extinct, leaving only a passage in a book that says there are birds in China with 7 colors that speak human language, and there are giant beasts in the mountains that look like cats with the word king on their heads and are as big as cows. They are the lord of all beasts. Will people also think that what is said in the book is false?" Ye Feng nodded in agreement. He wouldn't believe it if he were in his place. Nyo Nyo's mother and I are warriors. In a conflict, her mother was seriously injured and left us forever. Later, I faded out of the warrior circle and just took care of Nyo Nyo. At this time, Ye Feng was sad about his unfortunate experience, but was also attracted by the word warrior. He had a martial arts dream since he was a child, holding a 3-foot sword and traveling around the world. "Brother Yi, can you tell me about the levels of warriors? If it's not convenient, forget it." Ye Wuhan looked at him solemnly. He had already said a lot today and didn't mind saying more. Warriors are simply divided into 4 realms: external strength, internal strength, acquired strength, and innate strength. The acquired strength is also called a master, and the innate strength is called a great master. The world of warriors is much more cruel than the normal world. Brother Yi, I advise you not to get involved too much. Ye Feng also calmed down. As an ordinary person, if he participated in the world of warriors, even 800 lives would not be enough. It would be better to get some cash back. Brother Yi, what kind of job are you doing now? Hey, I'm an investment manager at an investment company, but I was just notified of layoffs today. Otherwise, I wouldn't have noticed that Nyo was missing. Ye Feng immediately became alert after hearing Ye Wuhan's words. This man is a warrior, and to be able to be an investment manager, his abilities must be very good. He is a rare talent. Brother Yi, are you interested in working with me? I can give you 2 choices. One is to be my full-time bodyguard with an annual salary of 5 million Chinese yuan. The other is that I plan to set up an investment company and you will be in charge of it. The annual salary is also 5 million Chinese yuan. You can consider it. Don't worry about Nyo. I like her very much. I can ask my parents to help take care of her, or I can hire someone to take care of her. Ye Wuhan was moved. His weak spot was Nyo. He had been laid off because he had spent too much energy taking care of Nyo, which caused dissatisfaction with his boss. However, he did not regret it because his daughter was his only hope. Brother Yi, I want to invest in a company, but I have a request. I hope I can bring Nyo with me to work. I don't want to miss her growth. Otherwise, I can only give up. Ye Feng thought he was going to put forward some other conditions, but it turned out to be this. He immediately agreed and transferred 20 billion Chinese yuan to Ye Wuhan with a wave of his hand. Brother Yi, you can use this money to set up a company and invest in projects, but I hope to. Before the system is upgraded, the investment will not be returned, but the acquisition is different. You can get a generous return and speed up the system upgrade. Ye Wuhan was so shocked when he saw the information of the account arrival that he could not express it in words. A full 20 billion Chinese yuan was transferred to him just like that. Wasn't he afraid that he would run away with the money? After calming down, he said seriously, "Thank you for your trust, Brother Yi. I will definitely fulfill my mission. Brother Yi, you can arrange the establishment of the company yourself. Don't worry about the funds. The 20 billion is only the first batch of funds, and there will be more funds injected later." After the 2 discussed some details, they saw that Nyo was a little sleepy, so they stopped chatting and ended today's dinner. Originally, Ye Feng planned to let the 2 of them stay at the Donghu Hotel, but when he saw that his parents refused, he did not insist. He booked a room for himself and Yi Lin and went to rest. After all, the graduation banquet was also here tomorrow, so he would not go home. Lying on the bed, Ye Feng looked at the ceiling and whispered, "System, you said warriors exist, do the legendary gods and Buddhas also exist?" Host, no existence beyond the strength of this plane has been detected yet. After the system is upgraded, will items related to warriors or cultivators appear in the mall? Host, the system mall contains everything. There is nothing it doesn't have, except what you can't think of. The mall has countless top-notch items. Please upgrade the system as soon as possible. Hearing this, Ye Feng became more curious about the system mall that would be opened after the upgrade. It seemed that he would have to work hard to get cash back. The next day, Ye Feng got up and was a little confused. Why didn't Yi Lin come to call him for the entrance banquet today? This was not like her character. After washing up, he left the room with doubts. When the waiter outside saw Ye Feng coming out, he immediately stepped forward and said, "Mr. Yi, Manager Chen asked me to inform you that the entrance banquet is scheduled in Chaoyang Hall. Miss Yi has already gone there. Do you want to go over now?" It turned out that Yi Lin had already left. No wonder she didn't come to disturb me in the morning. I nodded to the waiter and followed him to the Chaoyang Hall. Inside the banquet hall, the lights were soft, illuminating the carefully decorated environment. The walls were hung with ribbons and balloons, creating a festive atmosphere. There were 4 tables on each side, with exquisite tableware placed on them. In the front was a huge display screen with a pair of bright red couplets displayed on it. First couplet: "A family of scholars nurtures talents." Second line, success in the imperial examination brings honor to the family. Horizontal banner, academic success. Ye Feng nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that Chen Tai was very capable. At this time, the phone rang. After taking out the phone and answering it, Yi Lin's voice came out. Brother, come down as soon as you wake up. The relatives will be here soon. Mom and Dad are also downstairs. You are the only one missing. Got it. I'll be down right away. When they arrived downstairs, 2 buses arrived at the hotel entrance. Ye Feng and his parents went to greet them together. Friends and relatives got off the car one after another, and the family of Fu greeted them warmly. At this time, harsh voices were heard one by one. Oh! My Huan, I didn't expect that your family could hold a graduation banquet at the East Lake Hotel. How much money would that cost? It's better to be down to earth. If you try to be pretentious, you'll end up crying when you come back. Yi's mother's name is Wang Mai Huan. She is the youngest among her siblings, with 2 older brothers and 3 older sisters. The one who was speaking at this time was her eldest sister-in-law, Ye Feng. Mother Yi's face looked very ugly at this time, but she still suppressed her anger and asked them to go upstairs. Chapter 25, Admission Banquet. Ye Feng frowned. He had disliked his aunt since he was a child. She was a sarcastic, mean and snobbish woman who always spoke highly of others to elevate herself. Xiao Feng, I didn't expect you to come back. You are about to graduate. Do you plan to come back or stay in Shanghai to develop? The speaker was Yi Cheng, the eldest brother of Ye Feng's uncle. Yi's father has 6 brothers and sisters, and he is the 4th child. His eldest uncle is Yi Yuanshan, his second uncle is Yi Yuanher, his third uncle is Yi Yuanhu, his father is Yi Yuanhai, his oldest uncle is Yi Yuanxing, and his youngest aunt is Yi Mo. Unlike my grandmother's family, the relationship on the Yi family's side has always been very good. There are no conflicts and they are very close. Brother, I just came back because I have nothing to do. I plan to go back after Xiaolin's graduation banquet is over. I also plan to develop in the Magic City in the future. 4th brother, I haven't seen you for more than half a year. You have become more handsome. He. Ye Feng looked at the person who came. It turned out to be the old man's sister Yi Ting. Although this girl was usually very gentle, if anyone provoked her, she would really chase you home with a brick. Ting, when did your brother stop being handsome? Let's stop chatting at the door and go upstairs. Seeing that people had gone upstairs one after another, the 3 of them also came to the Chaoyang Hall. There was a small table and a hotel staff member at the door. They should be the people arranged by the hotel to collect the gift money. Originally, after Yi's mother had the 20 million transferred by Ye Feng, she did not intend to collect the gift money for this graduation banquet, but she reluctantly agreed after being persuaded by her relatives. At this time, people in the hall had already taken their seats. Their host on the stage was praising Yi Lin for her hard work in studying. Ye Feng felt embarrassed, but Yi Lin was listening there with pride. After a long wait, the host finally finished his speech and the waiters brought various delicacies to each table in a timely manner. At this time, Yi Wuhan also came into their hall with Niu Niu. Yi Lin quickly ran over and took Niu Niu's hand, brought her to the reserved table, and said to Ye Feng, Brother, I invited Niu Niu here. Let's come to this table to eat with Brother Yi and Niu Niu. At this time, Ye Feng was making trouble again on Yi's mother's side. Looking at the table full of delicious food and wine, she was very jealous. Why did Wang Mai Huan have to put on such a show? Oh, Mai Huan, sister-in-law, I heard that you moved. Did you sell their house? You too, it's just a graduation banquet. If you don't have money, just find a more ordinary place. There's no need to sell their house. Look, this table costs at least 10,000 yuan. Look, this wine is Mao Tai. We all know each other. It's just a college entrance examination. Now college graduates don't have jobs. What's the use? Unlike my Wang Jiadong, although he didn't go to college, he is doing well now. He is now doing supporting decoration for Yuandar Group and earns 1 million yuan a year. By the way, waiter, how much is this table of dishes? I will arrange a few tables one day and talk about the wedding with Jiadong's girlfriend. Yuans can also come. After all, you rarely have the opportunity to eat at a hotel of this level. Madam, the price of this table is Chinese currency, not including drinks. If you want to reserve it, you can pay a deposit first and I will reserve it for you in advance. Everyone at the table looked at Ye's mother in disbelief. This graduation banquet should have cost 800,000 Chinese yuan. My Huan, you are crazy, spending so much money. Are you really going to sell the house? You won't be able to live there anymore. Don't worry, sis. Ye Feng made some money in the Magic City. He arranged the graduation banquet. Old Ye and I didn't contribute any money. We didn't sell the old house. Instead, Ye Feng bought us a new house. How is it possible? How can a student who hasn't even graduated yet afford to buy a house and hold such an expensive graduation banquet? He must have gone astray. I heard that many students are brainwashed and join pyramid schemes after graduation. You have to be careful. Maybe soon he will come to trick us into buying his products, making investments, and finally run away with the money. Li Fengxia said with a solemn look on her face, as if she had seen it with her own eyes. In her eyes, no one could get rich except her son Wang Jiardong. Mother Ye's face also turned cold. She didn't want to argue with her sister-in-law, but she kept pushing her feet. Just when she was about to explode, the door was pushed open and two middle-aged men walked in, each carrying a box. The people who came were Chen Zhongwen and Zhang Jiwei. Brother Ye, we are not late, are we? Har har, it's all Lao Zhang's fault. He made me wait for him. Otherwise, we would have arrived earlier. Brother Qian, Brother Zhang, come and sit down. Our table hasn't started yet. Ye Feng also went up to greet them. Brother Ye, wait a moment, let's pay the gift money first, please don't refuse, this is courtesy, otherwise we won't sit down at the table. The two opened the box and placed it on the table, and a box full of money appeared in front of everyone. Gift money from Zhang Jiwei, chairman of Yuandar Group, and Chen Zhongwen, chairman of Fuyu Group. Upon hearing the names of the two men, all the guests were extremely shocked. These were the two big men in Tianjin, especially Chen Zhongwen, who was very famous. Brother Chen, Brother Zhang, you have given me a lot of face by arriving here, and you have also paid so much gift money. Come and sit down. It just so happens that I have something to say to the two brothers. Li Fengxia, who was standing by, was also extremely terrified. She had offended Ye's mother many times. She forced out an ugly smile and said to Ye's mother in a flattering way, My Huan, I didn't expect Ye Feng to be so capable. Please don't be offended by my nonsense just now. I see that Ye Feng has a good relationship with Mr. Zhang of Yuandar Group. Can you help Jiardong to say something good? After all, Jiardong is your nephew. Ye's mother was eating by herself and didn't pay any attention to Li Fengxia. She knew this woman too well. Even if she helped, Li Fengxia would scold her behind her back. It would be better not to help. At the other table, Yi Lin greeted Brother Chen and Brother Zhang obediently, then started eating with Nyo Nyo. Brother Chen, Brother Zhang, I plan to set up an investment company. Yi Wuhan next to me will be in charge. I hope you two can help me. At this time Chen Zhongwen looked towards Yi Wuhan, and the two of them looked at each other. Chen Zhongwen only felt his body tremble, and beads of sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. He knew that Yi Wuhan opposite him was not simple, and was most likely a warrior of a high level. This Brother Yi was really not simple. Brother Wuhan, I'm Chen Zhongwen. If you need any help in the future, just tell me. I, old Chen, will never be vague. Zhang Jiwei looked at Chen Zhongwen in confusion. When did old Chen become so easy to talk to? And to someone he met for the first time. Mr. Chen seems to be a fellow traveler. You don't have to be nervous. I have already left that circle. I am just an ordinary person now. Chapter 26 Li Fengxia's Tantrum. Ye Feng heard from the conversation between the two that Brother Chen should also be a warrior, but his strength should not be as strong as Yi Wuhan. Brother Chen, do you have an office building for sale? I plan to buy it for my investment company to use as an office. Yi Chen asked. Chen Zhongwen looked at Zhang Jiwei and asked, Old Zhang, haven't you always wanted to sell your Jinhui building? What do you think? Why don't you just sell it to Brother Yi? Okay, if Brother Yi is interested, I'll give it to you later. There's no use for me keeping Jinhui building. Brother Yi, when you come back, please contact Brother Zhang and don't let him suffer any loss. Brother Zhang has helped us a lot. Ye Feng said. He was not short of money, and he could not lower the price just for the system rebate. At this time, Ye's father and mother came over with wine glasses. Seeing this, Ye Feng immediately stood up and introduced, Brother Chen, Brother John, these are my parents, Ye Yuan Hai, Wang Mai Huan, Mom and Dad, this is Mr. Chen, Mr. John. Mr. Chen, Mr. John, thank you both for taking the time out of your busy schedule to attend my daughter's graduation party and for giving me such a generous gift. My husband and I would like to offer you a toast. After saying this, the couple drank it all in one gulp. Chen Zhongwen and Zhang Jiwei also stood up, drank a glass and said with a smile, we are the two of us who are disturbing you. Please don't be offended, Brother Yi and sister-in-law. We are also very close to Brother Yi and Yi Lin. Yi Lin, who was standing nearby, heard their conversation and muttered, Brother Chen and Brother John call parents, big brother, and sister-in-law, and call me and me, brother, and younger sister. Then we have to ignore our parents and call them big brother and sister-in-law. Ye Feng rolled his eyes at Yi Lin. What on earth was this little girl thinking about every day? No wonder her mother always scolded her at home. Seeing the two of them sitting down, Ye Feng apologized and pulled Yi Lin to toast with his parents. The family came to the Yi family's table. Father and Mother Yi first expressed their gratitude. After drinking a glass of wine, the eldest uncle Yi Yuanshan said with emotion, Old four, in the blink of an eye, the children have grown up. Even Lin Lin is going to college. We are all old too. Brother, yes. We are all old now. I remember when you used to take me to rob bird nests. 40 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Ye Feng was also pulled over by his three brothers. Xiao Feng, I didn't realize that you are quite capable and even know such a big shot. The eldest brother Yi Cheng patted him on the shoulder and said, Yes, this kid has been like this since he was young. He hides everything. He shocks everyone at the critical moment. The second brother Yi Hua added, This kid is really stubborn. When he was beaten as a kid, he refused to beg for mercy. If I hadn't seen him, he would have fought to the end, said the third brother Yi Lin. Listening to the complaints of his three brothers, Ye Feng's face was full of helplessness. It was not that he didn't want to say it, he just recognized them not long ago. Seeing that Mr. and Mrs. Yi were toasting at the table below, Ye Feng quickly followed them, otherwise he didn't know how long he would be criticized. Everything went smoothly for the next few tables, but as expected, something went wrong at the table at my grandma's house. Just as Mr. and Mrs. Yi finished expressing their gratitude, my aunt Li Fengxia jumped out. Xiao Feng, I see that you are very familiar with Mr. Zhang from Yuandar Group. Your cousin Jiadong is doing interior decoration for Yuandar Group's buildings. You can say hello and ask him to give your cousin more work. Isn't this more helpful than saying a few nice words of thanks? Really? At this time, Yi's mother's face was black. She couldn't bear it anymore. She pointed at him and said, Li Fengxia, you still have shame, you're endless, right? You've been sarcasm since you came here. Thank you. What do you have that I should thank you for? If it weren't for my late eldest brother, I wouldn't bother to pay attention to you. You're always talking about the Zhang family and the Li family. If you don't want to come, take your money and get out of here. Hearing this, Li Fengxia couldn't stand it anymore. She sat down on the ground and started to make a scene, crying that her husband had died early and now she was an orphan and a widow and was being bullied by her sister-in-law. Seeing that people's attention was drawn to her, Li Fengxia became even more cheerful. Ye Feng's face was icy cold, and he gritted his teeth and said, Aunt, I advise you to leave now, or I will make sure your son won't get any work from Yuandar Group, or even from the entire city of Jin. Li Fengxia immediately stopped what she was doing, patted her butt, took back her gift money cursing, and left in disgrace. Looking at the people whispering, Yi's mother felt very embarrassed and left early. Ye Feng returned to his desk. Chen Zhongwen glanced at him, lowered his head and said slowly, Do you want me to teach her a lesson or make her disappear? Ye Feng shook his head and said, Don't bother Brother Chen, I can handle this little thing. Besides, we are all relatives, there is no need to kill us all. Soon after, the guests left one after another, and Chen Zhongwen arranged for the hotel bus to take them back. Ye Feng also took the car arranged by the hotel back to the East Lake Villa. When he entered the house and saw his aunt, second aunt, third aunt and uncle's family were all there, Yi's mother's mood also improved a lot. Mom, are you feeling better? If you're still angry, I'll go teach her a lesson. Forget it, for your uncle's sake, I won't bother about it. Just don't contact him anymore in the future. Yi's mother sighed. She felt sad every time she thought of her eldest brother. When they were young, they took good care of them. He started working early to earn money to support his younger siblings. He suffered a lot in his life and passed away before he could enjoy the good life. Thinking of this, Yi's mother said, Xiao Feng, your cousin Jiadong, you can help him if you can. After all, your uncle only has this one son. Ye Feng nodded, which was considered as his agreement. At this time, my uncle's youngest son, Wang Xiaoshui, ran down from upstairs, and after seeing Ye Feng, rushed into his arms. Brother Feng, I haven't seen you for a long time. By the way, I just saw a piano upstairs. Cousin, can you play it? Xiao Shui, I can't play the piano, but there is a good place that you probably haven't discovered. I'll take you there. Ye Feng took him to the underground floor, which was divided into 3 areas. In the middle was a row of wine racks, storing various famous domestic and foreign wines. Several refrigerators also contained a variety of beers and cocktails. On the left is a KTV that can accommodate about 10 people. It is fully equipped with top-notch lighting and sound effects. Every 3 months, a dedicated person will come to update and inspect it. On the right is a small cinema that can accommodate 20 people. It is equipped with massage chairs so that you can experience the most comfortable viewing experience. Ye Feng took out 2 cans of Coke from the refrigerator, handed one to Xiao Shui and said, you can sing on the left and watch a movie on the right. Where do you want to go? After Wang Xiaoshui opened the Coke and took a sip, he thought for a moment and said, Brother Feng, can I watch Xiong Da first and then go sing? Ye Feng laughed and said, you clever little thing, you want to have both. Okay, I'll let you play Xiong Da first, and remember to find me upstairs when you're done. Chapter 27 Return to the Villa. After playing the game for Xiao Shui, Ye Feng returned to their hall. When Yi's mother saw that only Ye Feng came up, she asked, why did you come back alone? Where's Xiao Shui? He's watching a movie downstairs. When he's done, he'll come up to find me. Is there a TV downstairs? Yi's mother asked puzzledly. Mom, haven't you been to the basement? There's no TV in the basement, but a small cinema, a KTV, and a wine cellar. You should take a closer look at this house. Hearing that the whole family was interested, they went downstairs one after another. After a while, Xiao Shui came up with a sad face. It turned out that after this group of people went downstairs, they saw that the cinema had changed the movie playing to a Chinese anti-Japanese war film, so Xiao Shui was naturally forced to leave. The corners of Ye Feng's mouth twitched. What a bunch of old children they were. Helplessly, Ye Feng had to take him to the study room on the 3rd floor and played Xiong Da for him on the computer. Congratulations to their host, you have spent 2 billion Chinese yuan, and the cashback of 200 billion Chinese yuan has been deposited into the Supreme Black Card with the last number 8888. The sudden system prompt made Ye Feng stunned. After thinking about it carefully, it should be that after the entrance banquet, Yi Wuhan dragged Zhang Jiwei to handle the procedures for Jinhui building. This brother Yi is really decisive and efficient. I picked up my phone, opened WeChat, and found Li Xiana's name. This Xiana hadn't contacted me in the past 2 days. I don't know what she is busy with. Xiao Na, have you been busy these past 2 days? Why don't you miss me? After sending the message, I received a reply shortly afterwards. Brother Feng, I miss you every day, but you must have something important to do when you go home, so I didn't dare to disturb you. I was very happy to receive your message today, because you are thinking about me too. Silly girl, if you miss me, contact me. I'm almost done with my work here. I'll be back in 2 days. I'll treat you to a big meal when I get back. Yeah, Brother Feng, I want to eat at Fengming Pavilion too. That's our blessed land. Yeah, wait till I get back. He put down his phone and saw that it was almost time for dinner. His mother and the others had not come up yet, so he called Chen Tai. Lao Chen, I'm Ye Feng. Please prepare a table of food for 20 people and send it to number 8, East Lake Villa. Young Master Yi, don't worry, I will arrange it immediately and guarantee that it will be delivered within half an hour. Only then did Chen Tai feel at ease. He had been worried that Ye Feng would take revenge on him, especially at today's banquet. Mr. Qian went there in person and also prepared generous gifts. If young Master Yi had mentioned it casually today, he would probably have been on a train to Siberia to dig potatoes. After hanging up the phone, Chen Tai immediately arranged for the kitchen to prepare Ye Feng's meal first. Then he personally drove with 2 staff members to Villa number 8. After watching the short video for a while, the doorbell rang. Ye Feng opened the door and saw Chen Tai coming. He asked in confusion, "Old Chen, why did you come in person? You can just arrange someone to send it over." Chen Tai directed the staff to place the dishes on the dining table on the first floor and said, "Mr. Yi, it's okay. It's my honor to serve you." Ye Feng also knew what he meant, so he said, "Old Chen, the previous misunderstandings are all in the past. I didn't take it to heart, so you don't have to worry about it." "Thanks." "Thank you, Master Yi, I will definitely remember this lesson. I will not disturb you while you are dining. Goodbye." Ye Feng looked at the food that had been laid out and called out, "Xiao Shuai, come down to eat." Then he went downstairs and called up his mother, aunt and uncles. Just as we were about to start eating, Yilin's voice came from outside the door. "Brother, please come out quickly, Dad is drunk and I can't hold him anymore." Ye Feng hurried out to take over Yi's father and asked, "Where have you been going again?" "Hey, after the party, Dad insisted on going to Uncle's house." When he got there, he reminisced about the past. "Brother, you don't know, Dad told a lot of embarrassing stories about his childhood. Har har, when Grandpa asked Dad to scratch his back, Dad actually lay on the ground looking for a long time, and then asked Grandpa where his back was, but he couldn't find it. Har har, Grandpa was so angry that he beat him with a stick." Ye Feng almost laughed himself to death. His father had this side when he was a child. In order not to die of laughter, he quickly sent Yilin to eat, and he helped his father to the elevator on the first floor and sent him to the room on the second floor to rest. When they returned to the restaurant, Yi's mother asked, "How is your dad? How much did he drink today? This old man doesn't even consider his age and still drinks like this." "Mom, stop talking. Dad is happy today, so just ignore him. Wait until he wakes up tomorrow and then you can deal with him." Yilin, who likes to watch the fun and stir up trouble, added fuel to the fire. After dinner, it was already dark outside and it was drizzling. Mother Yi said to them, "Big sister, second sister, third sister and brother, you should stay here today. There are still many empty rooms upstairs, enough for us to stay." Ye Feng also advised, "Yes, you and my mother don't see each other often, so stay here today. I'll open the KTV later and you can have some fun. Go upstairs and rest when you're tired." After Yi's mother and Ye Feng persuaded them in turn, they finally agreed to stay. Yi's mother took a few people upstairs to assign rooms, while Ye Feng went downstairs, turned on the KTV, cut a fruit plate, got some drinks and returned to his room. After returning to the room, Ye Feng took out his cell phone and called Yi Wuhan. "Brother Wuhan, you are really fast. Jinhui building was completed so quickly. I just saw that Lao Zhang wasn't drunk, so I took him back to the company to complete the formalities. By the way, did you call to tell me anything?" "Well, there is something I need to do. There is a Jincheng flower base about 5 kilometers west of Donghu Resort. I wonder if you have heard of it." "I've heard of it. It's said to be the largest flower planting base in Tianjin. Do you want to buy it? The price is not low. A conservative estimate is 5 billion Chinese yuan. Brother Wuhan, I want to buy it and give it to my dad. Money is not a problem. Just go ahead and buy it. I'll transfer some money to you later." "Okay, I'll contact Lao Qian later. He knows the people in this area well. I'll try to get him as soon as possible." After hanging up the phone, Ye Feng transferred another 50 billion Chinese yuan to Yi Wuhan. Looking at the 230 billion Chinese yuan still lying quietly in his account, he couldn't help but sigh that the speed of spending money was still too slow. He had to cash back more than 9 trillion to upgrade the system. Yi Wuhan is in Tianjin, so it seems I have to go back to the magic city as soon as possible. I don't know how fast that genius girl Shen Haiyue spends money, so I have to find a way to recruit her to my side. Chapter 28 Tianjin Flower Base. At this time, a groping sound caught Ye Feng's attention. A thief broke into their house. Impossible, the security of Donghu Villa is not for show. When I went downstairs, I saw Father Yi rummaging around in the refrigerator. He seemed hungry and was looking for something to eat. No wonder he didn't eat dinner at night. He must be hungry after sobering up. Ye Feng quietly walked behind Yi's father and patted him on the back. Yi's father took a few steps back. Seeing that it was Ye Feng, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, "You little brat, you scared me to death. I thought it was your mother. Oh, where is your mother? Why isn't she home? Has this old woman been drifting lately? She hasn't come home so lately. Ye Feng took out his cell phone and said to his father, Dad, what did you say just now? I didn't hear it clearly. Looking at Ye Feng's actions, Ye Yuanhai also pretended to be stupid and said, I was wondering where your mother went. I missed her so much when she was not at home. Seeing his father like this, Ye Feng stopped teasing him and said, Dad, my mom is singing with my uncle downstairs. Singing? Why didn't I hear any sound? Are you trying to make fun of me again? Helplessly, Ye Feng had to take his father underground. When his father saw the wine cellar and KTV underground, his eyes suddenly lit up. You little brat, why didn't you tell me earlier that there was such a great place? After saying that, he pushed the door open and joined them. Ye Feng looked helpless. Don't you guys even want to take a look after moving in? The next morning, Ye Wuhan took Niu Niu and went straight to the Jincheng flower base. Chen Zhongwen had already made the arrangements for him yesterday and they scheduled a detailed discussion at 9 o'clock in the morning. After identifying himself to the guard, Ye Wuhan was taken into the conference room. Mr. Yi, welcome, please take a seat. Since I received Mr. Chen's call yesterday, I have been looking forward to your arrival. I didn't expect that Mr. Yi is so young. Huang Jinchan said enthusiastically. Mr. Huang, let's not beat around the bush. Just name a price for your flower farm. I believe you won't ask for too much now that Lao Chen has found you. Huang Jinchan calculated the price of the entire base yesterday and it was 5.5 billion, but he still wanted to fight for it. After all, no one would hate money. Mr. Yi, the Jincheng flower base was built by me. To be honest, I really don't want to sell it, but Mr. Chen found me, so I have to give him this face. How about 6 billion Chinese yuan? Huang Jinchan looked at Ye Wuhan nervously, fearing that he would ask for too high a price and make him dissatisfied. Mr. Huang, prepare the contract. Although the price was a bit high, it was still within a reasonable range, so Ye Wuhan agreed. It was because Ye Feng, the rich man, said that he would take over this flower base at all costs. Congratulations to their host, you spent 6 billion Chinese yuan and got a cashback of 600 billion Chinese yuan, which has been deposited into the Supreme Black Card with the last number 8888. A system notification sound woke Ye Feng up from his sleep. Seeing the huge cashback, Ye Feng immediately became alert. It seemed that Ye Wuhan had made the right choice. In just 2 days, he had received a cashback of 800 billion. At this moment his phone rang, and Ye Wuhan's voice came when the call was connected. Brother Yi, the Jincheng flower base has been acquired. You can ask Uncle Yi to take over at any time. Brother Wuhan, you are too efficient. I will transfer some money to you. I will go back to the Magic City tomorrow. You can stay in Tianjin. Worry more. After that, Ye Feng transferred another 100 billion Chinese yuan. He hoped that Ye Wuhan would spend the money as soon as possible, so that the rebate from the system upgrade would be enough. Brother Wuhan, I'll go over and take a look in a while. When I went downstairs, I saw my parents chatting with Yi Lin, and the relatives had already gone home. Mom and Dad, I plan to go back to the Magic City tomorrow. According to the date, your graduation certificate should be issued soon. It's time to go back, said Yi's mother. Brother, I also want to go to Shanghai with you. I want to see what Shanghai University is like. It's too boring at home. Yi Lin looked at Ye Feng pitifully, and at the same time kept looking at Yi's mother, as if asking for advice. Okay, stop pretending. Just go, but don't cause trouble for your brother. Yi's mother said with a smile. Dad, let's go out for a while. I have something to tell you. Father Yi walked out of the house with a puzzled look on his face. When he was about to ask where he was going, Ye Feng said, Dad, drive with me and I'll take you to a good place. The Jincheng flower base is not far from the Donghu Villa, and the father and son arrived there after 10 minutes. When they arrived at the destination, Father Yi's eyes lit up. As a senior flower lover, he knew this place very well. Xiao Feng, are you going to buy me flowers? You are worthy of being my son. You know how to care for your father. Big brother, Grandpa Yi, you are here, come here quickly, the flowers here are so beautiful. Niu Niu ran over excitedly. Ye Feng squatted down and picked up Niu Niu, making her laugh. Hearing Niu Niu's laughter, Ye Wuhan also came out. Uncle Yi, Brother Yi, come and visit our flower base. Ye Yuan Hai was confused. Our flower base? Then he thought of something and looked at Ye Feng excitedly. Dad, this place is under your charge from now on. Do you like this gift? I like it very much. Har har. After the excitement, Ye's father also calmed down. Xiao Feng, can I? Although I like to grow flowers and I am pretty good at it, I am afraid that I won't be able to do it well on a large scale. It would be a pity to waste these flowers. Hearing Ye's father's concerns, Ye Wuhan comforted him. Uncle Ye, don't worry, all the technicians here have been retained. There are special personnel responsible for large-scale planting and maintenance. Hearing this, Ye's father felt relieved and accepted this great gift with great joy. He ignored them and took Nunio to appreciate the flowers and plants here. Ye Feng looked at Ye Wuhan's outfit and said helplessly, Brother Wuhan, I know you are a person who doesn't like to accept favors from others. How about I give you a raise, let's say 20 million a year, bonuses are not included. You are now the president of our Huazi investment company, you should change your outfit, and your old Pausen, otherwise people will think that our company is not strong enough. I will assign a secretary and an assistant to help you share some work and help you take care of Nunio. I am not discussing this with you, it is a task assigned to you, you can do it in the afternoon, and buy a few sets of clothes for Nunio, just use the company's account. Brother Yi, there's really no need. You should know that we warriors don't care about these things. You are a warrior, Nunio, right? You have to consider Nunio. Nunio will go to school soon, and you don't want her to be looked down upon by her classmates, right? Brother Wuhan, please don't refuse. If you refuse, you are not treating me as your brother. Okay. In the end, Ye Wuhan had no choice but to agree. He might not do it for himself, but he had to accept it for Nunio. However, he would always remember this kindness in his heart. Chapter 29 Return to the Magic City. Ye Feng drove back alone, but Ye's father stayed there. He was reluctant to leave this beautiful sea of flowers. After booking 2 plane tickets to Shanghai online, Ye Feng pushed the door and returned to the villa. Seeing several suitcases piled up in the hall, Ye Feng asked his mother, Mom, are our relatives coming? Why are there so many luggages? Mother Ye said unhappily, it's because Yilin wants to go to the Magic City with you, so she wants to bring these things. Yi Linler was just getting off the elevator with a large stuffed toy in her arms. When she saw Ye Feng, she immediately said, Brother, do you think I should bring anything else? This is my first time leaving Tianjin. I wonder if I've prepared enough. Ye Feng was speechless. Seeing her posture, it seemed like she was going to move her entire home over there. He walked over and knocked on Yi Lin's head and said, Girl, why are you bringing so many things? I have everything over there. Put them all back. Just bring a set of clothes. Yi Lin covered her head and looked at Ye Feng aggrievedly, reluctantly sending the luggage back bit by bit. You are the only one who can handle Lin Lin. Xiaofeng, you must keep an eye on her when you get to the Magic City. Don't let her learn bad things. Mother Yi instructed Ye Feng. Don't worry, Mom. With me here, the girl can't make trouble. Don't underestimate Lin Lin because she seems to be very erratic. She actually has her own ideas and knows the pros and cons. But she is very dependent on her family, which makes her look a little silly. The days of returning home are always short, especially when we grow up. People are busy running around, but home can only be kept in the heart, guiding people in the direction of progress. At the Tianjin airport, with Yi's father and mother reluctant to let them go, Ye Feng and his wife boarded a plane to the Magic City. Brother, this is my first time taking a plane. I heard that there are free food and drinks on the plane. I will definitely try them later. Yi Lin chattered like a lark. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you again. A voice interrupted Ye Feng's thoughts. Molly, I didn't expect to see you again. Sister Molly, hey, I'm Yi Lin. Do you remember me? We met when my brother took me out to play when we were little. Little Yi Lin. I haven't seen you for so many years. The little girl has grown into a beautiful lady. Sister Molly, you are real beauty. You are so beautiful, there must be a lot of people chasing after you, right? After taking a look at Ye Feng, Molly said slowly, No, I still like someone. The plane is about to take off. Little Yi Lin, fasten your seatbelt, or you will fall. 2 hours later, the plane landed safely and the brother and sister left in a taxi. Brother, where are we going now? You have to take me out for some fun. You little girl, you only know how to play. Let's go home first, and then I'll take you to Magic City University to have a look. Not long after, the two arrived at Thompson E. Peen. Seeing the name of the community, Yi Lin's eyes lit up. Brother, you don't own a house here, do you? I saw it online, and the houses here are very expensive. Do you like it? If you like it, I'll give you a set when you get married. That's annoying. I'm still a baby. But you, brother, when are you going to take me to meet my sister-in-law? Last time you only said half of it and haven't finished yet. Let's go home first and go to the Magic City later. I was able to see him when I was in college. When they arrived outside the door, Ye Feng recorded Yi Lin's fingerprints and irises, which would be more convenient. The two came to the room. Ye Feng put away his luggage and took the car keys. When he was about to call Yi Lin, he saw her looking around like a curious baby. Brother, I love the big round bathtub in the bathroom. Hee, and the big floor-to-ceiling window is so beautiful. My dear brother, can you agree to a small request from your lovely sister? Can you let me live in your bedroom? I love that room so much, hee. This little robber wanted to occupy his room on the first day he arrived. Since she was his own sister, Ye Feng had no choice but to agree. Yeah. I knew my brother is the best to me. Hee. Looking at the happy Yi Lin, Ye Feng also laughed. Lin, when school starts, do you plan to live here or in the school dormitory? Yi Lin thought for a moment and said seriously, Brother, I still want to live in the dormitory. After all, university life is incomplete without living on campus. I can come back and live here on weekends, hee. Okay, whatever you say. Find some time to take the driver's license test. I'll give you a car when you come back, so it'll be more convenient. Don't worry, brother. I will definitely pass the driving test as soon as possible. Hee, I have to choose carefully and let you bleed. Okay, you can pick whatever you want when the time comes. Now let's go to Magic City University. When Ye Feng was driving past a flower shop and was stopped by Yi Lin, he looked at Yi Lin in confusion. Brother, are you going to meet your sister-in-law empty-handed? What else? You are such a straight man, I don't know how you managed to win my sister-in-law's heart. Get out of the car and buy her a bunch of roses. Ye Feng also suddenly realized and immediately got out of the car and went to the flower shop next to him. The owner is a woman in her 30s. She is not particularly pretty, but she exudes an intellectual beauty. When she sees a customer entering the store, she enthusiastically asks, Handsome boy, do you want to buy flowers? Boss, I want a bouquet of red roses. Ye Feng said. It looks like the handsome boy is going to be given to your girlfriend. Wait a moment, it will be ready soon. The shop owner took out a bunch of bright red roses and said, My handsome boy, these are the roses I just put in. I wish you and your girlfriend will be as loving and long-lasting as these blooming roses. Ye Feng said thank you, scanned the code to pay, returned to the car, handed the roses to Yi Lin who was sitting in the passenger seat, and drove to Magic City University. When he arrived at Magic City University, Ye Feng held a rose in one hand while Yi Lin held the other. Brother, Shanghai University is so beautiful. Look at the library, it's really cool, and the teaching building is very modern. And the toilet, I won't talk about the toilet. Seeing Ye Feng's face gradually darkening, Yi Lin tactfully stopped talking. Ye Feng was a little thirsty at this time, so he took Yi Lin to the supermarket. The boss Zhao Li was listening to music leisurely. When he saw Ye Feng, he smiled and said, I haven't seen you for a while. It seems that you are very busy recently. Who is this? Seeing Zhao Li's somewhat puzzled look, Ye Feng knew that he must have misunderstood, so he began to explain. Brother Li, this is my sister Yi Lin. She will soon be a student at our Magic City University. I brought her here in advance. You scared me, kid. I thought you had a new girlfriend. Anyone who saw you with all these roses would misunderstand. What Ye Feng didn't know was that he and Yi Lin were seen on campus by Li Xiana's roommate Shannan. Chapter 30 Misunderstanding. In the girls' dormitory, Li Xiana was in a daze. When will Brother Feng come back? He has been gone for many days. I wonder if he misses me. He should be back by now. Shannan rushed into the dormitory, looking at Li Xiana's infatuated look. He didn't know how to describe what he had just seen. After adjusting her state, Shannan decided to tell her. Xiao Na, I just saw senior Ye Feng at school. What? Brother Feng is back? Where is he? Li Xiana said with surprise, and was about to go out when Shannan grabbed her. Xiao Na, listen to me. I just saw senior Ye Feng holding a bouquet of roses with a girl at the entrance of the supermarket. Don't get excited. Maybe I saw it wrong. Xiao Na, wait for me. Li Xiana quickly ran to the entrance of the supermarket, and seeing Ye Feng and the other person sitting at the door, she could no longer bear it and started crying. Yi Lin looked at Li Xiana in confusion and said to Ye Feng, brother, that girl is so weird. She cried when she saw us. Ye Feng looked back and saw that it was Li Xiana. He immediately ran over, but was stopped by Shannan just as he was about to get close. Senior Ye Feng, I didn't expect you to be such a scumbag. Xiana likes you so much, but you're still cheating on her. Are you doing this to Xiana? What's the point of you coming here pretending to be so hypocritical? Go and be with your girlfriend. Xiana, let's go. He's not worth your sadness. Ye Feng was also in a state of confusion at this time, and hurriedly stopped Li Xiana. When he was about to explain, Yi Lin ran over and said, brother, this is my sister-in-law, right? Brother. Li Xiana looked at Ye Feng with a stagnant expression. Before he could speak, Shannan said, little girl, what a low-level excuse. You've been discovered. You said they are brother and sister. How do you explain Rose? You said he is your brother, how do you prove it? Although Yi Lin is usually silly, she is very smart at this moment. She pointed at the roses on the table and said, my brother bought those roses for my sister-in-law. As for brother and sister, that's even simpler. Brother, give me your ID card. She took out her ID card from her bag and handed it to Li Xiana together with Ye Feng's ID card. Sister-in-law, take a look. Are the addresses on the ID cards the same? We are siblings from the same father and mother. Ye Feng secretly gave Yi Lin a thumbs up. It would be difficult for him to explain this. Li Xiana looked at the brother and sister awkwardly. She knew she had misunderstood. Shannan, who was standing next to her, also realized that she had lied about military intelligence. She said sorry and fled. Sister-in-law, come on, let's go sit over there, don't stand here. The three of them sat down, and Ye Feng took the rose and placed it in front of Li Xiana. Xiao Na, I give you this rose. I wonder if you like it. Li Xiana took the rose with a happy look on her face, and then whispered, brother Feng, Lin, I'm sorry, I misunderstood just now. Sister-in-law, it's okay, don't take it to heart. If you have time in the afternoon, let's go shopping and let brother pay the bill, he. The atmosphere among the three of them gradually became harmonious. When Li Xiana learned that Yi Lin was also about to enter Shanghai University, she became even happier. In the future, she would be able to learn more about brother Feng from her and get along well with her future sister-in-law. Ye Feng saw that they were chatting happily. I was so excited that I booked a table at Fengming Pavilion for the night on my mobile phone. Just as I finished booking the table, Shanharan called me. Brother Yi, you invested so much money in my Shan family, but you never asked about the progress. Brother Shan, I trust you. Besides, it's not a lot of money. Why did you think of calling me today? I have packed up the Cloud Villa, you can move in anytime. Tomorrow night, the Qin family, the first family in Magic City, is hosting a charity dinner. I wonder if you are interested, brother. Ye Feng had no interest in the dinner, as it was nothing more than some business flattery, but he was interested in spending money. Brother Shan, I will definitely attend tomorrow night. Okay, I'll send you the address later, and see you tomorrow night. Shortly after hanging up the phone, Shanharan sent an address, the Magic City Pearl Hotel. Brother, are you going to attend a dinner party tomorrow night? Can you take me and Sister Xiana with you? I have never been to a party before, okay. Okay, let's go together tomorrow night. Seeing Ye Feng agreed, Yi Lin jumped up happily and pulled Li Xiana to go buy a dress. Ye Feng drove the two girls to Wonder Plaza, and the three of them went straight to the luxury goods area. They first came to the Armani store, intending to choose a suit for Ye Feng first. When the clerk saw Ye Feng, she immediately came up to him warmly. She had seen Ye Feng's generosity last time. Mr. Yi, welcome to Armani. What do you need this time? I will serve you wholeheartedly. After taking a look at the familiar clerk, Yi Lin said before Ye Feng could say anything, take us to look at the suits. The clerk led the three people to the suit area and pointed to a black suit and introduced it. Mr. Ye, this latest suit is designed and handmade by the top Italian designer Ferrando Armani. It uses the best materials. It is not only very comfortable to wear, but also can well reflect the best body proportions. It is very suitable for a tall man like Mr. Ye. Brother, go and try it on. I've never seen you in a suit before. Ye Feng took the suit handed to him by the clerk and went to the fitting room. After changing clothes, he walked out of the fitting room and looked at the dazed Li Xiana and Yi Lin and said, "What are you two standing there for? Take a look at this dress. Brother, I just realized how handsome you look in a suit. Oh. It's blinding my eyes. How does that saying go? The man on the street is as beautiful as jade, and you are unparalleled in the world." Li Xiana said with a smile. Yes, that's it. Ye Feng looked at Yi Lin and said seriously, "Yes, it is indeed a dog eye, a single dog." Li Xiana, who was listening nearby, burst into laughter. Yi Lin looked at Ye Feng with dissatisfaction. "Sister Xiana, why don't you take care of your Xiaofengzi? How can he say that to his own sister? Okay, you guys pick out two dresses too." Ye Feng quickly changed the subject. Finally, Yi Lin picked out a backless dress, which made Ye Feng's eyelids twitch. If his mother knew about this, she would have to run all the way from Tianjin to Shanghai to teach her a lesson. Li Xiana chose a very conservative dress, but it matched Ye Feng's suit very well. Ye Feng asked the clerk to match a handbag for the two of them, picked out a few pieces of accessories, and then paid and left. "Brother, how did you and Sister Xiana know each other?" Ye Feng looked at Yi Lin mysteriously and said, "You want to know? I'll take you to a place and you'll know." Chapter 31 Buying Fengming Pavilion. "Brother, I discovered that you don't love me anymore after you had Sister Xiana. You even kept it a secret from me," Yi Lin said with a pout. Li Xiana, who was standing by, quickly stepped forward to comfort her. "Girl, the place you're going to later is where Xiana and I formerly met. When the time comes, you can see for yourself that it will be no better than what I say." Ye Feng said speechlessly. "TSK, you just don't love me anymore and you don't even comfort me. Sister Xiana is still the best." After saying that, he made a face at Ye Feng and started chatting with Li Xiana. Soon after, the three of them arrived at Fengming Pavilion. There was already a long line at the door. After Ye Feng verified the information with the waiter, he was taken to the reserved seat. "Brother, Sister Xiana, this place is so beautiful, with an ancient atmosphere. Look at the young lady playing the guzheng over there, she is so ethereal. Did you meet here? It's so wonderful, it's like traveling back to ancient times. Lin, Brother Feng and I had our first official meeting here, and we were at the same table. My roommate and I shared a table with Brother Feng." Li Xiana said happily. Maybe she didn't take the initiative at the beginning, and now she can't get what she wants. The names here are also very special. If you call a waiter, they won't answer you. You need to call a waiter before they come over. Why don't you try it? Yi Lin's eyes lit up. She had only heard of this name on TV, but she didn't expect to experience it today. "Waiter, bring me 2 kilograms of wine and 5 kilograms of beef," Yi Lin said proudly while standing on a stool. Ye Feng's face was full of black lines. He knew that his sister would make some trouble. He glared at Yi Lin and said, "What is in your mind every day? Waiter, bring some special dishes, a pot of longjing, and 2 glasses of orange juice." Yi Lin said dissatisfiedly, "I saw people ordering food like this on TV. Especially when I stepped on the stool, it looked very impressive. What a jerk. Don't you behave like a lady? Let's see how you'll get married in the future," Ye Feng said unhappily. Li Xiana felt very warm watching their brother and sister bickering. As an only child, she envied others for having a brother who loved them so much when she was little. They could quarrel, care about each other, and act like spoiled children to their heart's content. She thought that she would definitely give birth to more babies for Brother Feng in the future. Her face turned red unconsciously when she thought of this. "Sister Xiana, what are you thinking about? Your face is red. Hee, come on, are you making fun of me too? Tell me the truth, or I'll let you experience how powerful your future sister-in-law is. Look at my breast-grabbing dragon claw hand." Looking at the two people playing and fighting, Ye Feng smiled happily. At this moment, a discordant voice sounded. "Hey, isn't this Ye Feng? The good thing about pretty boys is that they can pick up 2 girls at a time. TSK, little girls, you have a bad taste. What's so good about a poor boy without a job? Nowadays, looks can't make a living, you need money too. The person who came was Wang Gang, Ye Feng's supervisor during his internship. Yi Lin looked at Wang Gang like he was a fool. Where did this man get his confidence from? He said her brother was a poor boy. Wang Gang, you are really haunting me. It's okay that you are ugly, but it's wrong for you to come out and disgust others. I almost forgot about you, a piece of trash, but I didn't expect you to rush to let me deal with you. Ye Feng felt that this idiot was stupid. Is there something wrong with the child? You think too highly of yourself and want to deal with me. Boy, do you have that ability? You really think you are big shot? In my eyes, you are just shit. Wang Gang said disdainfully. Yi Lin couldn't help it at this time, and scolded Wang Gang, making him face black with anger. At this time, the boss of Fengming Pavilion saw the quarrel and rushed over with several security guards. Gentlemen, I am Zhu Muyao, the person in charge of Fengming Pavilion. If you two have any conflicts, please do not argue in Fengming Pavilion, otherwise I will have to ask you to leave. Ye Feng looked at Zhu Muyao and said, Boss Zhu, are you selling Fengming Pavilion? Name your price. Wang Gang almost laughed to tears when he heard Ye Feng's words. Ye Feng, you are really not afraid of biting your tongue, you are too much, you want to buy Fengming Pavilion. It's ridiculous, do you know the value of Fengming Pavilion? At least 80 million Chinese yuan, you are so poor, you can't even afford a table. Ye Feng ignored Wang Gang and continued to say to Zhu Muyao, 100 million Chinese yuan. Sir, I have no intention of selling Fengming Pavilion, and please stop joking about this. Zhu Muyao did not believe that Ye Feng could buy Fengming Pavilion. Har har, Ye Feng, you are just like a clown now, keep performing. If you can buy Fengming Pavilion, I, Wang Gang, will crawl out of here today. 150 million Chinese yuan. Ye Feng continued. Mr. Yi, it's not that I don't trust you. I don't want to sell Fengming Pavilion. I built this place with my own hands, and I have feelings for it. Don't want to? That doesn't mean we can't sell it. Boss Zhu, 200 million Chinese yuan. And you will continue to be in charge of Fengming Pavilion in the future. Zhu Muyao was very satisfied with the price, but he still doubted whether Ye Feng had the ability to buy it. Mr. Yi, if you can really come up with 200 million Chinese yuan, then Fengming Pavilion will be yours. Ye Feng asked Zhu Muyao for an account, transferred 200 million, and then watched him quietly. After receiving the bank card payment information, Zhu Muyao said respectfully, Boss, from now on, Fengming Pavilion belongs to you. What are your instructions? Ye Feng looked at the frightened Wang Gang and said coldly, help him fulfill his promise. At this time, Wang Gang also reacted. He couldn't understand how the poor boy who was once controlled by him could come up with 200 million Chinese yuan to buy Fengming Pavilion. This was unscientific. Just when he wanted to run, 2 security guards came in front of him and pushed him to the ground. He looked at Ye Feng with resentment on his face, and crawled out of Fengming Pavilion in humiliation. Boss, do you have any other instructions? Zhu Muyao said respectfully. He understood that Ye Feng must be extremely powerful since he spent 200 million Chinese yuan to buy Fengming Pavilion just to vent his anger. You will be the manager here from now on. Fengming Pavilion will still be in your charge. I will not be involved. All the food you eat today will be free to celebrate Wang Gang's escape. After Zhu Muyao left, he announced that all meals would be free of charge, which caused a round of cheers from the people. The consumption level of Fengming Pavilion is not low, so they can save a considerable amount of money this way. Some people also posted this matter on the internet, which caused quite a stir in the Magic City. Brother, you were so handsome just now. The way Wang Gang crawled out was so funny, just like a big turtle. I was laughing to death. Yi Lin said exaggeratedly. Chapter 32, Crazy Carnival. Li Xiana also looked at Ye Feng with admiration. Which woman doesn't want to see her man mighty and domineering? Xiao Na, Lin, let's eat. Don't let irrelevant people affect our mood. The 3 of them began to enjoy the food. During the meal, Ye Feng kept picking up food for Li Xiana, which caused Yi Lin's strong dissatisfaction. In the end, he could only become a tool to pick up food. When the 3 of them had almost finished eating, Yi Lin said to Li Xiana mysteriously, Sister Xiana, let's go to my brother's place later. My room is very beautiful. Besides, we have a charity dinner tomorrow night, so it's not a good idea to bring our dresses to school. Okay, I also want to see what Brother Feng's house looks like. I heard that boys' homes are very sloppy. I wonder if they will notice Brother Feng's stinky socks. Hee hee. Seeing that Li Xian'er agreed, Yilin winked at her brother, as if to say, hurry up and thank your lovely sister. The three of them left Fengming Pavilion and rushed towards Thompson First Grade. When they arrived at the door of the house, Yilin asked Ye Feng to record Li Xian'er's fingerprints and irises, under the pretext that it would be convenient for Xian'er to ask her to come and play in the future. As for the real purpose, it was obvious. Sister Xian'er, come with me quickly. I'll show you my room. I spent a lot of effort to get this from my brother. Ye Feng smiled helplessly as he watched Li Xian'er being pulled away by Yilin. He thought his sister was going to create an opportunity for him, but she didn't expect that she would leave him in the living room. He had to lie on the sofa and watch short videos by himself. I opened TikTok and looked at my former online name Feng Shui Gui Ren. Now I think it's a bit funny. It's just a name anyway, so let it be. A video suddenly caught Ye Feng's attention. This video was about what happened in Fengming Pavilion just now. After watching the comments, Ye Feng received mixed reviews. Some praised him for his generosity and lavish spending, while others said that he was too bullying and never gave in. After watching for a while, he skipped the video and a live broadcast screen appeared. A girl with a delicate face was singing. Ye Feng knew this person. She was his college classmate Fang Qi. There were not many people in the live broadcast room, less than 50 people, and there were very few gifts, only a few scattered lollipops. Host, you can't sing like this. You need to jump up and show off your body. Yes, anchor, I see your cleavage is so majestic, it must be surging when you dance. The two old perverts upstairs have finished their appraisal. Little sister, come and touch me 18 times, and I'll give you rockets. At this time, a PK invitation appeared on the screen, and soon a sexy and charming woman appeared on the screen. I actually connected to Sexy Kitten. She's a big streamer with 2 million fans. Host, you have to catch this wave of wealth. This is the 9th ranked kitten in the singing and dancing category. Xiaochichi, can we start a PK? A sexy voice came from the live broadcast. Fang Qi also knew that there were not many opportunities to connect with big anchors. This was an opportunity, a good opportunity to increase fans and become famous. Hello, Sister Kitty, we can start a PK. Fang Qi said excitedly. Okay, then I'll tell you the punishment first. The loser has to remove his makeup and turn off the beauty filter on the spot. Kitty didn't think he would lose. How could he possibly win against a novice? She would win, so the punishment was very harsh. Okay, Miss Kitty, let's get started. When the PK started, Xiaomao began to perform a sexy dance with all kinds of seductive movements and charming eyes. Rockets, sports cars and other gifts continued to appear in the live broadcast room, and soon the points between the two opened up a big gap. Xiaochichi's live broadcast room was extremely bleak at this time, with only a few lollipops and hearts. System, can I get cash back for giving gifts during live streaming? Host, in order to prevent malicious cashback, no cashback will be given for live broadcast rewards. Ye Feng thought he could find a way to get cashback quickly, but it was a pity. However, he had a huge amount of wealth in his hands, so it was no pressure for him to achieve a small goal. After recharging 10 million Chinese yuan, Ye Feng started to take action. After all, they were classmates, so he planned to help. The return of the people on the night of Maple and Snow sends out the carnival. The return of the people on the night of Maple and Snow sends out the carnival. The return of the people on the night of Maple and Snow sends out the carnival. Xiaochichi's score immediately surpassed Sexy Kitten, and the people in the live broadcast room were excited. Oh my god, here comes the boss. I bow down to you. I got 100 carnivals in one go. Do you need any accessories, sir? Boss Feng Shui is so awesome. He killed 50,000 people on the opposite side in 1 second. Sexy Kitten also noticed something unusual and became anxious when she saw that she was being overtaken. If she turned off the beauty filter and removed her makeup, her image would definitely be ruined. She pulled her clothes down, straightened her chest, and boldly made various sexy poses to seduce the big guy in the live broadcast room. Sexy Kitten's operations enabled her score to continue to rise and surpass others. Ye Feng performed another operation. The return of the people on the night of maple and snow sends out the carnival. The return of the people on the night of maple and snow sends out the carnival. The return of the people on the night of maple and snow sends out the carnival. Xiao Chiche's score completely crushed the sexy kitten. The opponent had no idea of resisting at all, and Ye Feng was not finished. The return of the people on the night of maple and snow sends out the carnival. The return of the people on the night of maple and snow sends out the carnival. The return of the people on the night of maple and snow sends out the carnival. Ye Feng didn't stop until he had spent 10 million Chinese yuan. At this time, the number of people in Xiao Chiche's live broadcast room had risen by 10 plus, and the number of fans had reached 50,000. Xiao Chiche kept thanking Ye Feng. She never dreamed that more than 100,000 people would watch a PK scene, and the gifts amounted to more than 10 million Chinese yuan. After deducting the platform share, she still had an income of 5 million. The sexy kitten on the other side had an extremely ugly expression on her face. She knew that she was finished. She regretted very much the punishment she had proposed. Looking at the word makeup removal that was flooding the screen in the live broadcast room, she wanted to die. She had no choice but to turn off the beauty filter and start removing her makeup. Oh my god, how can this be a sexy kitten? This is just a bloated old lady. Har har, Chuchubabi's whereabouts are unknown. I originally thought it was a joke, but I didn't expect that I saw the real version. Didn't you notice that Big Brother ranking had run away? The psychological shadow of the top brother. This time the anchor's reputation has been ruined, but she really dared to take off her makeup. I respect you as a real man. Looking at the various teasing remarks in the live broadcast room, Ye Feng felt that it was boring and quit the live broadcast. At this time, he found that the number of his fans had increased from more than 100 to 80,000, and the private messages in the background were even more numerous. Most of them wanted to curry favor with him and invite him to the live broadcast room to watch, and some even sent private photos directly. Fang Qi also sent him a private message saying that she wanted to treat him to a meal and express her gratitude to him in person. Chapter 33 Light Bulb Ye Lin. Ye Feng did not reply and exited the software directly. Looking at the gradually darkening sky, he thought that Xiana would not leave today. It was a pity that the first time she came to his house, it was not a world for the two of them, and there was Ye Lin, a light bulb. Brother, Sister Xiana is not leaving today. She is staying in my room. We are going to have a good chat in the evening. Please don't disturb us. Looking at the two people coming out of the room, Ye Feng asked, "Do you want me to prepare a quilt for you?" "Brother, I'll go get it from the guest room later." Don't forget to send Sister Xiana back to school tomorrow morning." After saying that, Yilin took Li Xiana and took the quilt and went back to the room. "Sister Xiana, there's a big bathtub in the bathroom. I'll go fill it with water and we'll take a bath together." "Hey, let me close the door first, or else the perverted brother will come in." "Brother Feng won't come in. He has always been a gentleman. How could he be a pervert?" Li Xiana explained. When she was with Ye Feng, it seemed that only she had taken the initiative to hug him and kiss him, while Brother Feng never seemed to have taken the initiative. Was she not charming enough? "What are you thinking, Sister Xiana? Don't you want to sleep with me but with your brother?" You little Yilin, you actually dare to tease your future sister-in-law. Look at my dragon claw hand that will grab her breasts. The garden was full of spring scenery for a moment, but unfortunately Ye Feng couldn't see it because he was taking a shower in the bathroom outside. His room did not have a separate toilet and bathroom like the room occupied by Yilin. After taking a shower and drying his hair, Ye Feng put on a pair of knee-length shorts and went to the living room with his upper body naked. He took out a bottle of soda water from the refrigerator, lay on the sofa and watched TV. Half an hour later, the two women finished washing, but Li Xiana was embarrassed to find that Yilin's pajamas were a little small for her, and the buttons on her top were almost about to break. Yilin looked at Li Xiana, then looked down at herself, sighed and said, "Sister Xiana, how did you make it up? It's so big, look at me, it's only this small. It seems that I must have taken after my dad." Lin, don't worry, it will get bigger in the future. Let's go out and see what Brother Feng is doing." The two came to the living room and saw Ye Feng watching TV, so they sat over. When Li Xiana just sat down, the torch button finally gave way and hit Ye Feng's face by chance. Ye Feng was confused. Where did this hidden weapon come from? He picked it up and saw that it was a button. He looked at the two of them. Yi Lin was holding her stomach and laughing wildly, while Li Xiana's face was flushed. She lowered her head and did not dare to look at Ye Feng. Brother, how is it? How does it feel to be hit in the face with a button? Just be happy about it. You will be blessed in the future. Har har. Ye Feng then realized that it was the button on Li Xiana's chest. His girlfriend was truly a treasure girl. He would have a treat in the future. No, it was his child who would have a treat in the future. Li Xiana looked at Ye Feng with a fiery gaze out of the corner of her eye and gradually calmed down. Since her boyfriend admired her so much, why should she be shy? Brother, wipe your saliva quickly, it's almost dripping onto the sofa. How about I move away first? Yi Lin said at an inappropriate time. Ye Feng quickly retracted his gaze and coughed twice to cover up his embarrassment. This Yi Lin was too blind. Should he send her back to Tianjin? Brother, why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Yi Lin said innocently. Li Xiana was also looking at Ye Feng at this time. He had solid muscles on his upper body, 6 abdominal muscles with obvious grooves and smooth lines. It would be better if Brother Feng had a darker skin color. Sister Xiana, why are you daydreaming? Aren't you feeling sorry for it? Let's go back to the room and let brother be alone. After saying that, he ignored the resentful looks from Ye Feng and Li Xiana and pulled her back to the room. Ye Feng had no choice but to return to his room, stop thinking and go to sleep. Yi Lin returned to the room and lay on the bed and asked, Sister Xiana, what do you think of my brother? He's quite good. Sunny, cheerful, responsible, and very handsome. Li Xiana said seriously. Don't you see that he has one biggest flaw? Li Xiana shook her head. My brother's biggest shortcoming is that he is not good at expressing himself. He is very passive in everything he does. Just like when you are together, he pays attention to some details and always does things silently without expressing it. I believe he didn't say he loves you. He didn't take the initiative to hug you, right? In fact, he doesn't not love you, but his behavior may make you feel that he doesn't love you. He himself may not be able to discover this problem. Sister Xiana, if you want to be with my brother for a long time, you have to be bolder and tell him what you are thinking directly. Don't expect him, a pig, to guess a girl's mind. Li Xiana agreed and said, Lin, you are right. You said he loves me, but he never took the initiative to hold my hand or hug me. You said he doesn't love me, but you gave both of us the same watch. You treat me as your closest person. And the table we had dinner at today is also the table where we officially met. He pays attention to details, but they are easily overlooked. It seems that I have to be more proactive in the future. The two chatted for a while about Ye Feng's interesting childhood memories and then fell asleep. In the early morning, when the first ray of sunlight shone into the room through the curtains, Li Xiana got up quietly, afraid to disturb Yi Lin who was still sleeping. She carefully went to the bathroom, looking at the rosy face in the mirror and smiled foolishly. After washing up, she went to the kitchen with great anticipation and began to prepare breakfast. This was her first time cooking for Ye Feng. Li Xiana was busy in the kitchen, her movements were skillful and graceful, as if every step had been carefully calculated and rehearsed. The fire was jumping, shining on the surface of the pot, and she carefully poured oil into it, and then gently cracked a few eggs into it. The eggs quickly spread in the pot, making a sizzling sound, and she gently stir-fried them with a spatula to make them evenly heated. Soon, the fragrance filled the whole room, and the tempting aroma made people salivate. She took out some fresh vegetables from the refrigerator, cut them into thin strips, and added them to the pot. The vegetables instantly became emerald green under the high temperature, forming a sharp contrast with the golden color of the eggs, which looked delicious and tempting. Finally, she took out a piece of bread from the cabinet and put it in the oven to bake. Soon, the aroma of bread also filled the whole room, intertwined with the aroma of eggs and vegetables, forming a unique breakfast aroma. When everything was ready, Li Xiana served breakfast on the table. Yi Lin was also attracted by the aroma and her eyes lit up when she saw the prepared breakfast, but she found something was missing and quickly took out 3 cups and filled them with milk. This is perfect, Yi Lin said proudly. Chapter 34 Taking over Cloud Villa. Ding ding ding. There was a knock on the door. Ye Feng opened the door and saw Yi Lin said excitedly, Brother, get up quickly. Sister Xiana and I have prepared breakfast for you. It's absolutely delicious. Ye Feng was also very much looking forward to it. Apart from his mother, no one had ever made breakfast for him, so he quickly got up and went to the restaurant. When I arrived at the dining table, a plate of delicious fried egg sandwich appeared in front of me, with golden eggs, green vegetables, and perfectly toasted bread. "Brother Feng, come and have breakfast," Li Xiana said with a bright smile. "Yes. Come sit down and try it and comment on it," Yilin also said quickly. Ye Feng picked up the sandwich and took a bite. The aroma of eggs and vegetables burst out in his mouth. Every bite was filled with happiness and satisfaction. A warm current surged in his heart. This was the feeling of being loved. At this moment, he wanted to hug Li Xianar tightly in his arms. "It's delicious, thank you, this is the happiest day of my life." Li Xianar felt very happy when she heard Ye Feng's praise. She felt extremely happy to be affirmed and recognized by her beloved. "Brother, come and try the milk I poured for you. It must be delicious. Praise me too," Yilin said quickly when she heard Li Xianar being praised. Ye Feng's eyes twitched. This girl, just pouring milk, is it necessary to be so exaggerated? But seeing her expectant look, he had to compliment her against his will. After the three of them finished their breakfast happily, Ye Feng sent Li Xianar back to Shanghai University, but Yilin did not go with them as she planned to go out and play by herself. When Ye Feng sent her downstairs to the dormitory and was about to leave, Li Xianar said, "Brother Feng, can you hug me?" Ye Feng turned around and hugged her tightly in his arms. "Xiao, you are so nice. I feel love from you. It's a sweet feeling. I am so lucky to meet such a nice person like you." After saying that, he kissed Li Xianar passionately. They embraced each other in their passionate kiss as if they had forgotten the time. It was as if there were only the two of them in the whole world. Their two hearts close to each other were worth more than 1,000 words. "Ahem, classmates, please be careful. There are a lot of people gathered at the door." Seeing that more and more people were watching, the dormitory manager had to give a reminder. Li Xianar blushed immediately and ran back to the dormitory without looking back. Ye Feng thanked the dormitory manager who reminded him and left in a hurry. When Li Xianar returned to the dormitory, she was surrounded by her roommates, all of whom smiled at her with ill intentions. "Xiao, you didn't come back yesterday. Did you live with Senior Ye Feng?" "Yeah, why don't you tell the truth? Just now I saw a couple downstairs kissing passionately." Facing her roommates' questioning, Li Xianar had no choice but to say, "I lived at Brother Feng's house yesterday, but I live with his sister Yilin." "Don't say anything nonsense. You didn't run to Senior Yi's room that night. Tell me, is Senior Yi powerful? Did he conquer you?" "Jingjing, what's in your mind? It's not what you think. Brother Feng is a gentleman. I just chatted with Yilin in a room for a long time. Nothing happened. Don't talk nonsense," Li Xianar explained. Seeing their disbelieving expressions, she stopped explaining and let them think about it. Ye Feng was driving towards the Yunduan villa at this time. After parking the car, a lady in her 30s came to meet him. She has a mature charm, her manners are elegant and calm, and her smile is warm and subtle, making people feel safe and comfortable. "Mr. Yi, my name is Bai Jie, and I'm the housekeeper of Cloud Villa number 6. Welcome back. Sister Bai, you can call me Ye Feng, or Xiao Feng. I'll have to trouble you to take care of me in the future. Can you introduce me briefly? It is our responsibility to take care of you. There are 3 people in the villa responsible for hygiene, 2 cooks, 2 gardeners, and I, a total of 8 people, responsible for your daily life. The total cost is 2 million Chinese yuan a year." Ye Feng took out his cell phone and transferred 20 million Chinese yuan to Bai Jie. "Sister Bai, from now on, all employees' salaries will be doubled. I don't live here very often, so please take care of the daily expenses and salary payments." Bai Jie looked at Ye Feng blankly. This was too generous. His salary was doubled right after he arrived, and he was so kind. His work should be easy in the future. "On behalf of all the staff, I would like to thank Mr. Yi for his generosity. I will definitely do a good job to repay your trust in me." The two came into the villa, and Bai Jie announced Ye Feng's just made decision. All the staff were very happy. Their salaries were not low to begin with, and they became even more substantial after doubling. "Ye Feng, Mr. Shen left you 2 invitations before he left. They are now in the study. Do you want to take a look?" "Okay, take me to get it." The two came to the study room, where two invitations were placed on the table. When they opened them, they found that it was, as expected, the charity dinner hosted by the Qin family, the first family in Magic City. Ye Feng put away the invitation and asked Bai Jie, "Sister Bai, are you staying in the villa?" "Yes, except for me, all the staff live on the first floor. If you find it inconvenient, I can arrange a dormitory outside." "No, it's good to live here. It's convenient for anything." "Sister Bai, why don't you live here?" "My husband and I live on the outskirts of the city and I have a room here, so I stay here when he's away on business." "Ye Feng, are you going to stay here today?" "I'll arrange for the chef to buy the ingredients in advance." "Sister Bai, I have something to do tonight, so I won't be staying here." After Ye Feng had a look around the villa under Bai Jie's guidance, he drove away. He also had to pick up Li Xiana to attend the banquet tonight. While driving to Shanghai University, Ye Feng received a call from Wang Chao, the third roommate in the dormitory. "Old four, what are you busy with? I've been adding you in the dormitory group for a long time, but you don't say anything. We're going to get our diplomas tomorrow, and the boss said we'll have dinner together tonight. Don't say you're busy. You have to crawl here tomorrow even if you have to." If Wang Chao hadn't said that, he would have forgotten that he was supposed to graduate tomorrow, and he quickly said, "Don't worry, Lao-san, I will definitely be there tomorrow, and I will drink you all down. You can just pretend. You're always the first one to fall. Okay, don't forget it tomorrow. I'm going to die first." After hanging up the phone, Ye Feng was a little silent. Time passed quickly. 4 years of college life was like a dream. In the blink of an eye, it came to an end. In these 4 years, he made 3 good brothers. They studied together, played together, and shared each other's joys and sorrows. Now that college life is about to end, everyone is about to embark on a new journey. I don't know if we will meet again in the future. Chapter 35. The banquet begins. Ye Feng shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Even though he was reluctant, he had to face the separation. I arrived downstairs of the dormitory and sent a message. Soon after, Li Xiana ran down happily and sat in the passenger seat skillfully. "Brother Feng, why do you look a little unhappy?" "Nothing, I'm graduating tomorrow and I'm just a little sad." "Well, let's go back and change clothes first. By the way, you can ask if Yilin is home. If not, let's go pick her up together." Li Xiana said yes and picked up her phone to call Yilin. "Sister Xiana, you are done with get out of class, what's the matter?" Brother Feng asked if you were home. "If not, we'll pick you up. Don't forget that we still have a charity dinner tonight." "Oh Tilda, I really forgot. You guys go home first. I can just take a taxi back now. See you later." Hearing that he didn't need to pick up Yilin, Ye Feng drove directly back to Thompson Epine. After they returned home, they went back to their rooms to change clothes. Ye Feng returned to his room, found the suit he bought yesterday, put it on quickly, went to the living room, poured a glass of water, and sat on the sofa waiting quietly. Not long after, Li Xiana also changed into her dress and came to the living room and said to Ye Feng, "Brother Feng, am I beautiful?" Turning around, facing the setting sun, she was wearing a pure white dress, like a blooming lily. The setting sun shone on her, casting a golden halo on her, making her look even more dazzling. Her smile was warm and sweet, like the sunshine in spring, bringing endless warmth and joy to people. At this moment, Ye Feng was deeply intoxicated. A slight throbbing in his heart made him walk forward involuntarily, hugging her slender waist and saying softly, "Xiao Na, you are so beautiful. This moment will be fixed in my heart like eternity." Their eyes met, their heartbeats quickened. Their eyes met, as if time had stopped. He slowly approached her, and she closed her eyes, waiting for that sweet moment. Their lips touched gently, feeling each other's breath and temperature. At this moment, they seemed to be one, feeling each other's passionate love. However, the tranquility was broken by a sudden sound. Yilin's footsteps echoed in the living room. She curiously leaned out and saw this scene. Ye Feng and Li Xiana's movements suddenly froze, and a trace of embarrassment flashed across their faces, as if they were suddenly interrupted from their dreams. Yilin stood at the door, wide-eyed, looking at them in surprise. There was a subtle awkwardness in the air, as if time had stopped at this moment. "Brother, Sister Xiana, please continue. I don't see anything." "Why can't I see anything?" Then Yilin pretended to be a blind person and groped his way into the room. Ye Feng sighed softly and said to Li Xiana, "It seems that we should send this girl back to Tianjin." The two smiled at each other, feeling both awkward and sweet. Li Xiana tidied Ye Feng's clothes and shouted to the room, "Lin Lin, it's almost time to leave. You should hurry up." Yilin stuck her head out to take a look, and when she found that the scene was not what she had imagined, she walked out confidently. "Brother, Sister Xiana, I'm ready now, let's go." Three people. Driving to the Oriental Pearl Hotel, Ye Feng parked the car, opened the door for Li Xiana, and helped her out of the car very gentlemanly. Li Xiana took his arm, and the two walked towards the Oriental Pearl. Yilin, who was still in the car, was full of questions. Is this the end? She was still in the car. This abominable brother who forgot his sister for the sake of beauty. I will tell my mother. Then she quickly got out of the car and chased after the two. Ye Feng handed over the invitation letter and the security guard checked it and let him in. When Shinharan saw Ye Feng coming to the banquet hall, he immediately greeted him warmly. "Brother Yi, I missed you so much after not seeing you for a few days. Come, let me introduce you to my sister Shinhaiyue." Ye Feng looked at this legendary business genius. Her face was as delicate as a sculpture. Her eyebrows and eyes revealed a kind of confidence and strength. Her eyes were bright and energetic, as if she could see through everything. Her nose was high, giving people an impression of firmness and decisiveness. Her lips were slightly raised, showing a kind of confidence and calmness. Her face was clearly defined and her lines were smooth, exuding a heroic temperament. She was tall and straight, and her manners were full of confidence and strength. No matter where she stood, she was an existence that could not be ignored. The two shook hands gently. "Thank you, Mr. Yi, for your help to my Shin family. Haiyue would like to thank Mr. Yi here." "Miss Shin, you're welcome. I also hit it off with Brother Shin right away." Ye Feng turned to Shinharan and said, "Brother Shin, this is my girlfriend Li Xiana and my sister Yilin." The two girls called out, "Brother Shin," and then stayed quietly beside Ye Feng. "Brother Yi, you and I are so close today, it will definitely attract the attention of the Fang family, you have to be careful." Congratulations to their host, you have spent 3 billion Chinese yuan, and the cashback of 300 billion Chinese yuan has been deposited into the Supreme Black Card with the last number 8888. It seems that Brother Wuhan has taken action again. He is really his lucky star. Before Ye Feng could finish his sigh, another prompt sound rang out. Congratulations to their host, the cumulative cashback has reached 100 million Chinese yuan, triggering additional rewards. Congratulations to their host for obtaining 1 marrow cleansing pill. 10 primary defense talismans can withstand the full strength attack of a Grandmaster level warrior for 10 minutes, and the introduction to the Chaos Sutra can be practiced to the Golden Core realm. Ye Feng's heart was like a storm and it was difficult to calm down. The reward items opened up a new world for him, a world of immortal cultivators. Will he be able to fly with a sword in the future? Will he also be immortal? "Brother Yi! Brother Yi!" Shinharan called out twice when he saw Ye Feng in a daze. He was worried that Ye Feng was frightened, so he was about to comfort him when Ye Feng came back to his senses and said, "Brother Shin, I'm sorry. I was distracted by something I just thought of. Don't worry, if the Fang family dares to attack me, I don't mind making them disappear in the Magic City." The Shin family brothers and sisters were shocked when they heard this. Could it be that Ye Feng really had the strength to destroy the Fang family? That was a behemoth with assets exceeding 200 billion Chinese yuan, and it also had a very strong social background. "Brother Yi, let's go over there and take a rest." Several people came to the rest area in the corner of the banquet hall. Seeing that the three had something to discuss, Li Xiana pulled Yilin to taste various delicacies. Shinharan looked at Ye Feng and said awkwardly, "Brother Yi, the attack of the Fang family was interfered by various forces and had to be temporarily stopped. Although it has eroded some industries, the impact on the Fang family is not great." Ye Feng also knew that a big family could not be defeated so easily, and his investment in the Shin family was only 10 billion, which was not a big deal for him with a net worth of over 1 trillion.